keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, bad sex. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad sex. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad sex. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad sex. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad sex. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay, bad sex. Follow me around, okay, got too much up on my.
Ooh, yeah, yeah, I see no signals, no signs. Girl, you be tripping, no lie, nah. You said you're not set by. I flew in all the way for this. I'm not here to waste your time. I just can't give you vibes, you changed a bit. Girl, you mad teasing. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. You should told me take it easy. Hey, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I've been running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. You're my mission, my grand prize. Catch my vision, no damn pride. Girl, you mad easy. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. Then she told me take it easy. Yeah, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Feel good. Sometimes make you feel good. I just wanna talk, but you don't wanna listen. Tryna go far, but you got mixed feelings. So I'm finished. I'm on my way. Then you tell me you need it. Back in my space. Hey, yeah. How could I lie? Just to be cold. Wanna be honest. You should know. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I be running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Feel good. Sometimes make you feel good.
Rising of the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come shining, calling me a goddess, thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster, making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder, because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go, these wings carry me, live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, and I love this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. The stones they throw, picking up scars and I hold them close. They shut me down, but I got this fight. Shine a light on me when my heart goes dark. 'Cause I'll never lose faith now. I'm in the flames of an angel. Fire, fire, burn. Fire, fire. And even if I'm broken, I'm cold but my blood's not frozen. Fire, fire, burn. I'm dying to tell you I'm a I beat my fears, but I lost my dreams. And they say this fight isn't what it seems. Yeah, shoot 'em all down when my demons rise.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
It is Thursday, my dudes, and that also means that it is patch day for us here at ESL 1 Thailand, powered by Intel. And once again, I would like to welcome you guys to our Mercedes-Benz pre-show, where me and my panel are able to break down all of today's games, even yesterday's games as well. We had an absolutely insane series yesterday with Fnatic being able to take the 2-1 victory up against TNC. And I wasn't expecting that series to go that way, but fortunately enough there for Fnatic, they were able to get that one done. But it's a new day. That means we've got new Dota for you guys coming out here. My boys back on the desk one more time. Dan QO, welcome guys. Day 8. We're starting to get through this.
Yeah, second week as well. And well, Lord Gaben blesses us with another patch, which is always interesting to see.
Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker, is that the one?
Bloodseeker.
Yeah, he's
That's what
coming
we have
through.
to see.
That spell amp, you're really feeling it?
Dagon?
Dagon?
Nah, I think people will build Monkey King bar.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right, we'll see.
Well, that is something that we were talking about basically the entirety as we came into the studio today, is the fact that there's a new patch today. It was a little bit of a small patch, but it's a patch nonetheless. So that means that some of these teams might have a few different strategies in their hands. There's best of 3 series all today as well, so that means we might have a few games to play around with. But this little patch, I want us to touch on it a little bit here. We saw a few nerfs to some of the heroes that we've been seeing through ESL 1 Thailand. Do you think Ice Frog watched the ESL 1 Thailand series where the Clinks Enchantress combo didn't work out? Or was he more paying attention to the Americas where it was actually quite busted?
Yeah, I think he's probably looking at that one a little bit more. And since those, both from the Asian scene and the Americas, people started doing it in their pubs. And I think when it starts to become rampant there, that's when it really starts to get action taken against it.
Well, he nerfed Magnus, like
That's nice.
maybe he was watching our panel instead of America's one, because
Yeah.
this panel, I mean the Thailand one had like a significant amount of win rate, 85% or 90%ish.
Yeah.
But NA was not really performing that well.
No, not a
Why
lot.
did it get nerfed?
NA
Well-
lol, maybe. You know.
And 8 lull, and it looks like Ice Frog is showing a bit of favoritism here by looking at my panel. But let's have a quick recap of how yesterday's games did go. Obviously I was talking to you guys a little bit beforehand, how we saw that absolute banger series with Fnatic going up against TNC. But our first series of yesterday was, in fact, Boom going up against Motivate. We're expecting this Motivate team to perform a little bit better than what they did yesterday. They didn't look as strong as what they did for their first 2 series.
They didn't look as strong as they did, but I thought Boom looked probably the strongest they have all tournament thus far. It's probably the hardest opponent that they've had to come up against already, and they brought out this carry IO both times, so works for them. They're going to keep it up. I mean, we keep talking about how they've got this different style where, obviously Dream Yourself can go to semi-carry, go to harder carries, and now they've even got an IO strat to bring to the table.
Is Helm of Dominator gonna affect Boom from picking IO?
Maybe a little bit. It's more just to do with the armor though, right? And I think that's not really what you get the tether for. I think it should still be okay.
Yeah.
Well, having a quick look at how this series went for TNC and Fnatic, we saw that first game, and TNC, they looked absolutely unstoppable. I thought that they were going to be able to run over Fnatic in that second game, but good tenacity coming out from the boys from Fnatic, being able to mentally reset from that 20-minute stomp fest and come back in and pull that game back 2-1 in the reverse sweep. So
Yeah, we were hoping for the 3 and 22 score line, but I think we ended up 2-24 or something like that. So close yet so far. But then we had this last game that went to 84 minutes or something like that. Tier 5 items coming out. Oh, sorry, 64 minutes, but it was still a banger.
yeah, I think the best thing for this Kyo is the fact that this TNC versus Fnatic Game 3, neither of these teams played bad, right? Both these teams played insanely well. It was just one of those games where a few micro wins come out on top for a few of these players, and they were able to eventually clutch it out.
Yeah, battle of patience. Even though the Fnatic was leading 30k lead, didn't really matter. All you have to do is one duel and Cataclysm and just start with 4v5 fight, and Fnatic can push it in.
Yeah, we were talking about in the pregame as well how much of it did rest on KP's shoulders. He was the one that was always going into these suicidal situations. And yeah, sure, dual Cataclysm is nice, but the great thing from Fnatic's side is that they never did that. They never put the Slark into a really vulnerable position if he didn't have Aegis. So they were always able to take the fight in their way.
And with that 2-1 victory, they're able to shake up our standings a little bit here. So let's go have a quick recap of how our groups are standing so far here on day 8 of ESL 1 Thailand. Boom Esports are sitting 3-0 right now, so they're looking very, very strong in their group. But Fnatic taking that 2-1 victory up against TNC forces this 2-1 scoreline from both these teams, puts them in that middle part. And now it means that basically for the rest of Group A, this potentially could be a fight for 4th, because that 4th position is the final slot that gets these teams into our playoff series. Obviously, 1st and 2nd will be going into that upper bracket, so that's a position that these teams are going to want to go for. And then rolling over into Group B, we're going to see a little bit more of those, a little bit more action from these guys a little bit later on. I'm super excited to see if Geekfam can continue this 3-0 sweep that they've been looking quite strong for so far.
Yeah, I agree. Even for Group A, the first series that we have today, Team Trust going up against Adroit, it's not like it's just a throwaway series, right? If either of those teams gets the win, then they're on level pegging with Motivate Trust. And then you've still got the matches against Motivate, which is kind of like twice as important, because you get the win, you deny them the win, and you secure yourself potentially that 4th spot.
Yeah.
Pretty
It does look like that these series are going to start to play a little bit more of a role across this group stages. You know, at the start, we were thinking that potentially some of these teams could just go 3-0. I was certainly expecting TNC to be going 3-0. Obviously, Fnatic started out with a loss in their first series, so that put them in that awkward spot in their group stages. But now, putting this back to 2-1, this group of death is going to be a very hard run all the way up until the end.
Yeah, I think the only big thing is today is the one that really matters for those bottom two, because if you lose today, you're pretty much out of contention, which it would be unfortunate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, especially seeing Team Trust being our only Chinese team here for Group A. It'd be exciting to see if they can head towards into that playoff. But Adroit, they're coming into this. They need to hit that reset button. They look pretty good in their other series, but they still need to make sure they secure this victory up against Team Trust.
I just can't expect like who's gonna win today. Like even though like I'm like looking at the draft, just because these two teams are not like fully ready with the like mechanics of Dota. Like meanwhile, like other teams, like they look pretty solid if the draft were correct. So we just have to see how it's gonna go with that part, I think.
And I think as well, I would be really surprised if Adroit and Team Trust have ever even scrimmed against each other, right? Like, it's one of those things where you don't know exactly how your playstyle is going to mesh against them, either through practices or through officials. And so, yeah, I'm interested to see. Adroit definitely put in a lot stronger showing in their second series against Boom than they did with their first one against TNC.
Yeah, exactly. But before we do get into that first series, we're going to have to check in with our casters for today. MLP, he's come back from his anime hiatus. He's going to come back here and start to cast some Dota 2. Poglet's going to be joining him as well, so let's head over to those guys and see what they think for today. MLP, Poggy, boys, it's going to be an interesting series for today. Which one are you guys looking forward to the most?
Oh, I'd say the second one probably is the more hype one, but the first one is pretty good as well. Naturally, both teams are fighting to get their way back through the groups and still give themselves a chance.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to have to go with the first series, to be honest. Team Trust, Adroit. They've obviously both got games against Motivate, who are coming fourth right now. If I remember correctly, Motivate are versing Team Trust first on the Saturday, and then Monday will be the Adroit game. So these are crucial. Like, if they don't win here, like Danog said, it's over for them. And there's another week worth of competition before we even get to the playoffs. You don't want to be in that, I can't win. Do I even make sure I get these games towards the end of this series? But you're right. Geekfam T1 Series 2, they'll be some hype games, I'm sure.
I'd say so, but you've got me hyped up for the first series now. I mean, if you're going to get basically eliminated after losing this next one, it could be rough.
And MLP, you've got me hyped up. You're looking very dapper there in your floral shirt, looking very similar to our host over here on the desk.
Floral buddies, woo!
Thank you for that, Danog. You look very handsome as well, sir. Of course, Fluke has been taking some notes out of my book, and it's very, very good to see. And you know, I think that's what the viewers have been missing, right? They wanted the best-looking casting duo in the world. ESL called me up. They said, we've got Poglet. Here we are.
Well, they said they couldn't get John over here, so they brought Poglet in, I suppose.
I mean, I'll take second best. That's not an insult. That's actually like huge to me. Second best. Oh.
You're my silver medal, Poggy, that's for sure.
I'll take that any day of the week, man.
I think Poggy's everyone's silver medal at this point, in more than just casting. So we'll have to see if he can eventually get himself into that gold spot. But boys, we're going to leave you guys with it, and we'll catch up with you guys for our first series of today.
See you then.
It's always good to see somebody else repping the floral shirts. Starting to up that fashion game. You know, I'm trying my best here. Obviously, this isn't something that I can fix, so I have to try and, you know, avert everyone's gaze a little bit further down.
Well, you say it's good to see someone else. MLP is the pioneer of the floral shirts. You're
yeah,
more
alright,
of a follower in that way.
Okay, I'll take that.
Let's be honest. I'm sure you would have messaged him for a few tips. You know, what's the right pattern? Are there any specific poisonous flowers to avoid and that sort of stuff?
But maybe that might be something interesting to go in towards. You know, have a little bit of information about the flowers that are on our shirts, and we can pump out some facts for these guys.
Are you a fan of the floral print, QA? Or the cozy jumper, that sort of style?
Asian style.
I like it. I like it.
Kyo just likes to be warm, but let's have a look at how our schedule is going to be rolling in for today. Talked about a little bit here on the panel, but we're going to have Team Trust going up against Adroit. Super important series for both these teams right now, sitting at 0-2 in their groups. They're looking to try and get a victory going here and start to get themselves up in that standings. And then later on today, we're going to be having some more Group B action with Geekfam taking on T1. T1, they're looking to try and put their stamp on their group stages here, and obviously Geekfam looking for that 3-0 with Arbed coming in, still looking as strong as ever. But boys, we talked about it. Obviously, Geekfam versus T1 is the more hype series for today, but the more important one is this Team Trust versus Adroit, and I'm excited to see if Adroit can come back to the form that they were having coming into ESL Thailand.
Yeah, I suppose it's kind of the same thing with Fnatic, right? They had a bit of a rocky start with their new roster. They even swapped roles between Jabs and DJ to kind of make things fit, and now they're looking like the Fnatic that we used to know. Same sort of thing with Detroit, right? You've lost Natsumi, you've got Ben Soy coming into that off-lane position as well, so maybe they've finally started to click.
Yeah, but like trust, you know, like at the first day I was like calling him like Shifu and stuff, like with the carry players winning with this Divine Rapier, Morphling at the Mega Creep situation. I was expecting a lot more. And I just feel like they might have not like showed their full potential. Like obviously Adro is like a bit undervalued right now, but I think Trust is like one of the one who's like also undervalued.
The dark horse. Maybe.
Yeah, dark horse.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty similar to the second series that we had yesterday, where the teams we felt by that point were so evenly matched that we're not going to pick like which team necessarily we think it's better. It's just going to go heavily back to the draft, especially with the patch just dropping as well, right? It's going to be who interprets the changes best and who's going to take advantage of that.
Well, let's see if Team Trust can take advantage of that. But I see you guys have been eyeing my piece, bad boy. You guys want to make something happen? The only way that you guys can make something happen here with our Mercedes-Benz MVP trophy is making sure that you guys do get in your votes there for Mercedes-Benz MVP. We've had some pretty stark results so far here from Mercedes-Benz MVP, with a few of these Chinese players coming up to the top of the standing so far, but make sure you guys do get in your votes for that, for your favorite player and the MVP. You guys can also join in the conversation across our social medias, Twitter, Facebook, wherever you guys want to get it done, but make sure you do use that hashtag ESL1 and let us know what favorite series you guys had for today, what results are starting to surprise you guys. But with that, we're going to head to a very short break here. On the other side of this, we are going to have our series. It's the most important series for both these teams. Team Trust going up against Detroit. We'll see you guys after this.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors, and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Picking up scars and I hold them close. They shut me down, but I got this fire. Shine a light on me when my heart goes dark. 'Cause I'll never lose faith now. I'm in the flames of an angel. Fire, fire, burn. Fire, fire. And even if I'm broken, I'm cold but my blood's not frozen. Fire, fire, burn. I'm dying to tell you I'm a
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
It's a super important series here for our first one of the day of Day 8 of ESL 1 Thailand. Team Trust looking to get a victory on the board. Same with the boys from Adroit. Neither of these teams want to be the first out of their group. And unfortunately for them, somebody has to lose today. And this is where we start to get into our first series. Game 1, just around the corner. My boys are back on the desk. Dan or QO, you guys ready for this?
Can't we just hope that both teams have a good time and have fun?
No, somebody has to lose.
That's a negative mentality right there. That's why he's, where he is.
Man, we have to think about it from players' perspective, Like, they both want to win. So why don't we just give them a both win one,
Give them half a point.
We can't do that, guys, because that ruins the rest of our group. We need to keep the tournament running smoothly. We need to make sure that somebody loses and somebody wins. And now I want you guys to tell me who's going to win, who's going to lose.
Oh, we talked about it before, right? It's going to be back to the draft. I think, well, for me personally, I think that's how it's going to go down. Adroit probably have a very slight edge at the moment because they looked a lot more convincing in their victory against Boom. Whereas Team Trust, they had to rely on that PA Rapier and the odd, not odd, but unconventional talent choice at the level 25 with the extra 100% crit damage. So I'm going to say Adroit in a 2-1 to start the day, but it's, again, going to go back to draft.
Yeah, in my perspective, Android. I don't know, I want Trust to win. They're the only Chinese team in the league.
In the group, yeah.
Yeah, in the group.
Yeah.
Well, it would be nice to see if they were able to make it towards the playoff. But I think, for us, for the Chinese viewers at home, Sparking Arrow Gaming are making a good bit for their playoff berth. But Team Trust, starting out here, they're a team that has to... I don't know. To me, they looked pretty strong for their first day. Obviously, they got this Divine Rapier comeback with the Morphling, being able to get that victory up against Boom. But from there, it really hasn't looked that strong.
Yeah, it just seems like they're not... Unless they get their real comfort heroes, they don't have that secondary strategy. Whereas we've seen with teams like Boom going, multiple different styles. I feel like Adroit has maybe not many, but they've got at least 2 different styles. Whereas Team Trust, they just do one thing, they do it well, but if you counter it, they're out of luck.
Yeah, the game 1 was fine, but game 2, game 3, when they started to ban some important hero that has a comeback potential, the game looked pretty one-sided.
Yeah. There were some nice individual plays, don't get me wrong. Like the position 3 Clockwork, I thought he did really well on Yu from what he had in the game, but you just didn't have the rest of the draft set up to really snowball off of that.
Yeah, I think they also looked quite strong when they had this puck lineup, right? There was a pretty long drawn-out game for Fnatic. They really had to claw that one back off the back of Raven's Terrorblade. But I just want to see them look a little stronger with their comfort heroes, right? That first draft up against Fnatic, they had all their comfort heroes, and they laned it really weirdly, and unfortunately for them, it just didn't work out. I would just like them to go back to their tried and true and just really put on a good showing up against Adroit.
Yeah, I think they can. I think it's very possible for them to take at least one game off of them, but I don't know. I'm just feeling a little stronger with Adroit now that I feel, especially Mac, I think he's the real barometer for the team. He's the one that if he's doing well, the team at least has an okay game.
Yeah. Well, like Mac looked a bit shaky with the new
Really early
like
on.
standing core MCY.
Yeah.
They have to solve these things out. Like these two are the one who actually leads the game once they get the advantage. But if both of them are looking pretty shaky, then we never know about the outcome. After 40 minutes, 30 minutes, if the game delays to then, it's just all about like who plays better since then.
Yeah, and we keep going back to it, but it's about that cohesion. It's about knowing how your team is going to react before the play actually happens, you know? I think with this one as well, they've got an interesting story with MCY as to how he actually came to be a part of this Adroit roster, right? So he was on Super Omega previously, which is another team within Southeast Asia. Then he joins the Open qualifiers to qualify for this tournament with Reality Rift. They go all the way through, they lose to Neon in the grand finals, and then Adroit say, hey, we just got rid of Natsumi, we need someone to stand in for us. So he gets 3 chances, and now he's in the tournament itself, considering Adroit were able to make their way through, and it just hasn't been super convincing. So hopefully, for his stock and for his confidence, he's going to make a good showing today.
Yeah, that means he's a loved man, right? Like he's getting love call from 3 different teams, and then all 3 teams thinks like he's good, and which is really good. But he still needs to prove himself. I think he needs to do more.
I mean, he looked quite strong in that Phantom Lancer, right? Going up against Boom in that series. That's where he looked the strongest. I think also a big factor from that was the fact that Mac was playing on a Doom. He was able to get a lot of farm, really win that mid lane up against Makoto, was able to press his advantage, and then basically just create space for MCY. But I've seen, you know, a few times with Mac not being able to create the space that he needs, and then he tends to fall behind on the farm a little bit.
And I think maybe with this most recent patch, it's one of the ones that'll actually punish the lesser teams a little bit more because, you know, your really strong laners, your Doom, your Magnus, they've been nerfed a little bit. And so that means that you can't get to the mid game on quite as even footing or even a slight advantage. Now, considering that all heroes are probably going to be a lot more even at the start of the game, you can't just get an easy draft victory and then snowball off that.
But Veno and Treant Protector, like, those heroes are not really touched.
Veno did, but Trino.
Yeah, but like Veno is just naturally dirty, even if it gets.
They nerfed his damage, and more importantly, the gold bounty for killing the Plague Wards was increased as well. So you can't just spam them out at free abandon.
Yeah, especially because if you do start to clean up a few of them, maybe the team fight doesn't go your way. There's 4, 5, 6 of them hanging around. That's basically a creep wave for some of these quads if they're able to clean them up. But I think one of the biggest things is what you touched on, Q, is the fact that these teams don't touch Treant. It's a hero that can win lanes quite heavily, is really good push potential, basically allows them to have this free hero to run in that dead lane that, you know, there's been talked about quite a lot. The fact that he can get that Meteor Hammer, get Nature's Grasp, just push out those lanes quite easily, and you don't really have to worry too much about getting ganked because it's super easy to hide in the trees.
And I think if that's the strategy you're going to go for, you're probably playing it as a support. You know, we see a couple of teams play it as that position 3 role, but I think you need to be a lot more active than just taking the difficult farm if you're going to choose to go that way. Probably the biggest proponent of that would be Ice, but he's not playing it right now. So we'll see if any team decides to go that way.
We need to see Ice. I want to see Ice.
You just want to interview Ice.
Oh, that sounds fun,
Imagine
actually.
that interview. QO trying to get some personal information out of Ice, and then him giving it back to QO. That'd just be like a never-ending loop of just these two trying to get
I'll
the
probably
worst of
just
each
only
other.
ask about Lucifer anyways.
True.
Yeah, that's all the thing that matter. I'm not interested in Ice. I'm more interested in Lucifer. Yeah.
Oh, well, at least it's good to see that you've got, you know, a little personal connection to Ice. See if his family's going on well. But I want us to start to break down this patch a little bit more. Obviously, there was a few little nerfs here. We talked about the Venomancer nerfs coming in. Doom's getting nerfed a little bit more. Is this going to change up the way that these teams are going to play? Do you think they're going to start to take a little bit of a gamble on this first day of the new patch? Or do you think it's going to be more the same stuff and then teams will just figure it out as they go, that what's actually bad now, what's good again?
I'm a little worried for Neon's Chen strat. I don't like the fact that Drums isn't quite as good anymore, and this Deathball style perhaps was nerfed even further, just with a lot of little nerfs across the board. I feel like that's, you know, you need things to be strong super early on. Helm of the Dominator as well, we saw get a little bit of a nerf, and thankfully the Enchantress Clinks isn't going to be a thing anymore, at least I hope not. But yeah, I feel like these games are perhaps going to slow down a little bit, and it could advantage these carries in the form of Spectre, who still did get a little bit of an early game nerf, but Terrorblade, Naga Siren, these sorts of heroes.
I think Spectre nerf is really big, but with the drums, I think teams will like still consider that item just because of the mana regen factor. If you don't get it, you just have to keep on buying clarities, and drum is already like still very cheap. I think that because of this patch, like all the heroes banned that we see, like all these 630 heroes, like Doom, Tiny, Veno, Trian, all these heroes can be revalued, but it really depends on what teams are thinking about.
Yeah, and we saw Chaos Knight get a little bit of a buff. Would you classify him as like a hard carry or more of a semi-carry?
I classify as like it looks semi-carry, but I sort of think it's a hard carry. It does that potential, but only in specific condition.
So
Like he needs to be getting like what he wants in the lane, and then not like lose his illusion immediately.
Yeah, not get countered in the draft,
as long as
basically.
that happens, like he's like the best carry in like Dota. But there are so many illusion dealing heroes these days, and then a lot of AoEs. So that's why CK is not that value in the lane.
Maybe the Agi buff gives him a little bit, and my boy Ursa, I think he got a nice little buff as well, changing up the talents a little bit to give him mana regen a bit earlier. Yeah, you're probably going to get Battle Fury around a similar time anyway, but that overpower mana cost being reduced a little bit, I think he might start to show up a little bit more.
All right, well, we don't want to give away all our nice little secrets here, but I've got some more secrets for you guys on the panel. You know, we've gone through these trivias a couple of times now. You guys have gone 1-1. Unfortunately, you guys didn't get that spicy one that I gave. You guys didn't like that one, so I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a different one today. All right, you guys ready for some more trivia?
Fire away.
All right, let's wing up this trivia for today. So, Bounty Hunter, this is his build. Again, prerequisite, this is from a winning match.
All right.
And it's either going to be like yours or QO's, or it'll be a pro one from an ESL one. For those of you playing along at home, my panel here, they have to guess whether or not this build was from a professional in an ESL 1 Thailand tournament, whether or not it was from one of their pub matches, or whether or not it's something that I made up on the spot.
Does that look like something you've done?
I think he made
QO
up.
didn't think it last time when it was his OD, so
Yeah,
I
but
don't
that was from like 2013 or something, wasn't it?
I mean, I remember all my games because I'm
You
damn
didn't remember
smart,
that one.
But that wasn't really a game.
Yeah, that wasn't a game.
Yeah.
That doesn't count as competitive game.
Yeah,
it was on a competitive ticket QO and you won that.
But I
so-
feel like this one's like something that Luke made of.
You reckon?
Except for the Aether Lens, it looks nice. Or okay, at least, but...
Or it could be like a tournament games where he started with support and then they got mega creeped and somehow they defended 3-4 times and he has to buy this Battle Fury to clear the waves.
I'm going to say it's a real game.
You guys are really getting stumped with this one. This is good. This is what I wanted from this trivia. I want you guys to get those cogs turning in your brains.
I kind of want to talk to MLP and Poglet about this one. Is that possible?
I don't know if that's possible.
Can we do that?
Do
Can we
have
phone
the-
a friend?
Do we have the technology? It looks like the boys are starting to walk over for this one. So we'll bring him in onto the panel for this one. So, Matt, you think this is from a professional game. What about you, QO? Where are you guys sitting right now?
Just you made this thing up. Like there's no way.
So, QO, I think it's brought up. All right, well, let's
Yeah.
bring in MLP and Poggy and see what they think about this one. So, boys, obviously you guys have not been a part of this just yet, but this is my trivia section where I try and flex my panelists' brains. You guys have to figure out whether or not this is from a professional ESL 1, whether or not this is from either one of these two's professional public matches, or in QO's sense, professional matches, or something that I've made up. So, Bounty Hunter, Tranquil Boots, Magic Wand, Battle Fury, AC, and Aether Lens.
Well, I was actually just talking to MLP before. I don't know if you've sourced this, but I've actually done this exact build before, and I'm now curious if it was in Danok's game or not.
Well, I think it was... Wait, it's one that I built.
It's one that he built, so it's only these two that I pulled it from. You guys will come later. I've got plenty of stuff from you guys as well.
Perfect. I've got to be honest, if it's from Danok, there's no way he does anything like this if it's not like a Winter Wyvern pick, so...
Could be QO though. You never know with this guy. He's a bit sneaky.
Do we get a time frame in which they've done it?
No.
Like, because I think QO could have done this at like 3 in the morning.
I'm gonna say QO. QO did it.
All right, so MLP thinks QO. What about you, Poggy? I need your answer.
I reckon it's fake, but if someone was going to do it, it's QO at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning.
All right, so both our casters thinks QO. Matt thinks this is from a professional. QO thinks this is a made-up one. So for those of you playing on at home, only QO was the only one that was correct. That was a made-up build that I made up.
So obvious, you know?
Technically not, right? Because Poglet has done it before. So maybe you just looked at his games.
No, this is one that I made up. This is how I'm rolling with it. I made it up, so it's a made-up one.
All right.
So QO now gets an extra point, so he's 2-1. You are now 1-2. Matt. So unfortunately for you, you don't have the Giga Brain just yet. So
it's a long tournament. There'll be plenty of chances for me to come back.
Yeah, I would be interested to see if we actually do get a build like that on Bounty Hunter. When I was thinking that one up, I was like, what are 2 items that don't synergize at all? And the only thing that I could think of was Tranquil Boots and a damage item.
Well, on Bounty Hunter, it's okay. I want to see Bounty Hunter in general. That'd be nice. Something a little bit different. Some courier sniping meta, maybe.
Is Janata like any good anymore? I don't know if that hero is like viable right now.
I just want teams to just fight with tracks, you know, like just keep tracking, and just skirmishes for 30 minutes.
Maybe
like
that's
40,
what Team Trust
40 versus
needs,
40.
right? They need to be able to snowball. Like they've been pretty okay in team fights. I just think they get out efficiencyed, if that's a word, by some of these other teams. So instead of if you go the Rubik position 4 that they like to go on Qingfeng, you can give them a bounty hunter, and then suddenly these team fights, if you're doing them well, as they have been, can actually convert into something.
It still gives me like a feeling of Ares and the Trust have similar sort of style. SAG is the one who are just like continuously playing a bit offensively, but yeah, like with these two, I'm expecting the similar style they just used to do.
All right, boys, we're a little bit halfway through the draft here. Adroit have come up with the Chen and the Venomancer. Looks like those nerfs have not phased them one bit. They're still looking for that. They do get rid of Team Trust Tide as well as Rubik, so Trust now have to change up their ideas a little bit.
We saw that Yu played Clockwork in... It was a losing match, but he played it really well, so could be a viable option for him. Obviously, they picked up the Timbersaw as well, so... I don't know. With them, I just don't see the same level of versatility. I'm liking from Adroit they pick the Venomancer and the Chen, and then they immediately get rid of the PL afterwards. They don't want to be punished in that way, which is nice.
Yeah, PL's one of the good pick that Trust could pick it up just now.
It's gone, though. I mean, we've seen people pick up the Faceless Void to try and deal with this sort of stuff, but it doesn't really synergize with what they've got so far. And, I mean, of course, you don't want to play it into a Venomancer either. Even he got nerfed as well in the patch slightly with his bash damage. I think got reduced by about...
I'm surprised, actually. The Void didn't have that good win rate like in here, besides TNC.
Yeah.
I think he's gone pretty even. I think he would have a decently positive win rate. But I think now, like, from what we've seen with these like ultra late game situations with Void is the fact that he gets that level 25, that backtrack, it's now breakable. So you do have a counterplay to that backtrack now. But
have you ever thought about the backtrack? Like, was it that like important?
They would always pick it. Every 25 would always pick it because the Chronosphere AoE is like a little...
What do you mean for countering it? Like for Silver Edge?
I mean, it doesn't feel like it's worth break. I mean, it's worth to like actually Shadow Blade attacking the Void.
But it stops the bash as well, right?
Yeah, sort of.
So maybe that means like we'll see some more Viper against Faceless Void then. You know, that break obviously breaks the bash. It means that now that he won't have that timeline, the backtrack.
I think if you're picking a Viper though, you don't want it to get to that level 25 point. You want to win much sooner than that.
There's a Spectre.
Okay.
After a nerf.
After the nerf.
I thought that nerf was so big with the Spectre.
Just the dagger, level 1? Or?
Dagger and the Haunt cooldown at level 18. The level
20
3.
extra seconds, right?
Yeah, that 120 to 140 is actually like large.
And they reduced the Desolate damage, I think, as well.
Yeah, that one's also like a sort of nerf, but I think not as comparable as the cooldown thing. The dagger, like from level 3, it's probably same. You're only losing a little bit in the early game because you're still maxing Q, right? You're still maxing the dagger from like level 7, but that Haunt cooldown, like it's just gonna make like team more passive with the teams with Spectre.
So do you think with this Chen draft they're going to go for something a little more like push oriented, something that you can use the Divine Favor to bring someone in? Let's say they go an aggressive pusher like, I don't know, a Dragon Knight or a Death Prophet or something like that on Adroit's end, because they've gone and picked up an Anti-Mage as their third pick here. So something that does want to just stay farming. It's reasonably mobile against something like a Clockwork, and it doesn't really care all that much about the Timbersaw. So I like it.
Yep. The only thing is, if the Clockwork and Timbersaw like just jump in the same time with Haunt, they're gonna do so much damage. And if they manage to burst 1 or 2, I think Spectre side gonna get more advantage than Anti-Mage does.
Do you think that the Chen Venomancer gives them enough of an early game presence where they can put a lot of pressure onto the Spectre and that provide a little bit of space for Anti-Mage to maybe do something like Gold King has done, where he goes that Mask of Madness Echo Saber build and tries to fight basically at every single point in the game?
I don't think we'll see that one from MCY this time around, but I think he might go a slightly more aggressive build. The thing now with Trust is they need another form of lockdown, because right now they've only got the hook shot into the cogs to try and burst him initially. They've gone with the CM, so something a little bit more passive. You know, you don't want to let the Animage get on top of you, otherwise you're just dead meat. It's a reasonable way of dealing with the Chen though, which is nice. And if you choose to go to it level 15, you can get that magic resist aura that you get to everyone. So I think it's 8% for allies, so 24% for yourself, which is pretty handy.
I'm still surprised like they picked CM against the anti-mage. If they picked like CM earlier than anti-mage, like maybe it's reasonable, but they want to get like a little more lockdown for like killing anti-mage actually, but CM doesn't really help much.
No, because of the counterspell, right? Like the frostbite is basically the biggest thing for this Crystal Maiden, and if he ever gets that counterspell off, then
CM's dead.
Yeah.
It goes the other way.
I don't think Team Trust should ever be in a situation where CM's running in first and using the frostbite, because then of course anti-mage can just Manta or whatever else to get out of it, or can just counterspell it. But then do you even really want to be running in after a Clockwork hooks in? Because it's not really an extra amount of lock. I could understand if it was something like, I don't know, a Storm Spirit that you're going into, or a Void Spirit or an Ember Spirit, something that gets really bodied by these roots. But Anti-Mage, he's going to get a decent amount of farm regardless, so I don't think he's going to care all that much.
Yeah, I have a feeling that this anti-mage is not gonna get interrupted too much by Clockwork, Timbersaw, and Crystal Maiden.
I'm liking Adroit's draft so far.
Me too.
They've gone the Doom. He copped a little bit of nerfs, but not too much. It was basically just a little bit of movement speed, I think. And, I mean, are you a little surprised that they didn't pick Necro instead of the Doom into a Spectre and a Timbersaw? Like,
I think
it's banned out now, but
I really like how they have like won things for like Timbersaw, because like as far as like until now with the Veno Chan anti-mage, there wasn't really big factors to kill like a Timbersaw at some point, but they need to punish this guy, otherwise like he's gonna try to enable the map so much for the Trust. But they have their conditions to like do something with the teamwork, but Trust side, they just have to keep on killing on this Venomancer and Chen. And continuously snowball with it, and hopefully this anti-mage to make a mistake.
Yeah, I feel like, again, kind of similar to what we saw yesterday, it's very heavily on the position 4 and 5 for Team Trust to be able to roam around, make stuff happen, because now with the Crystal Maiden being picked up, this is a Clockwork 4. It's not the same one that we saw in their previous series. So, I mean, what mid lane is going to potentially bring this all together? And could this even still be a mid-Doom? You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be off lane.
I think Mac looked his best when he was playing that mid-Doom, so I'd imagine potentially he's wanting that again, but... Oh, they're going to go with an Earthshaker. Okay.
First time.
And then the instant Conquer coming in from Team Trust. I know you loves playing that Conquer in the off lane, so potentially could be having a lane switch with the Timber.
That is 3 very tanky heroes, even 4 potentially with the Clockwork, and Crystal Maiden's like paper, so you're going to be able to burst through her pretty easily. But with a Doom Infernal Blade, I think it's going to be really important that they get Maxim early farm, make sure you can get that Ags spell as well, up nice and early.
This looks so even for me.
Yeah.
It's an X-Timber as well, X-Conquer as well. So you will be playing the Timber in the off lane. So boys, Team Trust going up against Adroit. Game 1 draft, how are we feeling? You guys are looking a little bit on the fence.
I'm going to go Adroit.
Yeah, I'll go with Trust.
All right, so we're split 1-1 yet again. I'm going to have to go with Adroit. I'm really feeling this anti-mage pick here. We're going to head into our first series in our first game of today here. Our casters will be Must Love, Posies, and Poggies!
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. Look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another day of the ESL 1 Thailand group stages. It is MLP Dota and the lovely Poglet. Pog, how you doing this evening, mate?
I am doing great. I am so excited to see these games. We hyped it up enough. We talked about how important these games are, especially this series. Series 2, obviously, quite important, but Series 1, it's do or die for these teams. And looking at the draft, both teams have put their best foot forward, in my eyes. They've both picked something very solid, very in comfort. Nothing too ridiculous, as sad as it is to say. I wanted to see some more clowny Dota. But looking at these drafts, it's close. You could see our analysts were panicking. Not all, they were worried each way. They weren't quite sure of their selections. And that just goes to show how close these two teams are.
If any teams are watching, by the way, Poglet really wants to see Bloodseeker today.
Please, please. We have 4 to 6 chances. Someone bite the bullet and pick me Bloodseeker. I don't even care if you take the loss. Just pick it for me, please.
New patch, new day, new game. It's going to be a fun one, of course. Adroit versing the side of Team Trust. Now, Poglet, based off those drafts, who do you think you favor? Just based off the drafts alone.
You're going to put me on the spot here.
I have to.
Drafting alone, I prefer Team Trust, to be honest.
Wow.
I think the Conquer pick is very solid against the Chen, against what I believe will be the mid-doom, just looking at the people who've picked the heroes. The issue is going to be right now that I think they're so close, it could go either way, and it comes down to if Timber has a good start, he can steamroll the lane, but if Timber has a sad or a slow start, Chen creeps can annoy him quite a lot. Venomancer is an absolute pest in these games as well, like obviously reducing the health regen quite a lot. Even with that slight poison sting nerf, I don't think it's going to be enough to change Venomancer's playstyle. So it could really go down to the first 6 to 10 minutes of this laning stage.
You can't doubt the Boomy Earthshaker, though, Poglet. I've seen this man many, many times. He does tend to land some huge echo slams this game, and might happen this game as well. I mean, Adroit, they've got the Chen draft. They love running this style of draft as well. And you pointed it out, it could be a bit frustrating for Team Trust to deal with. We're going to find out very, very soon.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just saying, obviously, we have the hindsight of 2 computers. I could see there's just a bit of a disconnect lag issue with the servers. Obviously, we'll be playing on the Guangdong server, so Adroit might be a slight disadvantage.
Slight.
I'm hoping it doesn't mean Boomy misses his echoes, though.
No, Boomy never misses.
I've checked his ping. It's only about 40-50, which is definitely playable. But if he misses an echo slam because of it, I am going to cry for him.
Boomy never misses, Pog. No matter what the circumstances are, he'll hit those echoes. Mark my words, and I realize I've cursed him now.
Yeah,
so,
I was going to say, Cast is cursed, man. Like, there's
What am I
no
doing?
wood close enough. Like, you have to get off stream to knock wood. If you've actually ruined this man's life, I'm worried because their draft right now is really revolved around this Earthshaker. We're talking about Boomy being so good on the hero. They need him to be excellent. Not just good, they need excellent Dota from him. Because right now an anti-mage in the mid-game is going to be quite rough. Timbersaw can run over him, Conquer can run over him. Spectre obviously doesn't die to an anti-mage until he gets the Manta plus Basher or Manta plus 1 item. So they really need Boomy to be massive here.
You know, Poglet, we've been here for days now. I've been watching you very carefully, sir. And I've noticed you're not wearing any flowery shirts.
I wore one day one. Day one that was... To tell you the truth, I have 2 flowery shirts. I ripped one, and the other one I haven't been bothered to iron. I promise you Saturday. Saturday, when I'm back here. Obviously, I will miss tomorrow. There we'll have Seek and Strike winter casting, I believe.
Right.
But Saturday, I'll be back in. I'll be wearing a flowery shirt just for you.
And that goes for them as well, by the way. Seek and Strike winter. Flowery shirts, please. The viewers have had enough.
The viewers?
They want to see it.
The viewers or you? Like, both?
I am a viewer. As far as I count, I am the viewers, and I would like some flowery shirts. If that's possible, Mr. Seek and Strike Winter. Still.
Yeah. I mean, I do absolutely promise I'll have a flowery shirt. It would be nice too. I'll probably get a Waratah. I might go buy a Waratah shirt just for you. Just so I can have a bit more flair. Obviously, New South Wales are known for Waratahs. It's on our emblem and all that. So, you know, I'll have a bit of symbolism to what I'm wearing as well.
All right. All right. Well, I believe we are going to throw to a video very, very soon.
Are we?
Perhaps item tricks from Jenkins.
So perfect. Yes, I love Jenkins' videos.
Let's check it out. Let's see what he's got to say this time.
When a player first learns Dota 2, learning the items is almost always the biggest bottleneck. An equally beautiful and frustrating thing about this game is that there are countless game-breaking item mechanics that you will inevitably discover in your journey one way or another. One of these strange mechanics is the fact that there is a minuscule window at the beginning of every stun where you can actually press BKB on the exact same frame that you're supposed to be stunned. So even a combo that should be guaranteed chain lockdown, like Nightmare into Sacred Arrow, can be evaded by BKB. And the ridiculous thing about it is that it's not even hard to pull off. All you have to do is press BKB at any point while nightmared, and your hero will automatically cast it as soon as the arrow hits. Similarly, all of the time damage abilities in the game, such as Invoker's Tornado, Yule Scepter Tornado, and OD's Astral Imprisonment, apply their damage on the last frame of their ability, during which you are not disabled. This means that if you get Tornado by Invoker or Yule Scepter, you can press a Pipe, Hood, or BKB during the lift, and this will result in you taking 0 damage when you fall because it will be on the exact same frame, and then you can blink away instantly afterwards. Moreover, if you get Astral Imprisoned by OD as a Nyx Assassin, you can use the exact same trick to Spiked Carapace stun him 100% of the time. This ability to cast spells and use items on the first and last frame of spells is surprisingly consistent for Dota. For example, if you have a Radiance and you get Disruption by a Shadow Demon, you can press your Radiance to toggle it off just once while you're in the bubble, then when you come out, your Radiance will be turned off, and so the Shadow Demon illusions will also have the Radiance turned off.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the first game. Apologies about the delay, but we are finally here for Adroit versing Team Trust for game number 1.
See, I reckon you shouldn't apologise. They got more knowledge from Jenkins. That man is a god when it comes to game knowledge, straight up. I appreciate his videos so much. Even if that one was on the medium to lower end, like the more approachable videos he's made, they are so good just for really in-depth game knowledge.
I
Props
give it
to
to
him.
him. Yeah, I mean, I've been climbing a lot of MMR by watching Jenkins' YouTube channel, so I give it to him. These tips are fantastic.
He's absolutely broken videos.
That's the wrong guy. That's another guy.
No, they both say it. It's ridiculous. It annoys me so much whenever the word broken comes up in a Dota video. Ugh.
Shout out to Speed, by the way, if he is watching.
Yeah.
Big fan of his as well.
Both
Still,
of them, just they're terrible for it.
well, they're good at, they're good with Dota knowledge. That's what's important. As long as people are gaining MMR.
That's true, actually. I love seeing people excel, and obviously we're going to see the best of the best here.
That's it.
In some of these matchups. Maybe not the best example to show, but a Doom vs Kunkka matchup is probably one of the most boring things you can watch.
Well, tell me about it. Who is meant to win this matchup? Because I'd assume it should be X on the Kunkka. That might have the advantage, especially after the nerfs that Doom received today. Not as much regen on the Devour.
Yeah, I mean, I think even before the nerfs, I'd give the props to X anyway, purely because I think Tidebringer versus a melee hero is insane to deal with. Like, you can see how much damage it has, but he's going to lose a deny here, I believe, if he's not careful. Oh, that's nice. I like that a lot.
Nice current play from X. Already see a bit of a rotation out from Boomy very, very early on the Earthshaker, but he'll go for a bit of a TP up top. And so they're going to run Trilane versus Trilane up at the top lane aggressively, and that'll leave you and Ben Soy down at the bot lane to just solo up against each other.
Yeah, this is alright. I don't mind this with Ben Soy. Obviously, it's very hard to kill a Timbersaw if you have no burst damage, but top lane, we might see XMP first.
He's in trouble, and he's getting surrounded. MCY just blinks in for a very nice first blood on the anti-mage. And you really can't ask for a better start than that if you're this AM.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're in a favorable matchup too. I think Spec vs AM is slightly favored. You're not going to kill each other because you're two of the hardest carries in the game. But definitely AM gets his farm, and AM can excel quicker in my mind because the Battle Fury build-up versus... I think it's still a drum build-up for Spectre, but to tell you the truth, I haven't seen it since the patch at, what, 12 PM today.
Yeah, it did get nerfed. It may not be as viable, but then you kind of ask yourself on this Spectre, like, what else do you get if you can't buy drums? Do you try and experiment again with that Meteor Hammer build that we were seeing for a little bit?
Oh, maybe. There was a time where Soulring was the build, but I just obviously peeked his items, and he has got the drums queued up.
Top lane, and see why. Have a try and shake Fung, and they are going to get him a great Fisher out from Boomy. MCY, his second kill on this anti-mage. He just hit level 3.
Yeah, I mean, both of them on supports, but still, you'll take support kills over nothing. And the best part of it is the supports are giving MCY a lot of levels. He's actually almost level 3, he just hit it now, but on the other side, obviously, UUU is going to have a pretty free game, let's be real.
There's going to be a concern here, surely for Adroit, leaving this this Timbersaw alone for this long, but they seem to be happy with it for now, and well, there is going to be a rotation out from Ching Fung, but top lane. MCY was taking a bit of damage, now Ben Soy going to get battery assaulted up into the chains of UU, and there's really no way out of this. He's going to try and run away from his own tier 1 tower. Eats a Fairy Fire, but that's not going to help his cause. UU will go for the dive and does get the kill. That is, that's kind of what's going to happen if this Veno's left alone.
Yeah, definitely. You know what's interesting? They recently, we didn't talk about it much, but the big nerf to Venomancer this patch, Fluke was the one to actually bring it up. Wards are worth quite a bit more gold. They're about 20% more gold to actually kill them. So we might be seeing Timber just walk up and start hitting these wards to kill them, or these Venomancer wards.
Well, that's very true. I mean, you're essentially getting about 4 or 5 gold extra, more than you used to now, so it is very viable to go after those Venom wards, and you may as well. They're quite annoying to just leave around.
Yeah, especially as a Timber. Like, you're not going to take any damage to them. They hit for 30 odd. After armor, they hit for 0.
Very, very true.
Like, look at it. He's actually healing more from it than if he didn't get hit at all.
Just Timbersaw things. See how they deal with him later on. Still, UU will continue freely farming up, but you can see Ben Soy is trying to deny his own wards off at least, so understanding the value of those wards now, just not allowing them to go down for free.
Yeah, I think he let a few slip at the start, and I think he realized that they were going to just farm them at top lane.
XMP on the Crystal Maiden just can't survive the damage output, especially if she gets Fisher blocked like that by this Earthshaker. And, well, now your Spectre struggling. They've got the Purge creep available. She can't run away. She's getting body blocked by CML and purged every time they can. And that means she is going to die.
I think CML deserves that kill. That was sick body blocks. And for those wondering, obviously the Purge on the Satyr Banisher has a 3-second cooldown and lasts for 5 seconds.
Oh, the balance in this game. It's just, sometimes you wonder.
I mean, balance in all things, man.
Right, right.
Mid lane, though, I believe Mac could die here if he gets hit by the torrent.
Oh, he's in trouble, Mac. Needs a Fairy Fire. Oh, the Tidebringer hit from X was a bit off target, and now Boomy getting a Fisher off into X, and he's going to die to Mac. Adroit, they're not going to tip X for that.
They really should, man.
They really should.
Oh,
that was a huge misplay out from the Kunkka.
That's just like, you could tell what he was trying to do, try to get that attack, but he didn't do his directional pathing quite right. But Boomy, we talked about his Earthshaker being fantastic. He made that kill possible.
Every time. We'll chase down Ching Fung now. Boomy again going to rotate. Doesn't have the Fisher, of course. He just committed. But still, they're just forcing this clock to run around doing nothing. And top lane, they do get a very important kill. XMP.
And bot lane?
At the bot lane, the Venomancer goes down as well. UU ends up killing off Ben Soy. But that's actually 2 massive kills for the side of Team Trust Adroit. I mean, the AM pickoff is... You couldn't really imagine it happening.
Yeah, it's quite strange to see. Obviously, the Mask of Madness is a questionable build for that exact reason. You silence yourself, you can't blink away, and they can do enough damage with the XMP Frostbite.
Boomy, he's surrounded now. They should have this kill. Frostbite going to come out. They want to give it to the Spectre, and they will. Nice pickup. Still, you'll see Mac on the Doom now, just taking stacks in the jungle, and it's a nice little way to escalate your farm on this Doom. Just use that Scorched Earth, and of course the tower.
Yeah, he had the Arcane Root as well.
Always nice.
Unfortunately, he didn't get that last Scorched Earth off in time, but yeah, you're right, a bit of farm. He does take these stacks before the 7-minute mark, though. So he doesn't get the benefit of all the neutral items. I say that, 701 pops, and he instantly gets a neutral.
Iron Talon as well. You couldn't really ask much more.
Did he send it home?
We'll have to give it to MCY, I assume.
Nah, throw him under the bus, man. Use it and then send it back. Give it to him on cooldown.
Speaking of MCY, Fogler, he went for a Mask of Madness build on the AM.
I mentioned it, I'm a bit surprised. It's why he died, by the way. He silenced himself with the Mask of Madness and killed himself with it. I don't hate it. I think it's quite interesting to see. We saw God King as well, putting Mask of Madness on everyone. But you can see, like, how often do you see MCY or any anti-mage for that matter taking Ancients at 8 minutes?
That's a really good point. Like, it does enable you to farm a lot faster, and the thing is as well, you can always disassemble it later on. And I believe you could make a Butterfly / Satanic with those items.
Yeah, you still can. You can also make an Echo Saber, which we've seen before, obviously with the Quarterstaff. I don't want to see it this game, but, you know, it's a possibility for the people that don't like building Satanic so early.
Yeah. I mean, Echo Saber AM, who knows? Could see it
like
here.
I said, God King did it. Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, Battle Fury, AM. I think even Halberd too.
When you tell me God King does it, I believe it straight away. Like, if there's anyone that's going to do something wacky, it's probably going to be God King. To see if we do see the same from MCY. Still mid lane, they are going to start grouping up here. XMP be slightly spotted there by Mac, but they're trying to make a play onto the Doom now. They don't have the hookshot yet on your Clockwork, but they're just going to run in with the Battery Assault and the Frostbite. Now getting the cogs off. CML is right there to help out. The boat will fly in. He is a tanky target, however. Mac still surviving. He pops the drums. He'll make a run, and Burmy gets in with the Echo Slam. He'll get the clock. He'll get XMP. And now X is on the run. Wards to slow him down. MCY blinking forward with the Mask of Madness and X. I don't think he gets out of this one. Phase boots? No, they're not going to be enough. MCY getting a double.
What a bait, honestly. Like, I thought that Doom was dead for sure, but Mac, he had no problems in the world with his 16 health regen, with his drums, early purchase. Cleans it up, and straight off the bat, we're getting excited by Boomy Earthshaker. That was the pretty much perfect Echo Slam you can have pre-blink.
I'd say so.
And he has an axe queued up rather than a blink dagger.
We'll look at that in a second. We've got a bit of a highlight here. It was really surprising Mac being able to just survive through all this damage output, but Brace's drums still a thing, and Boomy taking advantage. Great play out from a droid. But you were saying this Earthshaker, being played by Boomy, is rushing an Aghanim Scepter.
He has now changed to a Yules, which I do appreciate more, but again, no Blink Earthshaker sounds very strange to me. I feel like he's just going to bounce between items and bait us all and then just build a Blink Dagger.
This'll come in handy.
Nothing wrong with that. CY going to run into UU. CML will avoid him. It's Boomy. It's about that time he starts saving up, and I mean, surely he's just going to go for a Blink. Like, he's got 1.4k gold there. You'd think he
just popped the clarity.
Radiant's
I think you're right. He's getting closer and closer. This will be a 13-14 minute Blink Dagger the way he's going, which for a POS 4 is insane to think about. One more team fight where he doesn't die and he has a Blink Dagger. All while this AM is just AFK farming. They're not too worried. I think he's going to go to Battle Fury as well. So they don't have a massive issue with going late game against the Spectre. Obviously, Kunkka will start to scale down, Timbersaw scales down, and it becomes a Spectre versus anti-mage kind of game. So it'll be interesting to see when a droid needs to start fighting in their minds. But mid lane,
X going to go on to Ben Soy. The boat does connect. XMP just going to pop the ulti from the CM, and it's going to be enough, but she's going to go down. No. Great deny out from X. Perfect timing from the Kunkka. It's a very, very nice pick-up, and it's been a bit of a rough game already for Ben Soy. Just not having the easiest time no matter what lane he goes to.
Yeah, I mean, he did get the sacrificial lane. It's the 1v1 versus Timber masterclass on how to hate your life, pretty much. Like, there's nothing you can do. Like, if any good Timbersaw player will win a 1v1, no matter who that one player is, no matter what hero it is, Timbersaw.
Good bot lane being committed. They have found UU. And there are plenty of creeps to surround and just keep him stunned up by CML and MCY. Commits the Mana Void, takes the kill. I believe that might be his third kill of the game now on the Anti-Mage, if not fourth.
Sixth.
Sixth, okay.
Yeah, in that big fight in the mid lane, he actually cleaned up 2 there, so we didn't quite recognize MCY's contribution to the team fight, really. But this is huge right now for Detroit. They've got the farm on 2 heroes, the Doom and the AM. Mac, obviously we just saw the Blink Dagger come up quite quickly. a bit faster than normals, thanks to the SAP stats. Shout out to Daredevil Dota. for doing that.
Bottom tower is under attack.
But now
Dire's
it's
top
a question
tower
of
is under attack.
when do they want to go? With the next Doom? Or if they want to go a bit quicker than that?
It's just hard to tell, right? Because MC-wise clearly indicated he wants to fight a bit earlier on with his item build as well. So it does feel like once that next Doom's up, you could just go again. It's not like the Spectre can really fight back at the moment either.
Yeah, Drums plus Yasha should Spec is quite farmed herself for top lane.
And they get the tier 1 tower, now the chase on for the clock, and they do get him, but they cannot get the Spectre. He's just fine to get out of there. Mid lane, Boomy gonna cop a boat. XMP still going now with the Frostbite and the ulti, but no, it'll be cancelled off by Boomy. He just runs out of there, but X with a Haze Strewn gonna try and chase.
How is he so tanky already? Boomy just ate 4 or 5 spells to the head, and he still has 800 health.
He's gonna rush in onto XMP, and you know, I said he was gonna ignore the Yule Scepter and go for the Blink, but I am completely wrong. He is actually going straight for the Yule Scepter.
I understand it, because obviously you've got the Doom blinking in, you've got the Venomancer slow down these fights, and generally speaking, Spectre's going to try to jump, and Clockwork, as we just saw, was trying to get into the front line. So I get the Yule Scepter. I do want to see him eventually go Blink. It's pretty much got to be the next item, because he needs to be the initiator. You can't rely on Doom in the mid-game to do everything for you. Even if Doom is so far, Max been playing pretty much perfect Dota. 204. 8k net worth. He's only getting beaten out by the Mask of Madness, AFK farming anti-mage. Mid lane though, they're going to see a Clockwork kill, so Mac, another freebie.
Kill. Doesn't have to commit the Doom. XMP going for a Nova, I think, but won't be able to get in range of Mac. Mac will just take himself an Arcane rune now, and you know, with that Arcane, you could try and actually go after the Spectre kill if you want, because he does still have the Doom available.
Yeah, I would actually like, I think you're right. I don't want to see Mac waste this Arcane rune too much, but I think he might just be able to find X here.
Frostbite Nova.
No
now
X.
the boats are flying, but there's no X out, so he just goes for the Doom on the CM, trying for the easy kill. She may get denied, and she does. X does get a very nice denial from the Kunkka. Max still trying to fight, going after the Spectre now. They get the stuns off, multiple stuns in fact, and Ben Soy will come in with the follow-up damage on the Venom. Now CML going to be in a spot of danger and does also die to X. But you just lost your Maiden and your Spectre for the sake of a Chen. I'd say you're pretty happy if you are a droid.
Yeah, Chen sends creeps as well. Obviously, I can see the 3 creeps still farming, so they didn't lose much at all. They kept pretty much everything they needed to. They used the Arcane Rune on the Doom as well, so it's a 60-second turnover for that.
Ben Soy, top lane, going to get hooked on and should be dead. They have the torrent there, still trying, but no. They do get him Ching Feng, the one to set that one up with Yu.
Nice little pickup. Make that fight a bit better for you. You're still definitely behind, because like I said, AM again didn't have to show up. That's a Battle Fury Mask of Madness. And he split it already.
Radiant's
so
middle
what's
tower
he
is
building?
under attack.
Oh! Look at that. It's an Echo Saber.
Wow.
Radiant structures
You must be a bit of a
are
prophet, Mr. Poglet. You know exactly what's going on here. MC,
I
why?
said he shouldn't go. I said God King did it. I don't know if I want to see it, but you know what? If at first it succeeds, you might as well try it again.
Yeah, why not? Boomy, mid lane getting caught. He was trying to protect that DD. Yules, get the Yules off in time, but surely there's no way out, and there is not. Doesn't bother committing the Echo. Because Ben Soy and CML were the only ones nearby to help, and they just didn't really bother.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking of item builds I want to talk about, the Kunkka, he has a Shadow Blade as his first major item. I haven't seen this in a very long time. This used to be the build that you go Max Tidebringer, one-shot whack machine. Shadow Blade, Daedalus.
Good old days. Yeah.
So it'd be curious to see why he's going this. Obviously the chain creeps is quite solid, but outside of that, it's not that great.
He's getting the Chrysalis. He is actually working towards a Daedalus somewhat. So so that build you just kind of mentioned, it may be coming out here from X. Which is, it's going to be a spectacle for sure. Of course, looking back at the Spectre, looks like we're working towards that Manta style now, and he is very close to the Ultimate Orb.
Yeah, he doesn't have an item. I'm surprised he doesn't have an item, because I'm seeing an Ocean Heart on the clockwork.
Classic pos.
Greedy goblin.
Classic position 4, steals a neutral item, doesn't say anything, doesn't tell the carry.
How'd they find him?
Furled your
X.
sails, but good.
They use the boat combo, the DD. Tiebreaker does so much damage to him right now.
It's a big pick off. That's Mac. Your mid lane Doom going down the bot lane. Echo being committed. Boomy trying to fight back up against the Spectre. And our clockwork Ching Feng. Gonna be able to get Boomy on the Shaker. I'm gonna go for the TP play, but MCY does have the Mana Void available. It's gonna end up being a 1-for-1 on those position 4s.
I think we're going to give MCY more props right now. He's level 17 against the Spectre's level 12. He has 9 kill participation.
Uh-oh. CML, he's got that creep with the Chain Lightning, but has to let him go. X won't bother coming in.
Another mistake there. He doesn't X once again. I think that's the 3rd time I've seen him forget to X.
Mac just commits Doom onto XMP every single time he gets a chance, and he'll take the kill. I'm not sure if I agree with that, using a big ultimate like that on a position 5, but it seems as though Mac just wants any kill he can get.
Yeah, I mean, if it sets the tempo, right? If it's just one of those team trusts, this is how we feel about your draft right now. We don't care about your cause. We're just wanting to create space for MCY. And you can see he's going SMY now as well. And he has the Pupil's Gift, so he's going to be incredibly hard to kill. He's going to have about 2,000 health plus, obviously, the Morbid Mask and the extra lifesteal from Sanj and Yasha. I should specify the extra life amp that he gets from Sanj and Yasha, not the lifesteal.
Wording can be hard.
I think I chose the wrong words anyway. I think it's called something.
Hookshot. Hookshot was actually on a Spectre Illusion. The Haunt Illusion blocked the hook onto the Doom, so CML is going to be the one targeted. Oh, a bit of a shame there. Because Mac would have probably been caught out.
He does have a BKB blink, so it would have been quite hard to kill him. But you're definitely right, forcing out a BKB would have been much better than killing the Chen there.
Sure.
Lifesteal. That's what it's
X. Gonna go invis, and he does see Mac, but he will ignore him from now. They pop the drums instead, going into the tree line where Ben Soy is pretending to be a tree. Bit of a banana tree here. And
why doesn't he TP out?
Well,
Ben Soy?
It's working, Poglet. He's a tree. Trees can't TP. He's just gonna stand there and...
Radiant's top tower
he has boots of travel. It would have cost him nothing, and now he's...
Oh, he's gonna tell them as well. He's gonna send the message like, I was here this whole time and you guys missed out.
I actually love that. That's a BM play.
Oh, Mac goes back in onto XMP. He doesn't want the Timber. He wants the support. Mac, you've got to hit the CM now. He pops the BKB and does get the kill. Now onto UU, who's gonna try and make a run. You don't have Doom available, but Mac will have his stun in just a second, and there it is. CML now with the Amper. X forced to throw the boat in, back onto Mac, and Mac is going to get bursted down very, very fast. Now CML probably wishing he wasn't here, as he has no way out of the situation. Or maybe he does. MCY's coming in. Boomy. What about a Fisher? Ben Soy, he's restarting the fight.
That's 1,200 mana missing on the Timbersaw right now, but they don't want the kill. Man, the hatred for CM flows deep for Mac, and he kills himself this time. This is the first time he's actually been punished for the CM hatred.
I don't know what XMP's done today to upset a droid, but they've done something. So, see if they keep aiming this Crystal Maiden. I mean, I'm sure XMP's more than happy to take all these Dooms if he needs to.
Yeah, definitely. And the panelists mentioned it before. It's not like these teams would scrim often. Obviously, Southeast Asian team, one China team. They don't often verse each other in tournaments. They don't often verse each other in scrims just because of ping and obviously, you know, verse each other, why bother? So I don't understand where this hatred could have come from. It's just, it boggles my mind, to be honest.
MCY, not going to go for the Rose, just back to farming on this AM. Got the SNY, I love to see it. And so it must be a Satanic being built now, right? With that Morbid Mask. You just go for the status resist build.
I wouldn't hate to see him go a Basher first or a Butterfly first, but I think Satanic is quite strong. He's going to get caught here, though.
Fun. Going to throw the hook out with the Cogs push back, and now X himself. MCY going to blink forward. X, can you catch him out? They commit the Haunt, and he cannot blink out in time. A close call, however. He almost got out of there.
Very strange play there. The way he like waited. I don't think he realized he didn't get X'd. Like, he heard the X go off and just started wailing on them rather than TPing straight away. Like, he could have blinked out with bot lane. We're going to have to see Spectre.
They've got a Daedalus up on this Conquer now. They've got to be careful. Mac might need a way out of this. We'll just walk. X
and P hate.
He's going to go for the X onto Ben Soy. So, Yules is going to cancel that off, but now the boat will come in. Poison Nova is expended. That'll be enough. Boomy, no, he blinks in now. He has the Echo and he does commit onto XMP. He does get the kill. That'll be it. X on the Kunkka might actually die. They're controlling him up with these Chen creeps. Now, he's actually dying. X turns around with the Tidebringer hit, does get the kills. Now Boomy being caught out by our Clockwork. Ching Feng does get another, but now Mac jumps in with the Doom onto the Spectre. Pops the BK beacon. They get the deny. No, Mac, he ends up getting the kill. And just TP's out. Torrent, not going to connect in time. BKB duration just a bit too long. Another messy team fight.
Another terrible team fight, but if either of these teams win, we have to ask in the winner's interview, what the hell has XMP done to Team Adroit? Because it's now not just Mac, Boomy straight Echo slammed him as well. There's some serious hatred here because understandably it's a kill, you want to take it. Yes, you did hit the Kunkka with the Echo as well, but that was just a huge Echo and a support. That's what it felt like to me.
Yeah. Poor supports out there never get any love from these pro players.
I mean, do you want no love or do you want this level of love?
Well, I guess you're right. Sometimes you just want the attention, you know? Just want your core to tell you you did a good job warding or something, you know?
That's fair. I mean, right now, I think I've said XMP's name more than any other player in this lobby right now. Just in this one game, just XMP. We're giving you the love, man. We're showing our appreciation for your gameplay, and that is to die for the boys.
True.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Important job. Courier was killed off there. It was Ching Feng's courier with a 4-star going down. Good news for Team Trust. Still Adroit, they do hold a 9k, make it a 10k net worth lead at 24.5 minutes, so things are still going very well. But I've got to ask you, Poglet, do you ever get worried about this Spectre just going too far into the game and just becoming a complete powerhouse?
I mean, I'd be just as worried about MCY right now. He's level 21 versus the level 16 Spec. I think Spectre obviously is harder to get levels versus solo AM, but...
Ben Soy goes down, UU. Able to pick up another kill on the Timbersaw.
As I said, it's going to come down to the other cores.
Yeah, Mac showed himself for a second, but will blink out.
Early Ags timing too for the Doom on Mac.
Certainly is. So you go straight up to Ching Feng. Fogs are going to be out. Frostbite will hold back, but they pop the drums. They want to continue this chase. Mac, who's he going after with this Doom? He could try for UU, but he sees XMP, and you know he wants to chase him down. There's the Fisher coming out. XMP, he'll pop the ulti, trying to do the best he can to survive this. In fact, Chain's forward now. They'll take the fight, but Boomy gets a huge Echo off. It's just not enough damage. He will go down on the Earthshake.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, they will back off. I think they saw X have a DD rune and were like, DD Daedalus, I'm out. But MCY's back.
He is. He wants to keep going. CML's going to be in huge trouble, however, on the Chen. It does go down to X. Now MCY just has to blink out of this team fight. I think the side of Adroit, they're kind of underestimating how much damage X is doing on that Kunkka at the moment with that Daedalus. It is a lot.
Yeah, I mean, especially with that DD, he's hitting for 300 base, and then obviously the crit's hitting towards the 900 mark with the Tidebringer. And some of these supports, some of these cores aren't very tanky for Adroit. It's only Mac and MCY right now that have health under their name. And top lane though?
Mac hits the Doom, sees Ching Feng. That stun should be a kill, but they might be able to get the deny off in time, and it looks like they'll try. In fact, no, X ignores the Clockwork, goes to deny the Clockwork, Sir Mac. A great blink out of the X, and look at this, 40 HP. Does he survive? No, he does not. On the last tick of Doom, he will go down, and he died alone, which is very upsetting.
Yeah, XMP wasn't there to save the day, wasn't there to eat the Doom. Man, where's the CM player? He's avoiding the Doom.
Here we go again. Spectre will show himself to Mac, but won't really bother trying to do anything against him at the moment. You can't really blame him. With that Aghanim Scepter up on the Doom, it does make it a very scary predicament now for the Spectre, as you do just have that inbuilt break with that Infernal Blade.
Yeah, inbuilt break that lasts for 6 seconds on the burn duration as well. That is huge right now, because obviously the burn is 5% max HP, not current HP. So it can really chunk down these heroes like Timbersaw.
That's a 3-man stunner.
Echo?
And now with the Fisher, Boomy, no, he's not going to go for the Echo yet. He tries onto UU. XMP going to glimmer out of there. Mac, X'd up, hookshot going to be out as well onto MCY. MCY still blinking out. Mac is also okay. He pops the BKB. Boomy still trapped in the cogs, trying to get out. Fisher not going to be there in time. He'll go down to UU on the Timber. Now Mac, Mana Void, MCY not really getting anyone with that. And Mac will go down on your Doom. They do lose Ching Feng. And in fact, Bensoy, he gets a second. X on the Conquer does die. Now the Fisher and the Echo being committed by Boomy, and MCY blinking back in. The Gale, it did connect on our Spectre. But he's going to be just fine to TP out of there. And that's a team fight that looked really bad for the side of Adroit, but it was Bensoy at the end on the Venomancer, actually kind of bringing it more even at the end.
Yeah, definitely. Boomy did have to buy back though, so...
Haunt, going to be out. I believe it might be onto Bensoy, and it was. Dagger going to connect, but they could not continue trying to chase his kill instead. They'll go after CML, but he is also being protected by Boomy.
Radiant's top tower
They'll
is
all
under
just
attack.
be fine to get their way out, and that Haunt going to be on cooldown for another 2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 more minutes, and we get to see another clown build from MCY. He's actually split the SMY he has. He has Manta Halberd, he's building a Silver Edge. What is happening in this game, MLP? I don't know.
That is straight out of God King's book, I'm pretty sure.
I'm just looking at this. I love it because at the start of this tournament, we made this huge deal about AMs playing the same way. All AMs build the same, play the same timing, same game. Like, you pretty much did the same thing every single time.
Yep.
And these pro players have heard it. They're like, you know what? We're sick of it. We want to see some changes. We want to see your pubs get ruined.
Yeah.
Because if you build this in a pub right now, that's a Shadow Blade on an AM. Someone's going to A, report you, B, send you an all-chat message being like, you need to die, or C, we'll have to watch the bot lane.
Bensoy doesn't last very long. X with that Tidebringer hit again is just hitting very, very hard. The net worth graph hasn't really changed. Adroit, they are still 10k ahead, and that is pretty much all on our anti-mage. The 21k net worth anti-mage, by the way, 7k ahead of our Spectre. MCY has just not stopped hitting creeps this game. He just keeps going.
Yeah, and there's also a level 25 AM. He goes the Mana Void cooldown. Makes sense in these kind of games. Timbersaw obviously will be spending most of his game on low mana. So if you can get 2 Mana Voids off in this fight on this 20-second cooldown, you can kill someone off the Timbersaw rather than just killing the Timbersaw.
Very true. Ching Feng getting a cogs off on Mac. He'll commit the Doom onto the Clockwork, but Mac is getting very, very low. Still Guardian Creeps will save CML. Boomy, he jumps in for the Echo, but it is not going to be great. He does go down to the Torrent Storm of X. Now the buyback from Ching Feng. XMP trying to leave, but does go down. Now MCY, man fighting the Spectre. The boat will fly in, connecting on to MCY. He's able to blink out, but CML is probably not going to be so lucky. In fact, never mind, the Haunt comes in, and they'll clean up both. Team Trust, they are starting to look very, very good in this game number 1.
Yeah, definitely. You talked about the net worth after that fight. Obviously, it's a 3.5k swing, plus whatever farming ability you're going to have after this Roshan. It's going to be an awkward Rosh though, because Spectre's not the greatest hero for it. It's going to take a bit of time, but you have 30 seconds. Everyone from Adroit getting cleaned up, bar Bensoy, who does not want a bar of this Roshan fight.
He's kind of walking towards that mid lane, but there's just no way for him to contest this. Just protect the mid tier 1. We'll see that Aegis now available for the side of Team Trust. It's a real concern, right, for the side of Adroit. Like, you're losing these team fights to the Spectre now, and she's 10k behind your AM. What's going to happen when she catches up?
Yeah, I think she's closed the gap to about 6 now, so it's not quite as bad. But yeah, you're right. It's one of those things. Spectre's going to do more with her farm when it comes towards the late game. Obviously, Haunt Illusions, plus if you end up getting the Mantle, which she has, the eventual Axe, which will be 3rd or 4th Roche, if you get that far. Spectre will definitely do more, and this is peak AM. Like, one more item and AM's pretty much full slot. So yeah, it's quite a worry for Adroit right now. They have a lead, yes, of course, but they need to be able to get these team fights on their favour. Because we saw Boomy got the Echo off, but then he got hit by the Torrent Storm. Couldn't really do much outside of that. And MCY came in too late. The Doom was already dead. Mac couldn't help doing that double core fight style.
Props to Team Trust, by the way. They haven't exactly been grouping up for Boom either. That hook shot, not going to land, but X does still get the X off. Jules going to be up, but a great torrent placement from X. Boomy will commit the Echo, trying to survive. But how do you get out of this one? He'll commit a Fisher. He does have the Spider Legs. Here comes MCY to try and help out with the break onto the Kunkka. X still trying to get out now. Can he, however? He is out of mana. Boomy, he's just fine on the Earthshaker. He has not died, but there goes XMP going down to Mac. Boomy now does lose his life, but the Doom does come out from Mac. They want to take the team fight, and this Timbersaw is not lasting long, but the hook shot is out from Ching Feng, delaying things. Yu, he does die, now Poison Nova will be expended by Ben Soy. They find another on CML. MCY still chasing Ching Feng. In fact, well, they got the Aegis at least. Ching Feng still not dead to MCY. How is this even possible? He does finally go down.
And now it's Spectre versus the world. I wouldn't be surprised if they just start, I was about to say, running at him. Ben Soy obviously misses just on the Gale.
They're still going. Manta popped. MCY, he wants to kill. Mana Void will be committed, but they just don't have the damage output. They do not have the lockdown either.
And that's about to change. The AM doesn't really want buyback, doesn't care about that. He wants the basher, he wants to be able to stun these heroes down. I think that kind of stung him, watching Chingfu just like run around him over and over again.
Would have hurt. That Abyssal definitely going to help things out here for MCY as they just really need that added lockdown on this AM to ensure he can kill somebody off ASAP.
Yeah, and on the other side, that appears to be another Daedalus coming through for Kunkka.
Very nice. I love the fact that he's got a Divine Rapier queued up as well, by the way.
I'm a bit nervous that he's going to go Rapier first, and I think if you go Rapier first here and you lose the next Roshan, obviously that's 5+ minutes away. If you lose that next Roshan, the game becomes very scary, because they can commit everything to kill you once.
Do we have a stat, by the way, on how many Divine Rapiers have been bought so far throughout ESL 1 Thailand? Because I feel like there's been quite a few.
I'm just going to need the stat man to save my day here. I talked him up. I gave him props earlier. I know he can hear us because we make jokes about it all the time. So if he doesn't save us now, he's in the bin for the rest of the tournament.
Come on, Dan. Enough smoko breaks, mate. Time to work.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like he's going outside. He's in New Zealand right now.
True.
He's not going anywhere.
Better be inside. X. He's looking good on this Kunkka, but so is the Spectre. Ben Soy. Pop the Tidebringer into the X. Of course, he does have the Yules, but X has been very good at waiting for these Yules to end and does get the Torrent off with the Bone Supply out. No matter what he does, no way out of that one, especially once you're at the water park. It's a lot of torrents. Hookshot, mid lane. They do go onto the Doom. Matt, he's had trouble surviving the past few fights. Luckily for him, they won't have the lockdown and he'll be fine to just run his way out.
I'm surprised to see them not actually go for that. Obviously, MCY not being there. But they probably could have echoed under the creep wave and potentially killed the Timbersaw. We saw, like you said, the water park went off on the top lane.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm stealing that. I love that. It's fantastic. All credit to MLP to create that one. He's even got the better one. He's got the Ghost Ship fleet now.
That is... Oh, all right.
So the new attraction in the water park, we'll say.
You right. Mid lane. Mac again going to be hookshot here from Ching Feng. He pops his BKB. There's the Hand of God out. Mac still just trying to get away from the Spectre. In fact, he gets stunned up for a second. Mac! I didn't realize they were going to take him out that fast. Now Ching Feng, he's found more. CML on the Chen. Trying to stick around and help his buddies out, but it's going to be no good.
And I saw MCY has actually cut the wave, so if they fortify this wave here, they won't be able to push anymore. So I'm surprised to see Adroit not doing exactly that, because you're going to allow some damage to the tier 3.
Another hook shot out. It's caught Boomy this time. That's the third hook shot in about the last minute that he's landed perfectly, and that's 3 kills. The buyback from Mac will be there, and from CML, they'll commit the Doom on this Timber, but the Lotus Orb is going to reflect it back, and now the modes are flying. Mac, what have you done? He'll go down, that'll be a dieback. MCY, still trying to fight. We'll turn back around onto our Spectre, drains all his mana. Now back onto the clock. Oh, and there's the Echo Boomy. His blink got cancelled. He'll blink in now, but the Echo's already gone, Boomy. Oh, it's just...
And they used the repair kit early already, so that's going to be on cooldown for the next 30 seconds.
Oh, they'll Spirit Vessel up UU, but he's fine to chain out. Abyssal, MCY at least gets XMP, but now it may cost him his own life. Do they have the control? There'll be a Torrent out, but he will blink.
They had no vision for the Shadow Blade. Or Silver Edge, I should say, but he got out that way.
Yikes.
Oh man, they did everything wrong in that base defense.
Yep.
Mac doomed himself, they repair kitted early, Boomy, Echo slammed to the floor to make a little pretty show onto the high ground. They didn't lock down anyone. MCY wasn't in the fight. They might be able to pick up UU here though.
They may. Silver Edge is going to break the Timber. UU out of mana, just can't chain away. He still has the Soul Ring, but it's going to do him no good. MCY will just be able to mana void, and they will give him the tip on the Timber. Detroit, even after that really rough team fight, might still be feeling very, very confident here in this game number 1.
Oh, they should now. They found an illusion this game.
Oh, of course they did.
It's not too late though. Spectre might find one for her own. They might get lucky there. But I mean, every time I cast and I see an illusion-based hero, they seem to get lucky and get an illusion this game. It's almost fate that they have to get it.
Every time. Before that, it was the Paladin Sword that every carry used to get, especially if they were winning.
To tell you the truth, I haven't seen a Paladin Sword in a couple games.
They may have nerfed the drop rate and just not said anything. Potentially.
I feel like there'd be a lot of complaints if they skewed drop rates without telling players. Like, players are very much, we understand the game's broken, but we need to know how broken the game is.
XMP. All props to this man on the CM, 5, 11, and 15. Hookshot is going to be out, and who have they caught there? It's going to be Bensoy. I was giving props to the CM, but Ching Feng, the last 5, 6 hookshots have been perfect.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you need from your Clockwork. Obviously, Clock is very underfarmed. He's sitting close to the Spectre, but I say CM rather.
Are fortified.
But he's been playing near perfect Dota for the last 15-20 minutes, like you said. And he's a real nuisance too. It's so hard with these 5-second BKBs if you get hooked, but we're going to see Spectre.
Doom will be committed. Mac will blink forward with the stun out, connecting on 2 actually. They'll actually go after XMP, who does pop the ulti and block the staircase. Still back onto the Spectre. Mac chase him down. That Doom is about to wear off. They've lost XMP, but that's all they've lost. The Droid want more than this. In fact, Mac is going to get turned around on now. They're going to try and burst Mac down, and he does go down. MCY has to be careful. A great torrent into a great boat. The Echo will do nothing. And CML, he is the only man left standing for a Droid, but not for long. X will get a double.
Yes. I don't know if you realize that, but X's auto attack did 1100 damage to
1100.
anti-mage.
Right.
That's half his health pool. Oh, he has 3,000 health actually, but he got absolutely chunked there. They seem to just completely delete the anti-mage that quickly off the face of the earth.
They're not being deleted yet. There's an item coming in about 1k gold for X. And I believe that's when the deleting begins for X.
Oh, he's already bought the second relic. It's coming.
It's coming.
He has no choice now because he's not going to build a Radiance this late.
No, he's not. This is not a debate, ladies and gentlemen. We have another Divine Rapier.
Oh boy. And on the other side, just quietly, the Spectre's pretty much slaughtered. Like the Butterfly, the Abyssal, the Manta, the Diff Blade, and the Prince's Knife too, so you can jump on someone and get 2 free lockdowns with the Abyssal and with the Prince's Knife.
Gonna be the mid-racks going down here at Droid. Hookshot is gonna be there from Ching Feng, and that'll be a missed hookshot onto his own creep.
A rare miss, but that creep wasn't moving. I feel like he did that intentionally.
Well, it's a very low cooldown anyway, that hookshot. So we'll have it up in like 10 seconds. Still, the net worth lead now back to the side of Team Trust by 2k for the first time this game, it feels like.
Yeah, definitely. The only issue is going to be, obviously, I'm pulling up the XP graph, which was never skewed the side of Adroit. But it's now looking about 20k XP chart towards Team Trust. So what was quite an even game, as you can see here, it's spiraling out of control so quickly here towards Team Trust. And they're going to get another Roshan.
They are going to go for another Roche.
This is really ballsy though, because everyone is up, everyone is here for Team Adroit. They hadn't taken the outpost yet.
Oh, hook shot in again from Ching Feng. They have caught out Mac on the Doom, and he's just getting locked down by the stuns. He's gone without buyback. Adroit, how do you fight this now without your mid-Doom?
You don't. You just hope that the Aegis goes on to not Spectre. They're going to give it... they're going to give it to the...
Well, he doesn't have a BKB. He needs it, and he's got a Divine Rapier up. Here we go. Now the game begins.
I want to see him just straight one-shot one of the supports.
I'm pretty sure he'll one-shot multiple people here, assuming he gets the crit.
They're all quite tanky, surprisingly. 1800 health is the weakest person on Adroit, and that's on CML. So you'd be curious to see if he actually one-shots.
MCY. Yu's going to get him with the Hex out. Now X does get the X off onto our anti-mage. The boat is going to fly in with a great torrent, and that is a boat fleet, but the hook shot is not going to make it in time. They are still going to chase. MCY just fine. He will be.
Oh, that was close. That was real close for MCY.
Not getting the crits off there, either onto the anti-mage. A bit unlucky for X.
Don't worry, we'll get another chance here. I think Bensoy might get caught.
We've seen this one before.
Please don't do it, Bensoy. Please don't put a ward down.
Well, he knows they're there.
Oh, that was tight. We were just like in silence, waiting patiently to see Bensoy potentially suicide.
He's just cosplaying as a banana tree right now. That's all he's doing.
He's just farming in the jungle. I do like what he's doing though, like being able to push this lane out. It means they only have to deal with one lane, the mid lane. Obviously that will auto push in with the racks being down. But you can see backdoor's already happening bot lane. They're going to slow it down quite a lot.
Easy tier 2 tower. And with that Aegis up, you want to go high ground. Can they defend on the side of Adroit? This will be the second tier 3 tower under siege. Mac tried to go for the Doom, but gets hexed up immediately, and now the Abyssal Blade is in with the hook shot. He'll commit the Echo on Boomy. Mac, he'll get the Doom off onto our Timbersaw UU, but now the Torrent Storm and the Boat Fleet is flying in. There is so much stuff, but Adroit are surviving for now. Still UU. Does go down to the Timber. Now MCY getting a triple kill on the anti-mage, and Boomy gets a stun off on X, but there is way too much damage on that Kunkka. Still MCY, now on an Ultra, wants the Rampage, but he'll get the Aegis. Can he deal with this Kunkka alone?
Excellent for
XMP gets a Frostbite off. X needs to fight back here. In fact, no, he'll try to run. Never mind, he goes for the X, but there's your Rampage out. But that's a huge crit from X, and he'll take the Rampage away. Oh my. Both teams just getting completely wiped.
Oh boy, lucky they gave the Aegis to X just then, because I think if you gave the Rapier over the anti-mage, the game could just end.
Like, I'd say so.
Right now, he'd have to switch out the Battle Fury for it, which, again, isn't great, but you definitely would cop that. Now the problem is X is by himself here. If he tries to high ground and gets brought back, jumped on by the AM, he could die. It'd be quite an awkward scenario, and he has a Blink Dagger? Okay, I don't mind that.
He's safe.
It's not another Rapier, though, and that's what I'm about.
It's a huge team fight that we just saw. I don't believe X got those Tidebringer hits in that big team fight, not until the end. Where
He got one here, look at this, Boomy. Bop!
Poor old Boomy.
We did, however, see MCY buyback in the back on the live stance, so they do hold the melee racks, which is something.
Still, buyback expended on your POS 1 AM is not going to be too good of a feeling here for Adroit. They're going to have to be much more careful.
Yeah, it is level 30 AM, by the way. So he has the counterspell resistance, the uncontrollable illusion. I don't know which 15 talent he went, to tell you the truth, but I think he went the blink range, so the extra agi is quite solid. And he is the first to do so, so we won't be able to see the extra 110% Tidebringer cleave until an extra, what, 700 XP? No, 2000 XP? I was close.
Very close, mate. He'll have it soon.
And he has another rapier kit up, and that's what we want to see.
That's what you need. If the game's not over, you just keep buying rapiers. That's the way to win this game, number one. In fact, there's a double damage there, and they're not going to take it, of course. They're going to give it over to X.
And he has a bottle too, so we can actually hold it until the team fight. Not that double damage does much anymore. Like, it's giving him 160 damage, half of a rapier.
MCY not actually get scouted out. Rocket Flare from Ching Feng is going to give vision of the smoke. Did they catch that?
I think they did. I mean, they're going to know now that the wards are getting spawned on top of their vision.
Shot onto Mac. They really love focusing down this Doom ASAP, but it's going to be CML first. Poison Nova. CML does die, but at least gets the heals off, and now the Echo is out from Boomy. Catching two. They'll get Ching Feng. Now after the Spectre. Can they take him down in time? They definitely can. The Mana Void is going to be out on X. He is a very, very low Kunkka at the moment.
Yeah, MCR almost soloed him. Very, very quick solo. If they drop that Rapier on the ground, man, it's so unfortunate. But Adroit, they took that high ground fight pretty much perfectly there. You could see they were all piled, waiting and ready for Mac just to get jumped on. They didn't care. They knew he would survive through the original burst, and they'd turn around and pick up some kills. And they do get the Spectre.
MCY is mid by himself at the moment.
With an AC, okay.
It's going to be a little bit cautious. They know he doesn't have buyback.
AC over Halberd.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Or rather, Battle Fury over Halberd.
Radiant are
I
scanning.
don't know. MCY, I mean, he knows best. He's playing very well right now.
Our second Divine Rapier is upon us for X. Nice
Oh,
counterspell
boy.
on the X. They are going to still try and focus him down. The Cogs pushback Boomy. Going to throw the Fisher out onto UU. Still MCY goes onto the Clockwork. He is low. Ching Feng still alive, however, with that Lotus Sword. But now the Gale comes in from Ben Soy. Here comes X on the Kunkka. Just deleting Mac off the board, but he'll buy back. Now MCY. Very low does go down, and so does Boomy. Everyone buys back.
Everyone but MCY.
True.
He died back, he bought back rather when they tried to push, so it's a 4.5 minute window on that.
Can they push? With 3 heroes up and 2 Divine Rapiers on a Kunkka, can they make this push happen?
They need to be worried because Kunkka is obviously quite low. He doesn't have a TP for 30. He's actually walking around with 1,000 health.
It's going to be another Hex out. It's going to be Mac, but Boomy Fisher is going to allow him to blink out of there. They want to make the play now. They know they've got a minute and a half without him. There's your Tidebringer cleave at plus 110%, which is certainly going to help his cause.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to see him one-shot as support. Is that too much to ask?
Apparently it is.
I mean, I feel like the viewers are going to think I'm some evil person. I was laughing maniacally when someone picked Arkawan. I was laughing my head off when supports missed their spells, and now I'm trying to like beg a Kunkka to one-shot these supports. It's just fun to see when it's not you, man. That's all I'm going to say.
I deserve this.
Ben Soy. Oh, here comes X.
X with the one-shot on Ben Soy, 2.7.
Don't hang around there, Ben. You never know. Oh, not going to be a crit, but he does lose half his HP. X, are you actually going to die here? There's a Poison Nova out. He's forced to commit the boat now and the Torrent. He'll turn back around, hoping for a crit onto Ben Soy, and he does get it. 2.6k crit is going to be very nice out for X, and he'll TP back towards this fountain.
I believe that does mean he's going to one-shot if he gets the crit. Because he did half his health pool without the crit coming through, and obviously the crit being 225%, it might be enough to kill Ben Soy. On the other side though, Mac's now building an AC himself, despite the fact that MCY already has one. And MCY obviously puts the Battle Fury in the backpack. He's realized he needs both the Halberd and the AC.
Roll with that. Switch things up here for a droid.
Such a strange build. Looking this AM. I can't say that I remember the last time I saw a Halberd AC AM level 30 this quickly. Like he had level 30 like 40 something minutes. Like
He was
42.
quick.
Yeah.
It was real fast. They're going to try for that top lane of Rax now. Can they get this done? There is still a bot melee barracks there, so you can't really forget about that, but they just want to get started on the new Rax now. You're BKB in the background. Mac is jumping in, but he's doomed himself again. The Lotus Orb going to save. Now the stun from the AM onto himself with the boat flying in, and now the hook shot. They have enough. MCY! Oh, the Lotus Orb just ruining the side of a droid. And now Mac's caught out. That might be it.
I think that is 90 seconds down without your carry, 120 seconds down without Mac on the Doom. And the worst part is, Benzo didn't buy back there, so now it's a 3v5 fight. But it's too late, right? He's put the ultimate down.
Jumped in, Boomy with a huge Echo Slam, but there's just no damage output. They're still trying, but it's not going to be enough. It looks like Bensoy is very low, and he does end up dying. Now CML, the last one left, but they've called it. It is GG, and game one will go to the way of Team Trust.
Yeah, and well earned too. Team Trust, they played very, very solid. The whole time we're talking about a droid, can MCY carry this? Can he keep this together? And at the end there, it just showed a double Rapier, double Daedalus. I was laughing about the build, just being like stack on stack on stack damage, but it works out. He pretty much one-shot every single team fight.
Who would you say the MVP of that was?
Oh, XMP.
We are going to head over to the panel very soon, but I'm going to say the Lotus Orb from that Timber Sword. That was amazing, amazing plays from UU. Of course, the panel have a lot to talk about, so we'll see what they have to say.
We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer? Should this be over? Hard for your mind, probably we should start over. What you want, show me a touch. I do the same. My brother in it for the silly curse. Feelings in gray. It's still the same. Shout, and I mean that I'm under siege and I need you to see that you're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. Unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Picking up scars and I hold them close. They shut me down, but I got this fight. Shine a light on me when my heart goes dark. Guess I'll never lose faith now. I'm in the flames of an angel. Fire, fire, burn. Fire, fire.
cry, no lie.
Well, that was a game of Dota, and a game of Dota was played, and unfortunately for Adroit, they were the losers of that game. Team Trust were able to get the victory there. My boys on the panel, we had everything that was coming out of that green room. That was, I don't even know, what do you even say about a game like that?
Sometimes you can run 100 simulations in your head, and 99 of them, you're like, all right, Adroit have got this. But this was that 100th simulation, and I mean, there were so many things to talk about that game.
Well, get them out here, Dano. You got some time, mate. Start spitting them out. Rapid fire.
Most of them are bad. I gotta say that, right? Like,
I think this game was like one of the most disorganized game, like coming out from the both team. Like obviously, I want to cheer Trust up, but I mean, pretty much I was a bit disappointed how much like individual mistakes were made, and are they ready to actually move on to that, like to face TNC and Fnatic or like some good teams in future? But I think this game one especially had so many mistakes from both sides.
Yeah, I think there's a clear reason that they're sitting 5th and 6th at the bottom of their group at this point. Adroit had the better laning phase. Like, they came out of that really strong. Anti-Mage was free farming. We saw there was a point that he was about 6,000 gold ahead of his closest even ally, not even just someone on the other team. But, I mean, this
moment, like...
Yeah, we were screaming in the green when this was going on. He goes for the play to get the Rampage onto the CM and then just gets hit once, tries the counter spell, but it's not enough, and he gets just chased down. And I mean, that was the end of it all, right? The amount of times that they jumped in where Doom gets reflected on himself, Venomancer's item build didn't really fit the game.
We have to talk about too many things if you're explaining one by one. We just have to say they were disorganized.
They were disorganized.
Yes, there was too many things. We have to.
Maybe an encyclopedia would help.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I think the biggest thing that like we saw from that game was the fact that MCY was like 8 to 9k above most of the cores in that game, but it just never felt like he had that extra item or two in his inventory that really helped them in that game. It was always feeling like he was coming in at the wrong times, maybe just being a little bit disconnected with his team and just couldn't use that net worth.
That's the thing for me. You mentioned it right at the end there, not coming in at the right time, because even when he did have that extra item, he just waited for some reason. He didn't go immediately after picking it up. The one that really stands out to me is the Silver Edge. You know, he picks it up, he's pushing down on the bottom side. The rest of his team use all of their ultimates, Echo Slam, the Doom, and then he comes in afterwards when they get a chance to turn around, use the Torrent Storm, he gets CC'd and dies, and that was it.
Never follow God King's build if you're not gonna abuse it. You know, like I mean, he had every condition that he needed. Even though like he got 14-minute Battle Fury, Power Tres, and Mask of Madness. You know, you can just sell Mask of Madness and go to the normal build and just farm safe, play on your comfort zone. But it just felt like he was like going all this Halberd and like Echo Saber, but didn't manage to use that well. Like there was no outcome because of that. If that's the case, why don't you just farm and get your Abyssal and Scotty and like all this thing?
I suppose some props need to be given to Team Trust for not losing their nerve despite how far behind that they were. They took some smart fights. I think the Timbersaw UU was easily the MVP of that game. It was probably the only one that didn't make too many misplays, right?
Yeah, normally like MVP we have to give like more for people who played well, but UU is the one who actually made the game stable and like looks far okay.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know, like coming up from the Konka in the early gaming phase, like X, I felt really weird about how he did like laning, like they're over chasing the Doom, they got turned around, there was like so many torrent mistakes, and I thought he won't be able to come back to that game. But that's a strength about the Chinese team. Like, they know how to do in the mid game like pretty well. So I really like to see my prediction got right. Yep. You have to just you have to see future. Like
You're a psychic, is that
Yeah.
it?
Well, you know, boys, speaking of seeing the future, it is time once again for our DHL drop quiz where you guys have to flex your Dota knowledge and see if you guys can get the correct answer here for day number 8 of ESL 1 Thailand. For those of you playing along in the chat, make sure you do use exclamation point DHL drop and the corresponding letter to the answer that you want to put in here. And also for those of you as well, you can look at our live leaderboards in the chat as well. But I'm going to throw it over to Shiva for day 8's question.
Welcome to the DHL Dota 2 quiz, where I ask questions and you can answer the questions by typing exclamation mark DHL drop in the chat, followed by the corresponding letter of your answer. Here's your question. In what month did Puppy start Team Secret? Was this A, March? Was this B, July? Was this C, August? Or was this D, November? And to find out how you're doing compared to all your peers, make sure to check out the DHL Motion blog below.
I don't even know. I don't even know with these questions. They're getting a lot harder, you know. Every single time it seems like they're about Dota heroes. Now they're about players again. Now they're about specific details about the players. I don't know. This is interesting. Without giving it away, man, is there anything you can give Chad a little bit of hint for this?
Think logically and think about what would have preceded that. Like, when typically do teams look to make something new?
How do you think logically about this answer?
Well, if you think about it, that's the whole point of the DHL drop quiz, right? Is using the logic, using the knowledge that you have to try and get this answer out.
Yeah, like think what events typically precede a new team forming? When does that typically
Especially
happen?
a super team like Team Secret when it came out.
Ah.
Yeah, it just ticked over in QO's head. That was the pin drop right there. But I mean, it's always good to have these more in-depth questions so these guys in chat can flex their brains a little bit. But for those of you guys in chat, make sure you do use exclamation point, DHL drop, and the corresponding letter for your answer here. We're going to give you guys a couple of minutes to get your answers in here for DHL drop quiz. But after that, we're going to have Game 2 versus Team Trust as well as Adroit. We'll see you after this.
Are you the biggest Dota 2 fan? Then look out for the DHL Drop Quiz and show off your incredible Dota knowledge. Reply with the right answer in Twitch chat and track your position on our live leaderboard. Will you make it to the top and win the €1,000 prize? Hashtag Gamers Unite.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors. And bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Picking up scars and I hold them close. They shut me down, but I got this fight. Shine a light on me when my heart goes dark. If I never lose faith now, I'm in the flames of an angel. Fire, fire, burn. Fire, fire. I beat my fears, but I lost my dreams. And they say this fight isn't what it seems. Yeah, shoot 'em all down when my demons rise. Couldn't win, so I joined their side. Breathe it in till the day I die. And even if I'm broken, I'm cold but my blood's not frozen. Fire, fire, burn. I'm dying to tell you, I'm
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Hello everyone and welcome back here to ESL 1 Thailand. Unfortunately for you guys, it has closed for our DHL drop quiz and hopefully you guys got in all your correct answers. My panelists gave you guys a little bit of a hint, so hopefully that got you guys towards that correct answer. But before we do get our answer for today's question, we've got something a little bit special to show you guys. So I'm going to call on Mr. Danog to bring up the magical box from DHL. So we're going to open this bad boy back up again. This, as I said, guys, something a little bit special for you guys. Sorry, Matt, I didn't mean to like whack that into your face. So this is the grand prize for everyone playing along at home here for our DHL drop quiz. It is our Core i9 from Intel. This bad boy can power anything you want, and this is what you'll be winning if you are at the top of our DHL drop quiz. So make sure you guys get in lots of your answers, and make sure you guys come back every day as well for our DHL drop quiz, because you need to make sure that you are sitting on top of those live standings here for you guys. But as I said, it is now time for us to find out what our answer of today will be. and it looks like it's going to be August. So a little bit of a shifty one there from Matt. He was saying think with your head, and obviously he was talking about TI, which is played around about August, and that leaned me towards it being November.
Well, I think they formed it basically immediately afterwards, probably at the after party, which is when most teams form after TI, and I think I want to say it was 2014 as well, right after the player that immediately my mind goes to is No-Tail, where he was on C9 and they finished like 9th to 12th at that tournament, and not quite good enough. Himself, Fly, Puppy, Kuro, and I want to say S4 was the last founding member of it, but maybe I'm wrong with the last one there. But what a team, and well, they didn't stick together too long in that particular arrangement, but there's certainly a juggernaut still to 2020.
Did you ever get an invite from Puppy onto Team Secret QO? We ever put on the short
It's
list?
a secret. I'll keep it secret.
So that's a yes? That's a no?
It's a maybe.
That's a maybe? All right, so a little bit of something for you Redditors out there to go chuck up there on a thread. QO potentially could have been a member of Team Secret. But boys, we're going to start to roll into our Game 2 draft here very, very shortly. Team Trust versus Adroit. I don't even know what to call it. It was a little bit of a wonky one coming into that first game. Going into this second game's draft, though, is there anything that we're expecting to change from either of these teams?
I mean, I think maybe it was just going down to the nerves to start this one, because like we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, you're going into this knowing that if you lose this series, you're out. And so all of the mistakes that you make, even the tiniest ones that don't really matter in the grand scheme of things, just get multiplied in your head. Maybe neither of these teams have that real calming influence to be able to get their team to just chill, play normal Dota. Because that wasn't normal Dota. That was a little bit clowny. Do you agree?
Oh, I have so many things to say. Like my brain's like just hurting. Like
Say them, QO, get them out there. You know, you're the big guy here on the panel. You're a TI player, so I think you've got a little bit of respect from these players. So
the first thing was that.
Was what?
I had to vote. Like, why didn't you tell me?
You have to figure it out yourself, QO, man. I'm not here to give out the answers to everyone.
But anyways, like, I mean that game, like, what could they hack? I mean, Android got like everything they needed. They needed everything.
12K in front.
Yeah, like
by the 27-minute mark, I want to say.
And I felt like all they had to do was another like group up and using the Venom and Chan Hill anti-mages like farm Manta style like all in the same time, and I just have no offense, but like I feel like the Trust gonna get destroyed. But Venom just kept getting banned them. Venom just keep getting picked off, and
he kept getting picked off, and he didn't do himself any favors with his item build either. We saw him go the Yule Scepter, which is fine against the lineup that they had. Obviously, you want to be able to avoid some of those Conquer combos, but Boots of Travel, Blink Dagger, I don't know if that was the way that he wanted
we've
to
seen
go.
so many of these pipes and like Crimson Guard or Greaves, something that can hold the team together, and I felt like that's the only condition they needed. And MCY needed to just Mana Void. Mana Void.
Mana Void, do it early and do it often. That's my style. But we're into draft number 2. Something a little bit more clashy. Is this the first Dazzle that we've seen? I think it might be, of the entire Asia's division. So something a little bit exciting to be looking forward to. Traditionally, within China's region, it's not played as a support. It's played as that position 3 role. I think IG are the ones that do most of it with JT in the off lane. So maybe Team Trust taking some inspiration from their older brothers there.
I think it was like really popular back in 6 months ago. This Dazzle offlane sort of thing with the Necronomicon.
Yeah, I got a lot of MMR playing that. It was free. You just poison touch a carry. You'd walk in, you get your Necronomicon, you throw those bad boys out. You get a hand of Midas. Easy.
The only problem, like when you're picking Dazzle in the tournament, is even though you're dominating in the lane as a Dazzle, you only get to take like 1 or 2 towers. That's it. You can't keep on snowballing because the team's gonna be eventually punishing.
They're gonna catch up.
Yeah, they're just gonna try to catch him, and once like Dazzle die once, I feel like he just gets no game, no disable, just a heal, Graves, all these defensive spells.
Yeah, they've let the Timbersaw through again on Adroit, and I know through the past research that I'd done, it feels like Adroit are heavily banning out the offlane from Team Trust. You know, they've obviously got the Dazzle there that can go into that role, but really those are the core heroes that they like to play for UU, and it's that real frontliner. Of course, Dazzle's not really a frontliner. He needs his team to assist him with that, so I suppose that's why the Tiny's been picked up. But
that's the thing that I feel different, you know, with the other team. Like the both team doesn't really prioritize on banning a carry. Because we've seen so many tournaments in the second phase, they were banning all the carries like that's are good because they already needed all the condition in the early game phase. But maybe both sides they just want to open the carries.
They want to open the carries, and they also clearly heavily prioritize the Tiny too. You know, it's something that they've played pretty well in the past with Ching Feng, and they had the first pick overall. They went and banned the Magnus, so clearly they still find it highly valuable, but they just don't want a droid to have it, which I find a little bit surprising. I feel like if you can pick Mag, even with his current slightly nerfed state, you should be doing so. You should leave it up to them to ban it out, because suddenly that opens up potentially the Tide Hunter making it through to you, and you can pick it up.
Usually when teams like commit like a tournament, they are prepared with what they have to do. So maybe that changes of the 75% of the empower cleaves or the damage. I think that might affect them a lot.
Yeah.
Sand King, another weird ban came out here from a droid. I don't think we've seen Sand King just yet in this tournament so far. One of those offlaners that I thought was going to be a little bit more special coming in towards ESL1 Thailand, but
that was a surprise pick just now. As soon as like they picked TB, they just instantly locked in Chen.
They just want to come online as soon as possible, right? They just need to be able to push.
Or there's another condition. They were just prepared with this like whole set of draft. They didn't care about whatever the Android pick. We're just gonna pick Chen third pick.
Yeah.
Sort of feeling.
I mean, they're one game up as well, so you know this is probably the game for them to come in with a little bit of confidence.
Do you feel like that's confidence, or is that going too far into like arrogance in thinking that we can just pick whatever we want and we're going to beat you?
Well, like you never know. If you win, then it's a confident. If you lose, then it's arrogant.
Well, how do you feel with the AA coming up against that, right? You suddenly have gotten rid of the an Alchemist picked into that. So 3 things that Ice Blast can counter.
I'm really against the trust draft in here right now. But
is this where we start to lean in towards the arrogance?
Yep.
Like we've seen Alchemist in his prime time still hate to play up against this Ancient Apparition, and now they've picked the Ancient Apparition, and the team trust are like, we don't care. We're gonna have 3 heroes that rely on health regen and healing.
It means that you can potentially go this Queen of Pain build where, I mean, do you want to go a Spirit Vessel super early on? That combined with the AA Blast is going to be super nice.
I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of like a Spirit Vessel, especially when you're versing against those healing sort of heroes. I mean, it's good that you're like reducing those healing factors, but normally they are naturally tanky, and I have a feeling that Mac won't be able to get enough charges to continue that stuff. Might as well, it's better to get Orchid so the Dazzle doesn't put the Graves off.
Yeah, you can just pick him off. You can pick off the Chen as well. He's going to be wanting to go into something like the Mech instead of, you know, Glimmer Cape or things of that nature. So it's very easy to pick you off.
Like trust, like the last 3 picks is like, I mean, they just picked it. Like I'm really sure about this part. Rather than just like looking at any of Adro's draft, there's no way like they're just opening Chen and Alchemist like this against Terrorblade and AA. But last pick Kunkka. Is X gonna solve everything again with his 2 Divine Rapier? It looks pretty shaky.
I think
the last game.
If it gets to that stage though, I think a droid would probably beat them before it gets to that stage. I think they're clearly going for some early style push. They're putting trust in the Alchemist to get those key timings up, to be 1 or 2 items ahead, and Kunkka just needs to tank up. I think last game he only got 1 Bracer. I think he needs to build up into 2 or 3, maybe go into, I don't know, a Heaven's Halberd or something like that, and it's going to be super nice for him. But a Necro.
And it's a Necro.
Okay. Gives them a way to chunk through those tankier heroes. The Kunkka.
I mean, just a laning phase is nice against Kunkka or Alchemist.
So which one's going to be the offlaner here for Bensoy for a droid? Who is he?
It's Quap.
It's going to be the Queen of Pain.
Quap is Bensoy. So mid against Kunkka. Pretty expected. I'm going to go with a droid again. Hopefully this time they don't chuck away their lead.
I mean, I like Ardroid's draft, but I'm going Team Trust.
So you like Ardroid as well?
No, I'm going Team Trust.
You're going Team Trust this time. So you're hoping for a little bit of more RNG going in your favor. A little bit of a Clown Fiesta coming in, and then you get the
It's not arrogant, you know, it's a planned strategy.
It's a plan.
Was that your plan coming into this panel segment? Was it, I'm just going to go for Trust? It doesn't
matter
what's
doesn't matter whatever I see, I'm going with Trust.
Yeah.
All right, well, We got a little bit of time here before we go into our second game. Well, I noticed that Benzo was picking up the Queen of Pain. You guys were talking about the Spirit Vessel picking up for him. Did that lean them toward, like the fact that there was an Alchemist on the enemy team, is that what leaned them towards this Queen of Pain being in the off lane? The fact that, you know, the Spirit Vessel build up might be good for them and then they can just, you know, change Mac onto something different?
I mean, I think it's... I still think it's okay. The fact that it's percentage-based damage against a Conqueror and an Alchemist is nice. Even if you don't connect with the Ice Blast, you've got some way to get rid of the healing. But you don't really do anything outside of that. So the thing that I'm worried about is if the laning stage doesn't go too hot for him, you know, yeah, he picked it up on the Venomancer at a pretty decent time that time around. But if you don't, if you get snowballed over with this Dazzle, with this Chen, with this Tiny, you're not going to get those charges and you're going to have a useless item that you spent a ton of net worth to get.
Yeah. I think if Queen of Pain is farmed, he's just gonna go Orchid. If it's not, maybe some different items. Yule or what is it? The Grieve. I mean, Upgrade Urn.
Vessel.
Yeah, Vessel. I always forget the name. Vessel, Upgrade Urn.
I think it's nowhere near as strong as it used to be. Obviously, when it had the aura, it was way too good to pass up.
Yeah.
But they just keep nerfing it, giving it slight buffs to the individual target. But against this lineup, when there's so many units that can use it, if it was still that AoE, it would be, from my mind, a foregone conclusion. But I completely agree. If he does well in lane, I think Orchid's perfectly viable too.
All right, boys. As you guys have noticed, we do have a Mercedes-Benz MVP trophy here sitting next to me. That's looking nice and luscious, nice and bright, and nice and shiny. But obviously, across these last couple of days, our voting for Mercedes-Benz MVP has opened for you guys. A lot of these players have had quite a few votes already, so we can go and have a look at our top 4 is starting to roll through. Yesterday, we had a look at it. DD was still looking quite strong. He was coming up the rankings there. Obviously, now it looks like God King has started to come back into that top 4. Yesterday we had Jabs that was coming up in there as well with a few of the votes coming in, but it looks like Chinese crowd once again really starting to get behind their boys and really trying to get those guys up in there for that Mercedes-Benz MVP.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is ESL Thailand Asia, and you've got majority of the teams from Southeast Asia, and yet only one Southeast Asian person in there. So it's clear that the guys from Sparking Arrow Gaming, as well as Astro Aries, the fans are really getting behind them. So that's great to see, but if you want to see one of your favorites get up to that top spot, you better get your vote in.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm super surprised that JG is sitting at the top there. He's a good player that I like to watch. Obviously, Neon, they're my boys. So watching him play, he's very fresh to this roster as well. And it's always good to see him getting a little bit of love. And obviously, the Chinese community is really starting to get behind their players. You know, Sparking Arrow, they are super interesting to watch as well, right?
And the thing with God King as well, he wasn't actually on the top 4 yesterday. And they didn't play any games yesterday, but he still managed to get a lot of MVP votes. So clearly, maybe through Weibo or something like that, he's campaigning saying, hey guys, vote for me, you know? And, well, it's worked for him.
Is it allowed?
Why not?
Okay.
Febby did it.
That guy, we all know his personality. Like,
yeah. Well, either way, boys, we are starting to get ready for our game 2 here between Team Trust as well as Adroit. Adroit, they don't want to go 0-3 in their group stages, and our cast is bringing you this is Mighty Large Presence as well as Poglet.
evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We're here for game number 2 between Team Trust and the side of Adroit. It is MLP Dota and the lovely Poglet. Poglet, welcome back, sir. Game number 2.
Yes.
Game number 1 was quite a banger. What do you think about game 2 so far with this
I
draft?
think it'll be much quicker, to tell you the truth. Looking at the drafts, it feels like Team Trust have built an all-in strat. All in on healing, all in on push. Like, obviously, they've got the Chen, they've got the Dazzle. Alchemist is quite fast-paced, so is the Kunkka. The issue's going to be, they've run this entire lineup into an AA. I think their only plus side right now is AA can't ult them all. He can't hit everyone with an Ice Blast.
That is very... I mean, we were talking about this while the draft was going on, and you were very confused once that out came out.
I mean, I was confused with the Dazzle. I'll level with you. The second pick Dazzle, I'm like, oh boy, here we go. This is going to be some trash draft. But they left the AA in, and they didn't care. It seemed like they knew the AA was coming because they picked us so quickly on top of it. As soon as the AA, they're like, nah, we're going to pick Alchemist straight away.
We have seen similar drafts before in the Chinese region, and generally the idea is just that once you hit that mid to late game, nobody dies on your team. You've just got so much sustain that you just can't kill anyone on the side of Team Trust. But with that AA, it might be a bit of a different story. Like, it's going to be very, very hard, assuming that Ice Blast does connect to keep people alive here.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, the AA Blast is going to be quite a nice combo with the Reaper's Scythe. If you lower them down a bit, get the Reaper's Scythe, even if the Reaper's doesn't kill him, that explosion damage will come through, and they'll pop from the end of that damage. And not to mention, they have a Terrorblade and the Queen of Pain. Like, very solid cores on top of that. A lot of damage, a lot of good mid-game to late-game potential. So I think if Adroit survive the first 20 minutes, the game becomes quite comfortable for them.
Did you... On UU, on the Dazzle, he has a Veil of Discord queued up. Now this is something I'm not quite used to.
It's weird because he's comboing with what? The Tiny, the Boat, and that's pretty much it. Because obviously he's all physical, like our observer just pointed out. Shadow Wave and Poison Touch are physical damage spells.
I mean, it makes enough sense. That,
it's going to be
like,
a spammable Veil. Too.
Yeah, I mean, that is true, right? You're going to be able to spam Veil constantly. It's going to obviously help out the Tiny. Sort of helps out the Kunkka with Torrent Boat. I don't know about this. I'm quite intrigued to see what Trust is up to. As do you see the new lovely AA blowing us a love heart? Very nice.
Oh god, that's weird. Look at. I believe it's going to be 100% uptime Veil.
Okay.
At level 6. Someone's going to correct my maths here.
Yep.
But definitely by 12, it is 100%. So at 12, it'll be 100%. I think before, it's just going to be a bit less than that. So I can definitely see Team Trust running this style of brawl on brawl on brawl on brawl. Just don't let AA get his ultimate off multiple times. Obviously, Metamorph's a long cooldown. Reaper's a long cooldown. Sonic Wave, 140-second, very long cooldown. Or 125, sorry. But all of these spells can be fought around quite comfortably. So I would like to see Team Trust do exactly that. Just make sure no matter what happens, they spawn, they fight again.
Yep.
Their only large cooldown is Hand of God, which is
begins.
obviously something you're not going to be getting to use with the AA Blast anyway.
It's very true. See Shifu doing a bit of damage here on the position 1 Alp. Just cut his way through the tree line. Bensoy is going to chase him down just a little bit on that Quap. Shouldn't be the easiest lane in the world for this Alchemist up against that Queen of Pain, especially when you've got the Rubik match up there as well, but XMP, he'll be around to keep his Alchemist safe. So you've got X and Mac on the in the mid lane, and of course we saw X last game on this Kunkka with a very entertaining build, I want to say, with the double Daedalus and double Divine Rapiers. Up against the Necrophos, though.
Necro should win this lane. Not massively. Like, obviously, it's very hard for Kunkka to use his sustain. Like, that's his biggest plus right now. You can out-sustain someone. The problem is, Necrophos, if he gets any last hits, he just wins the lane naturally off the Heartstopper Aura plus the Death Pulse, just consistently spamming that out. So it'll be interesting to see how X plays this, because already he's taking a lot of auto attacks.
He is. Of course, up at that top lane, you'll see MCY on the Terrorblade, and we had a great game last game on the anti-mage, but just didn't really pan out at the end.
He had a great farming game.
Right.
I'm not sure his fights were executed that well, and I think that was the biggest problem with Adroit. He had so much cash rolling in the bank but he kept dying in these team fights. Like, he kept making slight mistakes here and there, and it adds up, right? If your carry dies 2 or 3 times, then you can't keep up in these fights. So I'm looking for MCY to be a bit cleaner this game, a bit more well executed. And Terrorblade obviously has to get out of jail free card in Sunder.
Mac really giving it to X in that mid lane. Of course, back down to the bot lane. Things aren't going so bad so far for Shifu. He's gotten 6-1 on the Alchemist, so they're not really able to deny him out or lock him out too much on this safe lane Alchemist. And that could be a bit of a cause for concern here for a Droid. You don't really want to allow this Alch to get out of control, but mid lane, Mac is in massive danger. They'll both eat a Fairy Fire, and now Mac will salve up. X has the Tidebringer. Let's go for it, but Mac was out of range and just continues running that salve. X will do the same.
Yeah, and all in all, just a salve trade, a bit more panic than was worth, I think. Like, both of those players realizing it's very hard to die in this lane unless you make an absolute error. I think the only lane that could potentially get kills is top lane, to be honest, with the tiny combo. I think that's the only way you get kills. Toss back into, he doesn't have avalanche, but that is a lot of damage.
It is a lot of damage, and it will be first blood going out to Yu on the Dazzle. Because, by the way, he did, looks like he did change his item build. I don't see the Veil of Discord anymore. He looks like he is going for the standard Necro Book Rush, which we're used to seeing on that Dazzle, so it makes a bit more sense, I'd say.
Yeah, the reason this Necro Book went out of favor, though, obviously Necro is being nerfed, as we're seeing another brawl in the mid lane. But Necros aren't as good for pushing anymore, which is Dazzle's big plus. Like, he could have Necros up 100% of the time, just consistently hitting towers. Without that, though, it doesn't feel... The hero just doesn't feel right.
See what the idea here is from UU. They must be feeling confident here on the side of Trust to draft it in the first place. X, Torrent is going to be out on Mac. But Mac is really just uncontested now in this mid lane. Like, in terms of CS, obviously X has done a great job, considering the circumstances, but it's hard to see him being able to deal with Mac once you've got this many levels on the Necrophos. Because we are slowly approaching that level 6 stage now, where you are going to have Reaper Scythe up very, very soon.
Yeah, and I do like this for, he has a Bracer as well, so we went 1 null, 1 Bracer. I like this little alternate bot lane.
He does end up going down. The creeps end up getting the final hit off onto XMP. That's the Chen, right? You've got to worry about that just a little bit. You're quite squishy on this hero, and you can't be that far forward.
Yeah, honestly, I think you live with this. You trade health pools with Bensoy. Bensoy obviously has to either salve or he has a bottle now. But he's going to have a lot of problems when it comes to health pool. Which is the same as he was seeing with X, right? Like, he's getting bullied a lot. He has to keep bringing in salves, keep bringing in bottle charges, keep resetting the lane. And it takes its toll more than just dying does. Like, you can see how many last hits he's missing here.
Structures are
because he doesn't actually have the health pool to go back in.
Pop that DD rune and trying to fight back now, but Mac just doesn't care. He just walks back up to him. X will take a lot more harassment. And at least he's got the 5-minute bounty runes coming now, so he's got another bottle on the way, but it's just rough. Still bot lane, XMP get lifted up for a second there by Boomy, but they're not going to try and follow up on this Chen. They're just going to leave him be.
Top, I think Dazzle, yep, just ticks out. Heads up play, they just chilling touched him, they metamorphed, and a couple shots from MCY gets the free pickup.
Nice pick up there for the side of Detroit. Back down to bot lane. XMP going to be in trouble again on this Chen and does die. Doesn't even bother trying to run away that time around. He'll just stand his ground and take it. Still, X mid lane does also die on the Kunkka. Matt able to pick that one up.
Yeah, the first reveal of the Reapers, obviously. You don't want to be in a lane with Mac when he's level 6. He will get chased down here, take a bit of damage, but it's a level 4 Dazzle. You're not too worried.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
I believe this is signaling a switch lane as well. I think Kunkka might TP top. X has just had enough of this lane.
I mean, that makes enough sense though, right? Like, you know you can't lane up against the Necrophos any further. You just need to be able to swap out these lanes and maybe give you that XP priority, and that's exactly what they're doing for now. It's not really going to slow down Mac at all on the Necrophos, but at this rate, you don't really have any options in terms of slowing him down. He's just well and truly going to be ahead. But you can rely on this guy, the Alchemist.
you're going to have to so heavily. But I think the Alchemist versus Terrorblade matchup isn't that great. Because obviously Alchemist doesn't usually burst someone down. So you get sundered, you get turned around on. Yeah, obviously we talked about the AA ad nauseum. There's just a lot of ways to deal with the Alchemist.
XMP, bot lane again. He's just kind of been left alone there trying to soak XP on the Chen, but he is going to pay for it. Still at level 3. And that is the 3rd time, I believe, he has died this game.
It is indeed 0-3, level 3. It's a rough game for Chen. I'm not sure what they expected to happen with this pick, to tell you the truth. Like, when you had Tiny, you had the Dazzle, you already have committed to pretty weak laning, and then obviously you double down with the Alchemist, who doesn't want a bar of any lane that can kill him. Which is all of their lanes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Dire's top tower
Still just
is
jungling
under
fine.
attack.
Top lane, you'll see UU starting a bit of a push here on the T1 tower, and I believe he has the Necro book on the way now on the Courier, actually queuing up a Midas straight after that.
Radiant's
So,
bottom tower is under attack.
Opting for the Midas after the Necro one, and will escalate his farm a bit, but
I don't know the stats on it now, but Necro used to be
Radiant's
faster
bottom
farming
tower is
than
under
Midas
attack.
was, surprisingly. Like, it was actually more GPM because you could kill more creeps, etc. But CML
ends up catching out. Rather, he got caught out by the toss, and the avalanche was going to be enough. It's like CML thought the Mac would be there a bit earlier on, but it was not the case in mid lane. Boomy
Radiant's
trying to
bottom
soak some
tower
XP
is under
on the
attack.
Rubik, does also die to X on the Kunkka.
Radiant's
yeah, a
bottom
nice little
tower
rotation
has
from the
fallen.
Chen. He came in with the Purge creep once again.
Of course.
Those
Dire's
Satyr
middle
banishes,
tower is
I
under
think
attack.
they need to be tweaked a tiny bit because you should be able to spam 4 of these 5 seconds. What the XMP? What are you doing?
Focusing on the other side of the map by the looks of it, but Ben Soy will happily take this kill for himself. Of course, Sonic Wave will be more than enough to finish him out. The XMP, it's tough for it. Still top lane, Mac. Caught? No, it's not going to be enough with the toss. He'll just go swarm and be fine. But now UU going to try and go after Boomy.
They need to be careful. He actually has enough mana for Reapers. It'd be interesting to see if Boomy gets ticked.
No, he's all right for now, but they do catch him out.
Radiant's courier.
He does
has
lose his
been killed.
courier, UU. Not respecting the creep wave there, so let's kick his courier away, but still got the
Radiant's
kill.
bottom
Still
tower
probably going to be
is under
satisfied.
attack.
To tell you the truth, with that
Dire's
courier
middle
dying, it's
tower
actually
is under
worthwhile for a
attack.
joy. Like getting that gold to all of the boys. What is it up to now? 50? 55 gold each? Yeah, that's a win.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nice
It's a
little bout.
dirty win, but you'll take it.
Dire's top
Shifu,
tower
still
has
just
fallen.
busy jungling. Does get a nice royal jelly for himself. Every core player's dream. Just find this royal jelly. Commit it for himself, and I'm sure somebody else on his team. Probably going to be X on the Conquer.
I was actually just looking through. He sent it back home, I believe. Just looking through. Yeah, he sent it back home.
Just let them fight amongst themselves.
Still there. If I was a support right now, I'd give the cause about a minute and I'd take it. Yeah. I'd give them one warning. Be like, I'm taking it at the 10-minute mark.
And then 20 minutes into the game, they'll ask why you took the royal jelly.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, every time.
Bot lane, though, we might be seeing this AA get cleaned.
No, you're right. He'll throw the cold feed out. That'll be
Radiant's
it.
middle tower is under attack.
Of course, UU still just controlling that top lane area. He's getting very close now to that minus recipe. So this timing's not bad at all for UU on this Dazzle. He is really going to escalate in terms of net worth if this keeps up.
Yeah, you can see right now he's currently 4th on the net worth, which is not too shabby considering Necrophos dominates the lane. Boomy, though?
He's here. UU in trouble. X actually going down, and there goes UU. Ben Sawyer, great rotation now. They still do lose the Rubik, but it's well worth it.
In the mid lane, however, they actually cleaned up X and the Tiny.
Ouch.
Radiant's middle
Just a
tower
nice
is
AA
under
blast
attack.
reveal. They obviously used the Reaper Scythe combo as well, which is why they're both down for so long. Oh, this is going to get start to get
are
quite rough for
fortified.
Team Trust. They only have a,
Radiant's
what,
middle
half
tower
a K
is under
net worth
attack.
lead with an Alchemist?
It's never what you want with an Alchemist in your team.
Mid lane, though?
They are going to TP in, but how do you take this team fight? Mac is still way too tanky, so they'll try him to CML. X is going to be there with the boat to fly out. He got the Ice Blast off in time, and now with the Tidebringer hit, they do get one. But now you've got to deal with the big boy. Mac should be just fine, but Tidebringer is going to be out again. X, he wants to keep going. Toss in onto poor old XMP.
Does he die for this?
No. Well, he's been thrown to the wolves, but Mac doesn't really have much mana. Just have to go back towards the fountain. So at least they do get the support AA kill. That's really all they get for their trouble. They're going to try and capitalize by going after that mid-tier 1 tower.
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned the Midas. I think he gets Midas if they get this tower right now, which is a very good timing for UU.
Dire's middle tower is under
They are
attack.
going to TP in and defend this.
They've got the air blast as well. Necrophos 20 on the side. This is an awkward fight for Team Trust right now. Obviously, you don't want to commit too heavily because Terrorblade is obviously farming bot. Bensoy is just annoying the hell out of the Alchemist. So it's going to be a 3v5 fight, but they might have to take it.
The X and Torrent, Ice Blast is not going to connect on anyone but the Tiny. Mac still looks very, very healthy. Now Bensoy jumping in, dropping a lot of HP early on. They'll want to continue this fight, perhaps, Android. A lift up on UU. Reaper's Sight is going to be enough from Mac. Now the boats are flying. X trying to survive. Mac still alright. Meanwhile, the quad, Bensoy, does die. Now the avalanche toss on Mac, but it is still not enough damage for this Necrophos. They still get the positive end of the stick here, I think, for the side of Android. It is a 2-for-1 trade.
Yeah, 2-for-1 trade. Obviously, it looks worse because everyone assumes Queen of Pain's the mid laner, but no, that was their offlane. That was Bensoy dying, trading for an offlane plus +4. And I believe they'll get this tower now, if it doesn't get denied.
Oh. Nice deny there from X.
It's off the map, at least.
Yeah. It's really all you wanted anyway if you're a droid. But they are about to hit a timing, right, Team Trust? Like, they've got the Radiance up on the Alp now. You've still got this Chen, you've still got this Dazzle with the Midas coming out. When is it go time for this Radiant side?
I think +1 item on Alchemist. Like, obviously you said he has the Radiance, but he is queuing up the BKB, realizing he can die pretty quickly in these team fights. So with that BKB, they might fight. But X has gone for the Spirit Vessel. It's just an awkward time frame for them because none of their items are syncing up perfectly. A lot of good teams, or top teams rather, they might pick an earlier game versus a later game item purely so they can combo with their team.
See why? Was found out by Ching Fang. He'll use the reflection, but Avalanche connected, still no toss out. And meanwhile in the mid lane, X on the Kunkka. Again going down to Mac. Mac has been having a very, very good game on this Necrophos. Well, this is the exact opposite for X.
Yeah, and the worst part was X didn't even get Reapers there. Like, that was just a AA blast with the Yule Scepter combo to make sure he actually got hit by the Cold Feet. So it wasn't like they committed much. You can see right now Max health and mana are basically full, and now they can just do it again now that Ice Blast is off cooldown.
Smoke up. Avalanche was just on some neutral creeps, but CML can have his smoke broken. XMP, that is dangerous, sir. He'll try to fight back up against the AA, but now with the Cold Feet and the Ice Blast, he is going to be tossed out of the Ice Blast range, but Mac will commit the Reaper's Scythe. Not willing to waste any time here chasing down this Chen, and of course it was XMP after all, which means you have to commit every ultimate.
Oh yeah, if you don't commit at least 2 ultimates for XMP, was it really worth it? Did you really send that message? But that time I do agree with it. Reaper's a spell that you want to just have someone removed from the map. You did clean up a lot of the creeps as well. You can see there's only 2 left chasing CML right now. And just getting the support off the map is always a good idea in this farming situation. TB, Alchemist being AFK farmers.
He's almost got that BKB up. And that's that point. Once he's got that BKB up, you'd expect a big smoke to happen from Team Trust, and they try to make something happen up against the droid. Because the thing is, eventually this Terrorblade is going to get out of control. I mean,
he's almost there, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the SNY up already.
Like, SNY, he's going to have another Ultimate Orb. I believe Scardy is going to be his build-up. Obviously, he has it queued. I don't think he'll have to change his mind. He doesn't have to worry about any AA blasts, Reaper Sights like the Alchemist does. But once he gets the Scardy, how do you burst him down without a Sunder coming off?
That's a good question.
And you've obviously got no Lotus Orb pickers. We saw last game there was some, let's say, questionable dooms coming through on that Lotus Orb, there's not going to be any of that Clown Fest this game this early on.
Well, there's that BKB coming out now.
Oh.
X. Going to get an X off on Boomy. With the boat to fly in, and XMP should be able to hold him down here with these neutrals. So Boomy probably going to go down, and it's a much-needed kill for this Kunkka, who is just very far behind. They help out the cause a bit.
Radiant's bottom tower
TP's in
is
mid.
under
Are
attack.
they going to go for a smoke yet? Mac's going to run straight into Shifu. Now, they'll use the unstable concoction. Ice Blast. Not going to land from CML. Cold Feet was there. Mac still surviving. He does not have that Ghost Form anymore, but he gets the Yules off now. Avoiding the Torrent, but he's tossed up in the air. Sonic Wave is out from Bensoy, but Mac has died. And so does UU on the Dazzle.
Yeah, missing that Ice Blast is such an issue. You can see now Artemis is not scared of anything. He's just going to run in willy-nilly. Still has the BKB.
Yeah, Bensoy, there's the BKB being used up. He will actually be able to blink out on the quad, but that Spirit Vessel is ticking him out. He does survive, just barely.
Ooh. That was close. And obviously, not a massive deal, but they've got the Vul Assassin, or top mid lane.
CML, just a simple avalanche toss. Out from our Tiny, will do it.
As they have the Vul Assassin on Chen, at least they had it. The damage over time was stopping the bottle over and over again.
Right.
Just the little things you don't really pick up that often. And an annoying little Chen mechanic.
He pins it here from XMP and Shifu.
And X now.
Yeah, just everyone jump in. Be Boomy gone. X to take the kill with the Torrent. Nice little pickup again onto that Rubik. Still though, Trust, they are only leading by 1k. So they are not out of the woods quite yet. In fact, I dare say this is almost a net worth advantage for the side of Adroit right now, considering how low it is.
Yeah, I definitely think if you're not 5-6k ahead by now as Team Trust, you're losing. Kunkka can obviously farm still. He hasn't hit that point where he tapers off. You have a Midas off lane with a Necro, which is a farming Necro, and then the Alchemist. So you should really be further ahead than 2k. But they've pulled it together, because there was a point where I was legitimately saying Team Trust were behind on the net worth, and you can never have that as an Alchemist player.
Absolutely not. He's going to get started on this Roshan play, because you've got so many creeps here with the Dazzle and Chen that it doesn't really take you that long to take this thing down, assuming you have the rest of the team. And well, Droid, they're not really ready for this. They don't know what's happening. And Roshan,
they just scanned it, so they could. There's the Ice Blast.
Try the Ice Blast to fly in. Roshan still very, very low. The TV illusion is going to scout it out, but it is way too late. And so Trust going to take the first Aegis of the game, and they're just out of there. No punishment.
That is a huge timer for them as well, because we talked about the AA Blast being so crucial for them. All of a sudden, the AA Blast doesn't matter because you don't have to commit BKB for it, and now you can just push into the mid lanes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That tier 1 tower.
Dire's structures.
The spot of danger. Boomy was just trying to fade bolt the creep wave down, but he's been X'd up again by X, and with that, that almost certainly means his death.
Nothing of value is committed either. They can just continue going. There's no way you can split push these creeps either. Like, Mac's too far away. Bensoy's going to commit on the tier 1 top. You pretty much have to just split push this fight out.
Radiant's bottom
See why he's getting very, very
attack.
close to having that Eye of
Bensoy
Skadi up
top.
at top
Radiant's
lane.
top is
Bensoy will be able to blink out. He's just fine. He gets a nice little bounty rune, and the Alk will take the other. Shifu, he'll get back to farming. Still bot lane. They are going to go after Cheng Feng, but CML, he's the one who drops low, but the Ice Blast going to fly through with the Sonic Wave. X needs to get out ASAP.
Jeez,
Still
he's
gets
going to die.
strike, but no, the Scream is there from Bensoy, and now UU being left behind on the Dazzle. He's going to be the third to go down. And, well, there's an Alchemist around if they want to try for that. Shifu?
They actually lost CML, so XMP rather, fighting around the runes.
Mac has Reaper's Sight. They use him up again. They should have the control of this Alchemist. He needs help, but he has no teammates alive at the moment. That means this Alchemist is just guaranteed dead. In fact, they're not even going to commit the Reapers for this.
He has no TP. He has no TP out. He's actually stuck here. And there's the Ice Blast. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage. Reaper Scythe is still available. It's a concern here for Team Trust.
To tell you the truth, they saw the AC recipe on his backpack. They probably should have just committed the Reapers to send him to the grave for 70 rather than the 40 he's up. It would have added 25, yeah. It would have been 70 seconds without Alchemist farming, which is such an issue. Because, like we said before, a net worth lead against an Alchemist is a big deal.
CML. Trouble. Probably is gonna die, but Boomy's playing games with the Dazzle. UU gonna get X back by Boomy. And CML does eventually die. They had the Spirit Vessel charge as well as the Necro Creeps just following him down. But it's position 5 kill, not too big of a deal for a droid, and I think they're just more than happy to keep this game going the way it is going.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Skadi is up for Terrorblade. We haven't really talked about it.
Oh, chase down Mac, but just can't keep up with
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And all the while, you look at MCY, Pog, he's got the Skadi, he's looking very, very healthy. In fact, there might be another item coming out for it.
This is just a Dragonlance, so it's nothing major. And they're getting a corner on here.
Avalanche, Toss, is there, MCY, he's been stunned up, he could be in danger. Perma stunned in fact, but is he? No, he's not, he'll sunder. No matter yet. He's going after XMP in the melee form. They're trying to heal everyone up. Boomy getting out of there. The Ice Blast to fly through, connecting on the Alchemist, but MCY is still in massive danger. Now the Reaper Scythe is out. Still, everyone survives apart from XMP, who does die on the Chen. But Mac actually gets the kill on the Alchemist. The Ice Blast passive was still on top. Now UU just trying to retreat, but it looks like he has nowhere to go but down. Ben Soy gets a double. Maybe they lose Mac, and they do. The tower, of all things, gets the Mac kill.
And another Sunder up. I wouldn't be surprised to see this Sunder go off and him not even die for this.
MCY is alive, gets the Sunder off in time onto X, and now we'll turn back around with the Sonic Wave out from Ben Soy. Oh, UU. Just leave, sir. Leave the building. It is not safe with this man.
All right, we're going to game 3, right?
I don't want to call it this early, but you are the analyst, Poglet. You'd know better than I do.
23 minutes in, you can't kill MCY, and yes, he has a Skadi, but he's only going to get tankier from here. He has the level 15 talent, bat to be the level 20. If he goes to stats talent here, I don't see him dying, honestly. An extra 160 health, plus I believe he can just go for the Pike or the Satanic here. It's almost impossible for them to deal with him. And he does go for the stats, 20. Haven't seen what he's queued up yet while we watch the rest of his team just clown around the Alchemist.
Is there a way for Trust to come back into this game? Like, if you were the captain right now, in fact, hold that thought, because Shifu will be alright. CML actually going to be the one to get caught out, but Boomy is still around to try and help. They'll pop the BKB on Shifu. That'll be CML gone. Now Boomy and Mac, do they want to fight this? It looks like they may. As the BKB does wear off, they'll get the Yules off. Mac, this is dangerous, but he's going to go in with the Ghost form now. MCY to join the fray. They'll go after the Kunkka first, and that should just be X gone with another great Sonic Wave out from Ben Soy. Now Ching Feng is trying to run, but he's been, well, TV Lucian got tossed to him. And the Fade Bolt will be enough from Boomy.
Yeah,
I was about to ask you how they could win this game, Poglet, but it's looking like they might be running out of ideas now.
I was going to say a throw. I think a throw is the only way they come back into this game, because right now, MCY and Ben Soy are absolutely chunky. And that's not to do with the fact that Mac can just do whatever the hell he wants in these team fights. He's walking around with the Lotus, the Yules. He's going to have an Ag soon, which obviously has been changed to reduce the Ghost Shroud cooldown. So he's going to be unkillable in these team fights. You can't deal with that.
MCY going to take out the bot melee Barretts and the range, of course.
MCY with 90% of the way to MKB as well. So he doesn't even care about this Radiance right now.
MKB, huh? No Divine Rapier. It's a bit upsetting.
We saw how many Divine Rapier picks have been. That was 10 in this tournament.
Never enough, never enough.
I remember there was a time where like one Divine Rapier, everyone was going nuts. Everyone was like, what is this? What is he doing? He's going to throw the game with this item. And now it's just like, yeah, 30 minutes in, man. Let's just build one.
It's ever since they added the True Strike to it, I reckon. It's just got that little bit of added value now.
That is true. I think the True Sight was a ridiculously strong buff.
Oh, yeah,
It's rated.
100% of the time. It's just never going to miss.
Granted, there are more evasion items these days.
True.
And people are just generally smarter these days.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far.
They're more knowledgeable about Dota, so
Oh, well, yeah,
I don't know if that makes them smarter.
We're talking about Dota, yeah, sure. X is going to get jumped on. Ice Blast is going to be out with the Reaper side, but X will be alive with the Shallow Grave, but for how long? He is going to go. Now Yu trying to return back to the base while Shifu moves forward onto Mac. Do you have the damage? No, with that Sonic Wave out again from Ben Soy, connecting on all three of them, and they just rush the tier 3 tower. But that's a great bow down from Yakonka. X is trying to fight back with the poison.
You got a voice, then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. Dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody.
Let's take our time right now, it's just a vibe with you. I feel alive, now I'm feeling like up to the front, will it stand the test of time right now? I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer, should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over.
Not the result Team Trust were expecting with their Alchemist draft, but luckily enough here for Adroit, they're going to send this to a Game 3. Neither of these teams wants to lose a third series for ESL 1 Thailand. Both these teams are looking for the victory, and Game 3 will decide it all. My boys back here on the panel, Danog, Kyo. Now that's a little bit better there from Adroit.
It was, but it was some serious draft arrogance coming out from Team Trust. You can't just continue with the strat that you started out with when you've got that AA pick. Or you can't go a kind of strat like that without banning out the AA, more importantly.
Yeah, I mean, like, Alchemist against TVAA, like, I mean, could have worked it, like, I think because of the first game performance, but it's still, like, draft matters a lot in Dota. And
there was a period of time where the Alchemist, he did have an alright amount of farm. Like, even though overall the team was only like 1-2k net worth ahead, he was about 3,000 or 4,000 ahead at the 15 or so minute mark. But they never transitioned that into anything. He finished up 1-3 and 8, I think.
Like this fight, like 16k Alchemist, you know, like started with like full HP. Terrorblade has like 400, 500 HP, and then Alchemist died.
Yeah.
Like, well, how do we say, like, yeah, I have nothing to say about this sort of moments.
I thought that there was some much better team play coming out from Adroit that time around. You can see there their spell casting and team fights is much better. The thing I really liked from Ben Soy especially was he was aggressive. He's not this Venomancer that's like moving around the map, slowly pushing in. He went this hyper-aggressive build. We saw an Aghanim Scepter. We saw a a Yasha and Kaya coming out for him. So he did still have that movement speed, but he could actually make stuff happen in these team fights. And even there on Boomy, he was playing the Rubik, and he got some solid steals off in that fight, even taking the Hand of God a couple of times and making sure that TB stayed and was able to keep fighting.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing is they gave MCY like quite a lot of space, right? He ended up that game at the top of the net worth, which is obviously against an Alchemist. You need to make sure that the Arc is at least, you know, a couple items ahead of the enemy carry, and this Terrorblade was almost catching up to the entirety of that game, and that's where Adroit was able to turn it around. And obviously Benso was playing extremely well in that Queen of Pain in the offlane, just being able to create the space they needed for the Terrorblade. And I don't know, we called it arrogance from Team Trust. Maybe they were just like, okay, we've got a game lead here, let's just try and play our strat and see if it works out, and obviously it didn't. So
yeah, I think that time around as well, you had Mac playing the Necro on the mid lane, right? And you're going up against the Kunkka. That's always going to be a nice lane. Poglet talked about it in the actual game itself, where you're able to out-sustain, which is really one of Kunkka's main strengths. You know, you can obviously just X yourself, TP back to base, heal up, come back, but Necro is always just going to have a good time with that because of the regen that he gets from killing things and the death pulse as well. But on top of that, they went this style where in game one, he went the Doom, he used it and didn't always get the kill, even if he committed his ultimate, and a couple of times it got reflected onto him. But because of how aggressive and how early focused Team Trust's lineup was that time, you could afford to use the Reaper Scythe on the Chen, which I think he caught 3 times. Chen died 10 times that game. And when they don't have this early push, that early potential to take objectives, suddenly Team Trust's draft falls apart and they're able to come back into it with the Terrorblade.
Yeah, they just had to keep up their pace with like going into the towers after they secured the Roche. But there was a lot of separation happen, and like I think Adroit caught it really well with smoking with Mac and just going into their jungle and kill 1 or 2 supports. They just can't push. It's the same as that the motivate trust that Lifestealer game.
Yeah, it feels like it was a draft that is both outdated and stubborn. You know, like the Death Ball meta doesn't really exist anymore, especially now that they've nerfed a lot of these aura push items, even the drums, like, as much as today. And also, you've got this draft where they were so stubborn that they still wanted to do this despite having AA still in the pool. So props to Adroit for realizing that, hey, well, they're clearly just instant picking what they want. So let's just put the thing that's going to be best against that.
yeah, it was good to see that they were fixing the way that they played here for Adroit. They decided to play a little bit more aggressive. They obviously their team fights were a lot better in this second game. I think maybe Team Trust, I don't want to call them out for being a little bit too outdated and, you know, over arrogant or something like that. It was a strat. They wanted to play their own style, and obviously they just didn't ban out the Ancient Apparition. Maybe it's a hero for them that they were going, we've got a lot of heroes that if they get hit by this Ice Blast, then, you know, maybe only 1 or 2 of us get hit by the Ice Blast, and we can continue the fight around that. But obviously, Ancient Apparition was playing extremely well in CML there. He was able to get quite a few of those big Ice Blasts going there. But I wanted to talk about us, you know, moving forward here for this Game 3. Do you think the Team Trust are going to go for one of those... what's the word I'm looking for? Like a predetermined draft they want to go into a game. Or do you think they're going to go back to more reactive drafting?
I feel like that was their attempt to do something that's a little bit different from what they always pick. Because Adroit correctly identified, you know, the main heroes that they like to play, and they banned them out super early on. So they were forced to try something a little bit different. And this is, I suppose, the easiest strat to do that with. You know, just full up, group, Death Ball. But that's not the... Like, even though those are the heroes that enable you to do that, they didn't play the style that supported that. And so there's some inexperience in there, but there's also, I would have to say, a shallow hero pool coming out from Team Trust here.
Yeah, I agree with that, what just Anok said.
All right, well, with that analysis done and dusted, we're going to go to a very short break. But on the other side of this, we have Game 3 between Team Trust and Adroit. Loser of this, probably going to be out of the groups. Winner of this still has a chance for ESL 1 Thailand. We'll see you after this.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
through the motions, it's super slow motion. It's time to lose your inhibition, developing a blind ambition. Fire it up, ignite it. I don't wanna fight it no more. I wanna see where this can go. I'm done with playing around, not knowing. Yeah, we've nothing to lose. We're lost at the night. We're feeling alright. Feeling alright. My eyes are on you.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
It all comes down to this. The final game between Team Trust and Adroit. Winner of this goes 1 and 2 in the groups. Loser of this goes 0 and 3. It is basically out of their group stages. Neither one of these teams wants to lose this series. Both teams want to have that playoffs berth. My boys back here on the panel. Dan or QO, welcome back. Game 3 is just around the corner, boys. And this is going down to the wire.
It is, and man, what sort of... I don't think you can take any sort of mentality out of those first two games, right? It just felt like the first game was played a little bit like a pub, I'll be honest. And game number 2, there was a lot more cohesion coming through from Adroit. But I feel like Team Trust can fix up their draft a little bit and still have a fighting chance in game 3.
Yeah, like, I mean, the game 2 was just purely drafting mistakes. If the Trust like draft properly, I feel like this game gonna be 50-50, you know? So now we just have to choose who drafts better.
Do you think that the team play has like kind of scrubbed up a little bit for you, QO, going into that second game for Adroit? Obviously, Team Trust were making less mistakes as well. Do you think both these teams are starting to warm up for today and start to get to that team cohesion position that we're expecting them coming in this first series?
I mean, could be, but like, not just like warm up, but Adroit tends to have very shaky game when they play this anti-mage or like Arc Warden, something that farms a lot, but that can easily die. But as long as they secure MCY with like some obvious heroes, like Sven or TB,
Something that has some survivability.
Something that has a survivability and something that just immediately like the net worth is just proven, like some hero that just immediately affects with the net worth. Then it's okay. But I've seen so many games of him having high net worth, but it didn't show in the game.
Yeah, I think that's probably the downside for picking those style of heroes. I don't want to see him go something like, I don't know, a Drow Ranger or a Gyrocopter or these sorts of things. You've got to go those heroes with the inbuilt survivability. You talk about the TB, he's obviously got the Sunder, he's got good base stats. AM, yeah, he's got Blink, but I feel like he can be caught out a little bit too often with that. And, you mentioned Sven, obviously, very big, beefy boy, Warcry, all the things of that nature. I feel like that's going to suit him the best. Maybe even the PL could make an appearance this time.
What about the Spectre? Do we think that Adroit are going to start to move their way into the same carries that we've seen from these other teams? Spectres, Voids. Do we think we're going to be seeing a little bit more from them?
Maybe not so much the Void. I feel like they might have felt that he took a little bit too much of a hit in the most recent nerfs that came through. Having reduced time lock bash damage is pretty significant, I would feel, especially with the style of build that people are going lately, or maybe they'll try and innovate a new build as well.
I just want to see him like just play like more PL or something that once he gets 10k net worth, he can do that 10k net worth like amount of
He can
work.
like 1v5 with like 10k net worth.
Yeah, and it's the sort of hero where sure you don't want to go up against a Venomancer as a PL, but it's not horrible, especially if you're now going that Plague Ward maxing build, because with it giving a bit of an extra bounty, same sort of thing when you're going up against a Shadow Shaman and things of that nature. You win a team fight, or even if you get a pick-off, you clean them all up, and that's a ton of free gold for yourself.
Yeah. And not just MCY though. Like, I think Bensoy in like first game and second game played like completely differently. Like second game, he was so aggressive. He was connected with like a lot of heroes from the Adroit. But first game, he was just the sacrificial lamb, just pushing in the lane and feed, pushing in the lane and feed.
Yeah.
So I want them to have more confidence within their teamwork, because I do feel like Adroit is better team in my analysis. Yep.
I feel that as well. I feel like maybe he's trying to emulate the style that Cuckoo goes. I feel like he goes those heroes where you can outplay, your Queen of Pain, your Void Spirit. We've seen him pick up the Venomancer in that as well, but I think the thing that separates someone like Bensoy from Cuckoo is Cuckoo knows how far he can extend without feeding. And he builds the right items to make sure that he's going to not only enable himself to have a dominant early game and mid game, but enable the rest of his team.
So we're more looking towards Ben Soy to try and have a little bit more of a better performance coming in for Adroit to make sure that he can put the pressure across the map and put a little bit more pressure on these carries.
Yeah.
But they need to use their spaces really well. Like Geekfam, when we see it, all the cores are farmed, but they're using the maps like some hero farm here, some hero farm here. Like all these are allocated. But when Adroit is behind, only like 1 or 2 cores are just farming great, and other cores like doesn't really know like what they want to do.
Yeah, it's fine if the other core is going with the supports to try and gank and make space for the other 2. That's totally cool. The thing I think, again, you know, the difference between your Adroits and your Geekfams is that they're not static either. When these this farming is happening, you're not always just sticking, you know, someone just in the one spot. Like Abed doesn't just stay in the tri-camp area. He moves around a little bit. He makes himself not so predictable. So we'll see if they can improve a little bit on that. It was certainly a lot better in game number 2.
Well, Chen Rubik opening here from Team Trust. It looks like they're going to fall back on their same old, same old. They don't have the Tide Hunter this time around, which is one of their staples as well. So I'm looking to see if UU will pick up something a little different. Seen his Conqueror a few times as well. Looks quite strong in that offlane.
And again, not choosing to go with the mags. So clearly they just don't have any sort of faith in their own ability to play that one. And I think this is the first time that the Tide Hunters actually made it through past the first phase and they don't pick it up. Like going into this, except for the Rubik, that was like their hero. They always picked the Tide Hunter. So something a little bit surprising, but clearly giving UU the faith that he's going to be able to do something. He was great on that Timbersaw in game 1.
Yeah. I was surprised. Like, in which team, like, who opens with Tide Hunter first 2 picks?
Nobody besides Team Trust.
I mean, it could be their confidence card, but that doesn't mean that hero is just good to pick it up in first 2 pick. Like, it has a significant weakness, and like it can get counter in lane. Like, if they have like not a team fight potential, like a team fight heroes, they can just always split the maps. Like, there are so many ways to deal with it. So, I mean, I would like to see more like trust going on in the Trust team. Yeah. Trust in a Trust team.
I feel like that we've already hit the double digits counter for the amount of times that we've used Trust in this team for Motivate Trust, not just Team Trust. So, boys, I think you guys might have to find a new line very, very soon. But if the Trust does come out here for Team Trust, then I feel like they can need a little bit more team cohesion. They can definitely bring this third game in their favor.
Yeah, and this is most likely going to be a Qingfeng Rubik coming out here. It is their most played hero on Team Trust. They never ban it. They always want it to be available as a comfort pick for them. But again, I've never really seen it style on the enemy team like a few other of these players when they play it. You know, even in game 2, Boomy, he played a very good Rubik. I would say that's better than any sort of Rubik that I've seen Qingfeng play. You know, some great steals. He stole Toss a few times. He stole Chen Ultimate a few times, which was fantastic. He ended up buying a mech as well. So I just feel like his itemization isn't quite as simple. And we're seeing another one of my boy Io. He's coming
Io
out.
Tiny? I'm sure you remember that strat.
Not a big fan.
Elemental Adventure. Let's go.
I think after that nerf with the tree, I mean the Tiny can only hit the 5 times with his tree grab.
Yeah. It doesn't work quite so much, yeah.
And they picked up Terrorblade.
Do you think this is a carry IO? I think there's the potential.
Yeah, we have to see.
Especially with Avenge, right? You're buffing him up a little bit. You probably can't go... Well, you might want to go a ranged... another ranged carry here on a droid.
Luna.
Io Luna.
I think that's a really strong strat. You know, obviously you can have that as that position 5, run around a little bit. The Venge buffs quite a lot. The Ags Luna strat is really, really strong. All right, they're just going to go for something a little different. Another one of those IO partners in the gyrocopter.
I think it's totally fine. You're able to deal with the TB illusions reasonably well. It hits all the Chen creeps too on top of that. You're buffed up with the extra range coming from the Venge, so it's some decent cohesion coming out of a droid so far.
Yeah. I have a feeling that it's going to be IO 1 and Gyro 2, right? And then they're just going to pick offlane here.
Yeah, I agree. Something that
or it could be Mac Venge Full Spirit mid. You know, they have a lot of different options.
True.
We've seen that before.
I think we've seen Ben Soy play offlane Venge a couple of times as well.
Okay.
So that is pretty effective to have. They, of course, do need to be mindful of who this, where this Batrider is going to be laning. You know, it's not guaranteed to be that position 3. They could very easily just run it mid, so you can't just play something that's going to be food into it.
Yeah. But more important than just the laning, I think Trust needs to have one more hero that can actually go in with the Batrider, especially when you're versing against Bench, Tiny, Gyro. Like, even if he has 3,000 like HP, I don't think he can survive.
You also got to keep in mind the fact that the Venge swap is always good against the Lasso as well. So you've always got that save coming in there. The Ire relocate is always save as well on top of that. So a little bit more damage to follow up from this Lasso straight away.
So when you say someone that can go in, we can see the Queen of Pain's gone, the Ember Spirit's gone. Are you thinking a Void or a Storm Spirit or something like that?
That's all one viable option. Or you can. I think putting Bat mid is more realistic, and have some Rubik plus Centaur.
Yeah.
Centaur has been like pretty hot, I think.
Mars got a bit of a buff, and we know that the Chinese teams really like to play it.
Yep.
So
And it's a Rubik Centaur.
especially against range, right? Like
Yeah.
Mars is fantastic against range because you can't attack into
Mars
it.
is good too.
But we're getting rid of an Invoker, so they're just wanting to get rid of that that easy setup for lots of.
I actually want to see Mars here, like against Venge and Tiny. It's good, and Io Gyro. If it's gonna be like a pulse 1 and pulse 2, like one of them are not gonna do any damage because they have to position themselves well. They're range cores anyways.
They have to
so-
be within the wall, basically. Yeah.
You can also set up the Arena of Blood on the relocate as well, right? So you have that few seconds where you know where the relocate's going to come in. You can always set up with the spear in the wall.
Yep.
Yeah, I really want to see a Mars come out here for Team Trust.
What about for Adroit then, boys? Where we looking for these guys? What do they need?
I want one more heal from Adroid. One, because Venge swap isn't enough. Maybe it's like something like Omni Knight or
LC. I like LC into this. It gives you
LC?
double save against the Batrider. It gives you a purge. You get a lot of damage from your overwhelming odds with all the Chen creeps as well, and the illusions. Puck, huh? On Team
Puck.
Trust.
Okay, so Puck, I'd imagine. He played a pretty
He was
good
playing
Puck.
really well, yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember.
That was probably the best individual play I would say we've
Yep.
seen from anyone on Team Trust throughout this entire tournament. So this is the kind of game that you want to bring it out, that's for sure.
Yeah, why not? Like, I have a feeling it's gonna be Io or Gyro mid, and Puck's gonna do well against both of their heroes.
Yeah. So
Also gives them a nice little combo with the Terrorblade Ags and the Puck Dream Coil Snap. It's always nice to have. But Adroit now, you guys are saying, QO, you wanted a little bit more save coming in from Adroit. LC comes to mind. A few other heroes. I wouldn't mind the Omni Knight. Gives them the GA up against the Terrorblade, which is always nice.
But against a Batrider and Puck, I think better to have one more offensive potential. But it's like team's decision. Like it can be offensive, it can be defensive.
Yeah.
And LC.
Yeah, LC is the right hero for my mind because you're not just following in someone where you put up the Heavenly Grace onto someone and like it's not like a Spectre, it's not like an Ursa or a Lifestealer that you just want to buff up and enable him as much as you can. It's also about doing that yourself. So I think LC is the right way to go. Oh,
CML IO, by the way.
Okay.
As we see these picks are starting to roll through on our screen in front of us.
So MCY Gyro.
So I think they're tossing up
So it's a
who's going to go
mid-tiny.
mid.
Could be mid tiny.
Yep.
Could be mid tiny. All right, boys, before we start heading into this third game.
mid-venge.
So it looks
Mid
like Mac
venge.
will be playing the Venge. Boys, where are we sitting here after seeing those picks?
I'm letting you do it first this time.
I'll just go Adroid.
Yeah, me too.
All right, so both my panelists are going to go with Adroit. I'm going to have to go with Adroit again because this IO seems to be doing quite a lot of work here for ESL 1 Thailand. But we are starting to head into Game 3 here between Team Trust and Adroit. Our casters for this will be the mixed lighting presentation as well as Polga bringing you guys all the action for this third game of our first series.
Clash of steel. strong enough. With you, never cry.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 3 between the side of Team Trust and, of course, the side of Adroit. It is MLP, Dota, and Poglet. 2 new drafts, sir. How are you feeling about them?
I think they're much better. I think Game 2 was very clear-cut who had the better draft. Game 3, they've actually both decided to draft properly. I think it's the best way I can say. There's no clown picks here. I am a bit curious how they're going to play the Io Gyrocopter lane, but that's one for the ages, right? We've seen this combination for 3-4 years. It's super stock standard. Everyone knows what it's about. And on the other side, you have TB, you have Puck, and you have Batrider as the cause. And we talked about it. X's Puck is incredibly good. Analysts talked it up, and I think they might have casted cursed him, but I hope he plays a good game here.
We had a great game number 1. Of course, game number 2 was a little bit rough on him on that conquer, but the X-Puck, we've seen it once, or at least I have, and I was quite impressed. See if he can replicate the performance he had last time around. Of course, a droid. This Io Gyro, we're looking to make a lot of work happen. And there were talks about this potentially being a core Io, but that's not the case. CML has taken the support Io, of course, be with MCY.
Yeah, I was curious to see. I believe DreamerCell was playing Core IO previously. It would have been yesterday, actually, maybe the day before. And it looked quite solid. Obviously, we've seen it being played by the likes of Anna.
I mean, that was
Aussie
Anna.
boy, yeah. But like, that's a different beast because he made the hero get nerfed single-handedly.
Yeah.
So, in its place right now, I think as a support, it's completely fine. Obviously, Gyrocopter is going to have to do a lot of work coming from this aggressive offlane that they're doing with the carry. So it'll be interesting to see how they play because I believe they sent Bensway top to lane against the Batrider, and Team Trust have kind of pranked them here.
It's not very nice of them. Bensway is going to have to make a run back down towards that bot lane.
Oh, look what's happening. They're actually both switching lanes. MCY going top, but you almost on cue is following him up.
I've seen this happen for like 10 minutes before when I've casted. They will literally run up and down towards the top bot lane over and over again if it takes, until one of them gives up. It's gotten to the point, it's gotten so bad that both teams will start jungling at some point if that's what it takes to not lose this this laning war. And of course XMP, he'll happily take the XP and gold while he's here. Bensway will show up, and XMP will probably go on a run very, very soon. In fact, never mind. He'll bring the Terrorblade here. Shifu will get back to farming.
They might get a kill for this, but the trade is quite positive, obviously, towards Team Trust because they actually have that Chen recall. They might be able to lose their Rubik here, though.
Yeah, Xingfeng is in trouble, but no. Yu will block the Wayne, so will the creeps, so Boomy is unable to chase him down. Still a very strong trial in here from Adroit with this this Gyrocopter IO and the Tiny. You've got to be very, very cautious about how close you get. It really only takes a simple toss back to the Gyrocopter for a Rocket Barrage, which really could allow them to get these kills in this laning phase.
Yeah, definitely. And it was a level 2 Tiny as well. We're going to see Boomy rotate, so we won't be able to see the tri-lane for too much longer. But the lane we want to talk about more. I think we should be mentioning it's Mac playing Avenge mid.
Right.
I don't get to see mid Vengeful Spirit that often.
No.
And against a Puck no less who can dodge your stun, he can dodge your Wave of Terror like we almost just saw. I think it's quite an awkward lane matchup for him.
I was a bit confused when I saw it. But, top lane, homing missile, gonna land on the Rubik, but that'll be just it. It kind of makes you wonder though with that mid bench, what was the point of putting it mid up against that Puck? But
bot lane?
They're kind of stuck with it now. Bot lane is going to be where the first blood does happen. Boomy is able to pick it up and Well, that was your POS 1 Terrorblade going down. It's not the way Team Trust want to get this game started.
Yeah, it's just a heads-up play from Boomy. He rotates with that extra level, like we said that he got in the solo lane while they were doing the musical chairs, we'll say. And he gets to kind of put it to Terrorblade without them realizing, and he gets this kill for free.
MCY lifted onto the cliff, but it'll be just fine to TP out. Nothing else to cancel that TP off. Things going very well for X and Mac, by the way, in this mid lane. I've got to say, I really did think that Mac would be at a huge disadvantage, but in terms of CS, he is at least keeping up for now. Looks like neither hero is really dying or suffering too much damage. So bot lane, Avalanche out from Boomy. Not going to lead to anything, just a casual Avalanche.
And it is easy, obviously. Mac can use this Wave of Terror to get the creeps that he can't actually make it to. And he hits quite hard. Like, the 2 levels in Vengeance Aura is giving so much extra damage to you. Obviously, it gives bonus attributes and bonus range. So, you definitely can play the lane quite solidly. I just didn't think this was going to be the build. 0-2-2.
Why not? Bot lane, XMP ends up killing off Ben Soy. Ben was left alone there by Boomy. As the LC, you want to be able to solo that lane up against this Terrorblade Chem, but that'd be a bit hard on Boomy. Nice regen rune still. X, he already committed that orb, so Mac should be able to secure a very, very simple kill here onto X, and it looks like they will. That's a huge deal for the side of a droid.
Yeah, Courier as well, and Boomy had the peace of mind to actually realize his Courier was coming in as well. So everything coming up for a droid just there. And it makes this lane quite awkward because now he's going to have extra levels on Mac versus the Puck, which means he can get 6 quicker. So he can actually use these swaps aggressively with these tiny rotations and make this lane very hard for the Puck on X.
Boomy trying to mess around with XMP and get rid of that Harpy creep. The Chain Lightning has been a little bit frustrating for a droid to deal with, but he could not quite finish it off, and he'll have to walk his way out with a bit more harass out from XMP. Bounty runes about to spawn at the 5-minute mark, but nobody really running towards them. Apart from that bot lane, where Boomy will make it. Take them away. Still top lane. Bat Rider will go for a Firefly. Yu trying to go onto MCY. The Rocket Barrage is going to be quite painful for him, and with that Wave of Terror, they had enough. In fact, another. They'll get the Ruby.
Yeah, a nice rotation coming out from the Vengeful Spirit. And it's not too heavy a trade because X actually came for the runes. They're going to go 2 towards X, but in the mid lane, Boomy getting his farm, so there's no real loss here for Team Adroit. And if he plays this badly, oh no, he's going to be fine.
Still, Adroit are just finding everything they could ask for off this map. Boomy going to hit that level 4 mark now. In fact, he's rushing towards X and gets a nice avalanche toss off, but he has the orb again. Mac was unable to lock him down, of course, doesn't have the stun yet. Tried for the swap, but was not in range for it.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, now that obviously Boomy's going to hang around, it'd be interesting to see if they actually get a pick here. And you can see, obviously, the fight for the action runes as well. I hate seeing supports have to do this, but it's just the way Dota is right now. That supports have to secure these action runes for the mid laner.
That they do. Especially when you've got a Puck in the mid lane who just loves taking those power runes away. Still, this time around it is going to be the Rubik who has had to take the invis. CML not going to realize he's right next to him. Now he will. Should be just fine. Doesn't look like they're going to really try and set up to kill off this Rubik, and he'll reveal himself anyway. But at least CML should have had vision of that Observer Ward going down.
I think so. I mean, looking at the vision, he definitely saw him if they were paying attention. That's the big if. Were they watching his infantry? We'll get to see in a minute, but bot lane, they're going to find a kill.
They might. The Terrorblade going to be in trouble down at that bot lane. No, he'll be fine. Boomy did commit the toss. Now XMP to come in, gives Boomy a bit of a zap on the backside and just leave him be.
God, do you remember when this Harpy Storm crafter used to have 400 mana?
Oh, I remember.
Oh, Dota. I miss the broken days sometimes.
I believe it was, I can't remember which pro it was that showed that off first, but I feel like it was Puppy who really showed how broken that creep was.
I think a few of them were doing Chen spamming, but Puppy is obviously one of the best Chens in the world.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was him that started it, but he was definitely the first round of pioneers, we'll say.
Yeah. Really starting to show our age here, Poglet, I gotta tell you. It's a long time ago.
I mean, I feel young watching these games still.
I don't.
Until I realize some of the players are like 16, 17, and 18. You're like, ah, man. What are we going to do with this?
That's some huge stacks out from CML. This is going to be great for their gyrocopter. Mid lane, Mac could be in danger. He has been dream called, but no, he'll be fine. He gets a nice swap off. They do miss the avalanche, but now they'll get the duel in time. Still Lasso is going to be out from our Batrider, but Mac is still alive, but he could not get the secondary swap off. Now, Team Trust, they want to chase after Bensoy. They can't really slow him down or hold him down. The rest of Detroit, be fine to just back off, but they do lose that mid-bench.
Yeah, interesting play from Mac there. Obviously, he had the 21 charge, so I'm surprised he didn't go for more, but they're going to look for the puck anyway.
You get the toss back, but X will be able to orb his way out just fine. And while all that's been happening, look down to that bot lane. Bensoy, he's been on defense duty for this tier 1 tower, and well, MCY and CML, they've been clearing those stacks ASAP, and I think that's the right decision as well, considering they just kind of lost the team fight. You do get most of those stacks.
Got Boomy on the top lane though. He might get chased down here. They don't know Gyrocopter's on the high ground. And they just go back to farming jungle.
I mean, for a droid, this seems like a good idea though, right? Like, you had so many stacks, you've got a gyrocopter, you just take all those stacks first, and now you might just start a team fight. You've got the level 6 there on your gyro. So MCY, gonna Sean Sook now, going for a homing missile onto the Terrorblade. Shifu.
Awkward fight because, like you said, he is level 6, but he doesn't actually have the ultimate. He has cooldown on cooldown. He uses the farm. And instead, they're going to have Mac jump on.
Recoil is there onto Mac. Boomy for an avalanche toss. Does get the avalanche off, and now the toss into X, but he will be safe. Or maybe not, Mac. The magic missile, no, the swap back is again. Well played by Mac on the bench. That'll be your mid-puck going down. Everyone else from Trust are able to get themselves out of there.
Yeah, it's solid play all around for Detroit. Obviously, these scrappy fights aren't great for anyone, but anytime you have to commit 5 on one side, 4 on the other, as Bensoy is farming bot, it's a win.
Under attack.
Still got TB farming very nicely in the jungle, has the drums up. Hasn't really queued anything else up yet, so we don't know what kind of item build he wants to go for this game. Meanwhile, Mac is apparently going for the Vladimir's offering, which is, I suppose, fairly standard on the bench. Something's just never changed.
Yeah, I mean, even as a core, you're not too worried about stats. Like, you can see he's quite tanky. He's got 21 armor. Tower, it'll drop down, obviously. But it's very hard to deal with him in these team fights because of the swaps, and once he dies, you have to deal with him again anyway, because he has that illusion. The illusion basically hits for max damage anyway, now that it's maxed on the Vengeance Aura. So, why not just build auras and die?
Good point. Just keep getting back to it. Seems like both teams are rather comfortable with this game with just trying to secure their farm on these position 1s first before they go much further. It's going to give XMP some time to actually get some levels up on this Chen. Unlike last game where he was just having a real struggle. In fact, speaking of XMP, he's got 2 of those harpies now.
Ah, yes, 2 harpies. You know, to double down on being a nuisance. I can't complain, I actually played Chen. So, like, not much because I don't play much Dota right now in the last couple of days, but Chen is a hero that you bring out every so often just to annoy the opposition.
Oh, absolutely. Not an easy hero to play either. It's not like it's a one-button kind of hero.
They've made it much easier in recent patches. Like, every single patch makes it slightly easier for Chen when they start upgrading his Divine Favor into a passive and a massive cooldown recall. So you have no one on your team complaining anymore. Hand of Gods, very simple, always has been. And just generally speaking, the fact that Centaur stuns are so good now, you just max them. You just like get 4 Centaurs,
Mid lane, Boomy, a great avalanche toss back, but a Dream Coil forced out from X, but it's gonna do nothing. He just didn't really have an escape plan after that. that'll mean Mac can start pressuring this mid tier 1 tower a
Radiant's
little bit.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they might be able to get a bit of chunk of damage, but they're going to go for the pick on the Battle Rider instead.
Yu needs to be very cautious. He already has the Firefly going, but now the toss in onto Ben Soy. Of course, XMP going to get caught in the Chen. He also had relocate in from CML. He's probably just going to leave MCY there, and
Radiant's middle
now they
tower
definitely
is
should
under
be able
attack.
to just secure this tier 1 mid
Radiant
tower.
structures
You say
are
leave him there,
fortified.
he TP'd about 700 units up. He was still in the mid lane.
Coming in to defend. Team Trust do not want to allow this to go down this early, and they won't. It's not like Adroit really have the fastest forms of pushing yet. All they can do is chip away and back off. Of course, the respawn times of Trust are so low at the moment. They're always going to have a chance to TP back in and defend that tier 1.
Yeah, and it just shows how crucial tier 1's right now. Like 1500 health on the Dire side, and obviously like just about the same on Radiant. Like no one wants to give up this mid tower. It's so crucial for Roshan. It's so crucial for map awareness and map superiority. And you can see like they're committing everything to make sure they can get these towers.
Yeah. I mean, the tier 1 mid tower opens up the map for you quite well. Essentially get access to 2 jungles. And, they're going to go for it. The Droid, are you going to try and stop this? X, he'll initiate the team fight with the Dream Call. And now the drums have been popped. They want Mac on that Venge, and they will take him very, very easily. And that's now a guaranteed tier 1 mid tower.
It's awkward what Mac's doing though. Like, so he dies here, right? He's down for 30 seconds. His illusion's just AFK in front of the tower.
Can't do that.
That's free farm. That's
Yep.
literally, you could be farming towers, creeps, anything. Just something. He's got the Vlads too. It's not like the illusion can't keep itself alive. It's got quite a bit of armor, a bit of damage. He did disconnect though.
Yeah. I mean, he did. That's probably why.
I was roasting a man that's disconnected, and I stand by that. Did he die because he disconnected? Probably not. But
I gotta tell you, Venge is like... I know people were saying the Quap Arcana makes Venge and Quap look too similar, but Venge also has like oh my goodness, that is disgusting. Gyrocopter.
man, what's wrong with the gyrocopter?
I mean, look at him.
The pirate.
He's got a he's got a drinking problem. You can tell.
Oh, I thought this was meant to be a PG stream, but we're just straight throwing gyrocopter right under that bus.
Oh, I mean, you know, there's nothing un-PG about alcohol. I mean, don't drink alcohol, kids, but, you know.
There we go.
Yeah.
Now we're good. Now we're fine. We've done our little bit to assist everyone.
Yeah.
In their parental endeavors.
Yeah. Just saying, I mean, with the voice, and, you know, a couple of teeth missing there from the gyro. Not a good look for him, still.
I mean, low-key, I kind of want Slacks to do a revoice of just Gyrocopter.
I always thought Gyrocopter, his voice couldn't get any worse until you brought up the fact that Slacks might be able to redo it.
I mean, tell me that wouldn't be funny.
It'd be funny. Until you have to play with the damn hero over and over again.
Exactly. You only see it once every blue moon.
Huge ancient stats. Out for a Troy. Of course, MCY going to take them very happily. It's a very fast process for MCY, but bot lane Boomy. Caught out there from our Rubik. Does go down, of course, UU around to help on the Bat Rider. Now X will commit the Dream Call onto Mac. That'll be it.
Yeah, that was a weird Dream Coil. I mean, Dream Coil isn't a massive cooldown. It's obviously 70 seconds. It's going to get lower and lower as he levels it. But there was no way you're getting a kill there. It's just a little light tap. It's a bit of a tickle towards Mac as he walks off. Are they smoking here? Smoke gank? Bensoy? There we go. This is the blink reveal, by the way, on the Legion Commander.
And the Axe on the Gyro.
Yeah, so this is a huge timing. You want to find someone more than just the Rubik, but I believe that's all they're going to find. Unless they go towards bot lane where they might see UUU farming the lane. They might be able to find X as well. Oh, this could be a disaster.
CY running in to see UU, but they don't realize the Bat Rider's there. Just going to go back towards the mid lane now. You could just kind of re-smoke if you like. Boomy does now have the blink on the Tiny. So there's another reason to smoke here, and they do buy another smoke. Looks like it's time to go.
The problem is now that it's become so obvious that like that's all they're trying to do. They're finding dual victories. They're pretty much gonna let this happen. They're AFK farming. The Terrorblade has the Manta somewhere. I don't know. I can't see his courier on the map, but he's buying more.
Avalanche. Now, Boomy is way too deep. Does go down X. You want to keep chasing. MCY, he showed himself, so that'll be a double dream call out with the lasso on the IO. CML's gone, and this gyrocopter, he's trying to fight. There'll be a swap out from Mac, but at what cost? They'll lose the gyro, they'll lose Mac, and Ben Soy is the only man left standing. They saw Boomy go down, and they went up the staircase. It looked like a bit of maybe miscommunication here from the side of Detroit.
They just seemed tired and slow. Their reaction just wasn't quick enough for what Team Trust were doing. Like, it was very obvious that Team Trust, once they got that kill, they were going to try to blink in Quill, find whoever they can. Obviously, they have the travel on Batrider, so he'll try to get a pick off as well. And it leads to a, 4-0 plus Roshan, and they're going to try to fight the Roche pit as well. I feel like this is too late.
Nice ages there for the side of Trust, and you know, as the game goes on, this Adroit draft, it's slowly starting to fall apart, it almost feels like. Now I realize there's so much space for this gyrocopter to grow, but you're still up against the Terrible. And that's my big concern here for Adroit, is it's not like you're going to outscale this TV.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to see a replay of the fight here. It's the ants go marching in one by one. That's what it felt like to me. No one really was backing off properly. We saw there the gyrocopter on the high ground. A nice heads-up play from Team Trust to realize their capability here. To just keep pressing forward, keep killing the cores, and it paid off for them. They got a lot of net worth, they got a lot of XP, and obviously the Roshan as well.
All props to you. Just quick
Top lane.
there's going to be a duel. Boomy in with the Avalanche toss. They do get XMP, and now the relocate in. Another huge team fight, but the dream call out from X. He's caught absolutely everyone. Boomy, CML both gone. Now another duel out from the Rubik. Give him the bonus damage. Ben Soy trying to get the kill and does, but it's a 4-for-2 trade.
That fight was almost way worse. The Terrorblade went to go Sunder, the dual target. He went to go Sunder XMP to save him, but as soon as the duel ended, he just sundered a full health Legion.
Oh no.
So like, it was a wasted spell. Obviously, you didn't trade any health bars, but if he actually gets that off an XMP, XMP could have turned around with the mech, the wand, stayed alive a bit longer, and then cleaned up the team fight for them.
Oh my. Team Trust, 4K net worth lead at almost the 20-minute mark now. Detroit still just trying to find their footing in this game number 3.
Yeah. Something that I see tends to go by the wayside quite a lot. Everyone looks at the net worth, right?
Yeah.
4K, not a massive deal. XP's 10K. Like, XP starting to really go towards the favor of Team Trust.
Gets toss off with the Avalanche, but the recall in onto the TB. Shifu going to be there to protect the support of Boomy.
Radiant's middle tower.
Very, very unlucky timing for him. Shifu was already coming in, and oh, with that, they might just focus down this bot tier 1 tower. He's got the meta up.
Yeah, they kind of have to. He's also got the Skadi. So he finished up the Skadi rather than finishing up the Manta, which is fair enough. Like, he didn't get punished for it, and it makes him so strong right now. He's hitting for 260. And that's with the Skadi slow. The health reduction obviously makes Io less of a strong backline hero. And it's very hard for them to fight right now for Adroit, especially with Tiny down. They've lost their initiation. Boomy's not going to be able to TP into this fight either. Just tier 1, tier 2 for free.
X does jump into the Dream Coil, but an immediate duel out from Ben Soy. He was alone for that Dream Coil. He was expecting TPs in, and they came in, but it's just taking too long. In fact, they may lose another. He'll be able to get out in time.
Yeah, this is really sloppy. Obviously, they're going to get Mac on the bot lane. I don't know why they decided to fight with such a split team. Boomy's probably dead as well. He has the combo up, but like we said, Skadi slow does wonders.
Boomy Boomy still trying. Ben Soy gonna jump in after XMP. There's the Hand of God out. Just trying to survive this LC damage. XMP, can you get out? No, definitely not. Now the Terrorblade. Boomy trying to get in range for a blink, but looks like he's given up on that. Ben Soy still trying, but really doesn't have the jewel available to lock him down long enough.
Another really sloppy engagement.
Yeah.
From both teams, really. Like, we saw top lane X went in. Let's be honest, that was solo. He went to just go solo, drop them up, make sure they didn't TP bot lane or anything like that. But it just didn't work out for him. And then bot lane, the same thing happened with Mac. And then obviously they do clean up X and P as a trade, but that's still a huge win. The mid laner for the pos 5.
Trust still holding that net worth lead at 6k, and Droid still on the catch-up. Max, rather MCY, is just behind that Terrorblade in terms of net worth, now having his own BKB up and working towards the Satanic. You know, I'd hate to bring it up again, but this might be another one of those games with the Divine Rapier, Poglet.
Yep. I can't show how distraught my facial expression truly is to hear that this is yet another one of those games that probably comes down to a 50-minute Rapier purchase. And until then, it's just a cluster of dirty, sloppy fights. Which is a shame because I think that item needs a bit of a tweak. But the issue is more the fact that these teams, like, they're not taking clean enough fights to warrant not having the need for Rapier.
Yeah.
Like, I think both of these teams could clean up these team fights if they properly executed. You can see double smoke ganked right now. They're going to find absolutely no one. Both teams, really, are just going to walk into the mid lane.
Well, they're going to find each other eventually at this rate.
Dyer's bottom
Oh, here we go.
High ground for this side of Team Trust. X moving in, trying to get a dream call off, but a jewel is going to be out from Ben Soy first. Now the call down, and they burst him down. Team Trust gonna run. Boomy on the chase, gets a nice avalanche and toss back into all of them, and now the avalanche back from the Rubik. That'll be CML gone. Bit of a misplay there with that toss. Mac will have the lasso perched off by Ben Soy, but they are still on the chase. X, he wants more. Dreamcore will be out. They caught the gyrocopter. MCY gonna get tossed out of there by the Tiny, but avalanche once again from our Rubik. MCY still not out of trouble yet. He'll go for the TP play. X is also there. They have the damage with the Dagon. And Ben Soy, well, he's trying to get back to his base, but with that Eye of Skadi on the TB, they are going to be able to clean up another 4-man wipe on a Droid side of things, and it all started with a toss.
Yeah, I don't know what Adroit were thinking. Like, they did everything right there at the start of the fight. They killed X, they started pushing along, but why go onto the high ground after you threw X and P up there? It's not like you didn't see the enemy heroes up there. You definitely saw Shifu was willing and able to pop that meta sitting on the high ground. And it's hard enough killing him when he's on the low ground, but you have a Metamorph on high ground, he's just going to wail into you. Obviously, they did commit the X buyback, but look at this. Like, why would you toss him up there?
I mean, it was a great avalanche up from Ching Feng, but yeah, the toss back was the wrong way, for sure. Mac, of course, had to pay for it the hard way, and so did our gyrocopter MCY. In fact, no, they didn't manage to TP up Dagon. Was there from X.
Dagon plus the, I think the rocket might have hit him anyway, but the rocket ended up making sure they got everyone, including Ben Soy and the Legion there.
Alright.
Just sloppy fight things, really. There's nothing else to say about it. Like, these, I was just commenting on how sloppy and dirty these fights look, and then that minute and a half escapade towards the bounty runes. And the bounty runes weren't even there. It was just before they spawned. Just quite hard gameplay, but we're going to see Roshan in 45 seconds as well. So this is going to be the next team fight around the Rosh pit, I'm sure.
And Adroit can't really allow that Roshan to go to the way of Team Trust again. Like, it just seems too detrimental now to give that Aegis and Cheese away. Especially when you're 10k behind.
Definitely, the Cheese is going to be quite useful, but we're seeing how greedy Team Trust is becoming. X is maxing out his Dagon before doing anything else. I don't know how I feel about this. Like, no Yules, no Ags. No Force Staff if he wanted that. No Lincolns to stop the duel. Nah. Dagon.
Dream Coil is going to be whiffed. I believe they did this last time as well for X. He went Blink, got BOTs straight into the Dagon 5. And even back then we didn't know how to feel about it. So
I think some games it can work really well, but this game is one of those situations where you get dueled, you die.
Okay. That'd be a
Dire's
T1.
top tower is under attack.
But the Roshan's happening right now. They
Radiant's middle tower
they
is
don't
under
know about
attack.
it.
This is a fast Roshan as well. Like, they're not even going to be able to get back in there because Relocate obviously went off like we saw. There's nothing they can do here. It's just gone. They scanned, but it's too late.
It's too late. They're going to try and take a team fight here onto UU, but he's starting to fight himself in this Batrider, looking for a target. He already committed the lasso. It's going to be hard for him to lock anyone down, but he's just slowing them down with the sticky napalm, and X is coming in, still without the Dream Core, but now he does have it up, but he's stuck. Oh, he's stuck in a tree. And UU, he'll be the one to continue chasing her onto Mac, but they'll swap him out of there. Now X rejoins the team fight with a 4-man Dream Call off, just the nick of time. He's trying to save his Terrorblade, who's just going to fight back. Just man fighting up against Mac. The meta's over, but he does not care. He'll get a Sunder off on to MCY, and it's going to be another wipe. It's only Boomy left. He's trying to TP. Can he make it out? No, the lift is going to be there from Qingfeng. Shifu just chases down this Tiny. That'll be a full team wipe. Going to the way of Team Trust for what feels like the 3rd time in a row.
Yeah, I mean, these fights are just getting so clean for Team Trust. Like, we saw the cheese go off there. He didn't even need to Sunder at the end of the day. And I think the Aegis is still quite safely in the hands of Puck. Yes, it is. X is being shown here. So how do you now fight? Metamorphosis went down for most of that team fight there, and you still lost. Like, all that was used was a cheese.
It's tough.
We'll have to see what they do, but Adroit right now, they're definitely on the back foot. The Puck is now richer than the Gyrocopter. And we were talking about, like, what, 5 minutes ago, MCY was keeping up with the TB, and now he can't even keep up with the Puck.
Yeah, still working towards that Satanic. Even once you have that Satanic up, like, it basically gives you a second life, but it's probably not going to do enough. He's going to need something after that, and again, I go back to that Divine Rapier. It's almost a must-have now for Team Adroit. Like, there's no real way around this.
It's Paladin Sword. He needs to find one. Just, like, go into the jungle, look everywhere, search the trees.
Search the trees.
Because right now, obviously, we're seeing the tier 3 items come out. We always make a big deal of them, but obviously Spider Legs what? Top lane though?
Coil, top lane, that caught out Boomy. Bensoy jumping in for a dual attempt, but he won't be able to get it off in time. And that could mean his own death, but here comes the relocate. They've already killed off Bensoy, CMO and MCY. They do not want to bar up this Terrorblade at the moment. He is just way too big. Mac swapping him backwards, but it is not going to save himself, or maybe it will with this Avalanche and the toss out from Boomy, but no, he gets a Sun Drop in time. Now the duel is there from Bensoy onto our Batrider. At least you get one dual victory here in this team fight. They're going to relocate and come back in. XMP going to be ignored. Trying after Qingfeng. But no, they want that TB. They'll get UU to buy back. CML dying on the IO, and ultra kill already for X on the Puck. He wants that Rampage, but more buybacks are here from Adroit. And Adroit, they're happily just going to get out of there. X is dropping items in front of them.
Yeah, they're feeling themselves now. I don't know if you saw that, but Terrorblade even made an illusion. He conjured image just to kill the rocket as he was running away.
Oh, that's beautiful.
All these little players, Team Trust are just doing better
is under attack.
in all the little things. Like, as far as team fight goes, they're mostly quite even. It's just the farm is getting out of control now for Team Trust. As we can see here, there's a 6k going on 7k net worth gap between the two carries. I don't even want to look at the mid lane, but it's quite a large gap as well, 5 to 6k as well.
It's tough. So what would you recommend Adroit do now? Like, what's...
They need to smoke gang, they need to get dual victories. We saw similar yesterday with Fnatic and TNC. With KP playing that Legion Commander, they just kept finding picks, delay the game as much as they can. They did end up losing though, so Adroit, they're obviously on the back foot right now. They need to be a bit worried. But that is their way back in. Dual victories. Simple as that. And you can see they're going to gather up bot. Bensoy might be able to find someone if they come to push this lane, but Team Trust are just a bit too smart right now.
That they are. Sticking as 5. Adroit just taking all the space they can get as of this current moment. Love to see the whole locket on XMP as well on that Chen. Always good to see that item actually getting some use.
I still think the item's trash, but it's viable on what, 3 heroes? Necro, Chen, and Io.
Yeah.
Currently.
Oracle? Hugner?
The problem with Oracle is, like, you need too many other items.
True.
That's the issue. Like, you need 8th Lens. You need a Glimmer Cave. You usually need a Force or a Blink. And you're an Oracle. Are you going to get all 4 of those items at once?
Probably not.
And then, like, the Holy Locket's just like a nice crisp bonus towards the end of the game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
With bot lane, X gets his level 25 down here, by the way. So he has that massive Waning Rift AoE just to cause havoc in these team fights. And obviously he went to level 20 Talon as well. But look at the size of it!
That's a big AoE. That's
it's not like Adroit don't actually...
Oh, Ching Feng, he caught Boomy out. Boomy was quick with the blink, and the jewel is going to be there from Ching Feng. That is 30 jewel damage now.
I mean, Rubik's never going to use any of this damage, right? He used that jewel as a stun.
Of course he's going to use that damage.
I mean, he might hit creeps, you're right.
Yeah, yeah.
He'll push waves quicker. That's... honestly, it's not that bad of an idea. He should have gone the level 15 talent that no one goes. The Fade Bolt steals heroes damage on Ruby.
Oh, top. Top. Oh, that's a big kill. Mac again. No, Bensoy. He gets in there with the jewel. It was a bait from Mac. And they do get X. That's a big streak to give away, but here comes Yu. He won't go after Mac, but rather goes for the lasso onto the LC. Bensoy, he work his way out of this one. He'll try for the TP play as the Blade Mail active, and he gets out of there.
Oh, 1 second left on Jewel, and I'm not talking about Bensoy's Jewel.
Uh-oh.
They could have got him if they had an extra 1 or 2 seconds on this Rubik, but unfortunately not. We won't be able to see a 60 damage Rubik.
Still, I mean, I don't think he really cares so much for the damage right now. 21k net worth lead, and the damage is... Oh, hello. I see,
Oh, here we go,
Come
here
on.
we go, here we
Unlock
go.
combining MCY. It's about that time.
Unlock your full potential. I think he's just worried about getting caught out. Like, if he gets clowned here and dies, like, imagine if you just combined it here and died. GG out. Quickest GG out of all time.
He's holding on for now. He's,
Courier? Where are you going with a Shiva's Guard?
Dire are scanning.
So 3 minutes where we won't be seeing you
Radiant's
with your
middle
Shiva's
tower
Guard.
has been denied.
The recipe obviously on that Courier.
Radiant are scanning.
I don't know why he was delivering the recipe to himself either, because he doesn't have the Mystic Staff. So he wasn't going to finish the item anyway. Like, this is what? XP?
Nice duel out onto XMP, and with the relocate in from MCY. Nice Chen pick-off. Bensoy just needing to catch up on that jewel damage, just finding XMP every chance he gets, and he'll take the jewel. That'll be 150 damage now.
Yeah, this is nice though, like we said, or at least I was mentioning like how they catch up. This is how they catch up. 2 jewel wins in a row. Obviously X is the bigger jewel victory for sure, but you just keep adding this damage, adding this damage. I mean, if he gets 10 jewels, that's Rapier. But you can't drop it. You can't drop it, MLP. It's good to go.
It's a good Rapier.
Backpacked Rapier, basically.
They smoke up. On the side of Team Trust, they're going to move their way up towards that top lane.
Oh, another jewel?
Would be there. They're trying to chase down X. Silence is out with the Dream Coil now. He's just buying as much time as possible. He has help from Ching Feng. A nice lift out of the coil, and now the jewel from the Rubik. Again. Oh, the lasso is now out onto Mac. With the orbs are flying through and Mac is surrounded, he'll try for the TP play out, and he will not make it. Yu will have the damage. But how is this Rubik able to do so much with stolen jewel?
I mean, it just shows how split Adroit are fighting right now. The fact that a Rubik is winning jewels because no one on your team can actually just 3-shot the Rubik. That's normally what happens when you steal jewels. everyone turns around, laughs at you as you're 100 damage. Starts like tickling whichever core you do. But no, they can actually get away with this. Terrorblade and obviously X on the puck are doing enough damage, and Gyrocopter, MCY is kind of just stuck farming on the other sides of the map.
I love the fact that Ching Feng is actually going for an Aghanim Scepter on the Rubik, as if he's actually going to steal any other spell right now. Like, he's just had Jewel for the past 10 minutes or so.
He needs to be careful, because if he steals Jewel, he can no longer win the Jewel.
What do you mean?
Well, once you steal the Aghanim Jewel, you get the Aghanim Scepter bonus, which is like, you only fight each other for 8 seconds. You both get BKB, and Rubik's hitting for like a modest 180, but his attack speed is like 1 per second. It's pathetic. So if he gets Ags, he suddenly can't get any more Jewel damage.
Well, it may not matter. They've got a top Rats.
Oh, they're going to get a Tiny too.
They're going to try a duel out onto the Tiny. Do they have the damage? They do. The Dagon again is going to give Ching Feng even more damage. And well, while that's happening, Shifu is still going after the mid-rats. There's your Divine Rapier now finally being combined. He does also have a Satanic on MCY, and that's what he was waiting for, but he might lose CML. A nice swap out from Matt. He's going to save the day, but no, X wanted to keep going. Just wasn't able to quite finish off the IO, but they could just go back for a Roshan now.
Yeah, they definitely can. And MCY is actually 200 gold away from the Satanic. I think that's what he was waiting for, like you said. But he now has no buyback. Obviously, if he drops this Rapier, no buyback, the game ends. So this Roshan with the Refresher Shard is going to be absolutely crucial for them. I do want to see the Rubik get the double jewel. I think that'd be quite fun to watch.
It'd be pretty funny.
But he's getting to like closer and closer towards having more damage than Bensoy's Legion. It's the most jewel damage I've ever seen on a Rubik.
It's a lot of jewel damage for a Rubik. Still, they'll get started on the Roshan Adroit. They can't allow this to go down. It does have the Refresher Shard on there as well.
It's going down quick.
With that Divine Rapier on MCY. Makes quick work of it, but X with the orb in, can jump in, gets a Dream Call off. Now the split up. It does break the coil. Still, Matt is already down. Now Bensoy, the second of all. MCY is going to fight this one out by himself. Just him and his IO, but they're ignoring him. They don't care about the Gyrocopter. They get rid of CML, and now MCY is just doomed to die. That'll be one life.
This is all without meta, by the way.
On Boomy, it is without meta. MCY, no, it's going to go after CML. They'll blow him up, and MCY has been left alone. Avalanche toss out, and they do get the Terrorblade. So they overextend here on Team Trust. X also ends up going down to MCY. That was looking real bad for a second there for a droid, but they do make it through, and we can't exactly go and push any other lanes. MCY has to go defend the base.
Yeah, obviously they did lose a range Rax in the mid lane, but those fights are very close to going towards Team Trust. Obviously, we talked about the no meta, not getting the proper targets with the Bat Rider, as well as the puck. But it just shows MCY, I don't think, even with his Rapier, I don't know if he's going to out DPS the Daedalus Satanic Terrorblade, who, guess what? He's queuing up one himself.
Perfect. Fight Divines with Divines, sir.
These items need to go. You can't just be buying Rapiers on every carry. I think it needs to be a really niche thing where it's like that last resort. But this is like, nah, stuff. Let's just everyone buy one.
Yeah. I like it. It's adds that nice element to the game, you know? That element of fear.
Oh yeah, the supports are just like shivering in their boots. You walk around, you're like, yes, he hits for 700 and I have 1100 health. Woohoo! I wonder what comes next might surprise you.
MCY gonna go mid lane. Start on that tier 2 tower, and it takes it very, very quick. It may try to go high ground, but they are respawning soon, so they'll back off. You haven't really got many other objectives to play apart from that top tier 2 and the bot tier 2. So Droid, they might just have to sit back and farm a bit longer.
Yeah, the only problem is going to be how far, how long.
There it is. There it is. 2 Divine Rapiers.
Oh boy, is it going to be a 2-for-1 special? Terrorblade go by your.
There it is.
The courier just went to the entire enemy team. Oh boy.
All right, 3 Divines in this game.
So remember that stat? They're like 10 Divine Rapiers have been purged. Just be like, oh yeah, that sounds decent. No, it's 13 now. 3 in one game and counting. The game's not over yet.
Love to see it.
Oh.
This is why I love SCA Dota. You know, they don't care. They'll go for the riskiest item choices possible.
Yeah, it's fun to watch. I got to be honest though, like this makes me nervous. If I was playing this kind of game, I'd be like, guys, can we just end the game before it gets to this ridiculous point?
Well, let's see who wins this one out. Double Divine versus Solo Divine. Shifu, that tier 3 tower, not gonna last long, but Boomy, he gets a toss in. Can they burst him? There's the duel now, but the lift is there on the gyrocopter. They didn't have the damage. And now the lasso out, CML's gone with our buyback. Oh, they still surround the TV. They do end up killing off Shifu, and now Yu out of there. Where's the Divine? X. Still trying to fight. Did he get it on the puck?
No, they've got it on Mac. They've got it on Mac.
Okay.
Mac's hitting for a casual 600 as well.
Nice.
So Mac needs to turn around and be like, nah, I'm a core now. None of this aura spam items. No, I want actual on-hit effects.
Okay.
Oh boy.
So
That net worth lead though.
Yeah, I mean, it went down far. What did they peak at? Was it 30K?
I think it was. They were getting towards 25, 26K, and obviously you can see now it's going to drop even further. It's at 6K now, probably 4K area once Terabyte spawns, but
they got a Dream Coil off on Boomy.
It's an Ag's Coil too. No, it's not.
Dagon. Not going to be enough. Boomy still running. X on the chase with the orb. Mac is around the corner with a Divine Rapier. X needs to run. Does.
Oh boy. What a series though. Like, you can't ask for much more between these two teams when this is the culmination of the triple rapier fight. He gets the dual damage, and then you can see he turns around and he's like, I don't know who to hit yet, I don't know who to hit, and just panics. Starts hitting them all, doesn't get the Sunder off here, and he does go down for it.
I thought Adroit would just doom that team fight because they got the lift off on the gyrocopter during that dual duration, but
I mean, it is quite hard. He has a Witless Shaco on the gyrocopter, so he has 4,000 health despite the fact that 2 of his slots are covered with rapiers. Oh my god. It is sad to see that. Like, we were talking about Mac got the rapier. That's 6,000 gold for free, right?
Yeah.
He's still behind the Terrorblade in the park. And he literally got given 6,000 gold.
You know, it happens. It happens.
It's just he was so poor.
He was.
Like, his net worth now looks passable as a mid laner.
So have Team Trust, you know, I realized there was 2 Divines already on Adroit before that last team fight happened. But now, by giving them a 3rd Divine, have they thrown this game?
The problem is, Adroit still will struggle to high ground. That's their biggest problem right now. Like, Puck obviously has an off-green core. He's going to go towards his Axe finally, and he has a Spell Prism. I can just see the Terrorblade getting that item now. So without these Beacon Beasts, it's actually very hard to fight. So even you have double Rapier, you've got obviously one again on Mac. The game's not done from here. And they could still throw these Rapiers on the ground. And hell, Shifu could just buy another one.
He could.
The madman.
I imagine that's what he's trying to do right now on that Terrorblade. Just get another Divine Rapier going for yourself.
Yeah, all I'm hearing in the back of my head is just that Star Wars meme, just like, more, and it's just him just throwing rapiers on the floor over and over again. It's like it's make it rain. I mean, what else is happening? I thought he'd be able to build items this game, but
CML's had a very tough time. Like, they keep focusing down every start of the fight. He's died 8 times. Considering the circumstances, I'm surprised he's only died 8 times. It's been
yeah, I actually think that's a victory for him.
Yeah.
To tell you the truth. Like, usually, as a uber underfarmed IO, you're a glass cannon. Or not even a cannon, you're just a piece of glass.
Yeah.
Sorry, just a bit of sound check there. But we are, yeah, he's just, IO just usually dies too quickly, but they've done, oh, he just relocated by himself. He relocated to farm, and I don't know if he can kill the creeps.
Get there, CM. You'll get there soon, CML. Come on, make it before you TP back. No.
Ooh, I mean, lucky he TP'd back, because another couple seconds, I think that Dagon can kill him. We're going to see a gather up on the mid lane, though. Maybe Bensway finds another duel victory.
Could possibly do so.
Just by the way, he didn't go the dual damage,
Radiant's
level
bottom
25.
tower is
He's
under
actually
attack.
playing smart Dota.
Yep.
With the AoE press the attack.
It's valid.
I'm mildly disappointed.
Yeah.
Because if we're going to get a Clowny game, I want it all in. I want to see
Radiant's bottom
like
tower
rapiers
has
left, right, and center. I want to see every damage talent taken. None of this defensive, actually good for the game garbage. Get that out.
Yeah.
60 dual damage per win. I need it.
I mean, in 5 levels, it's gonna have that.
That 5 levels is 25 wins away.
I mean, it's,
X.
you're probably gonna get that much time out of this game, judging by how it's going. Yeah, it's maybe caught out. Go for the orb back. MCY. Who just bought another Divine Rapier?
Oh, it's another one on Shifu. 4.
4 Divine Rapiers.
Can we get 5? Can we just like 50% increase on the rapiers this one game?
I want 100%.
We're not getting 10 rapiers, MLP. Who's carrying them? Who's carrying these rapiers?
I reckon we can fit them in.
Boomy, go get axe, go get 2 rapiers. Do it. He's dropping. Okay, he can just get rid of his axe. That's an axe synth. There's one there.
Yep.
All right, who else we got? I mean, IO can get the auto attack ally on allied auto attacks. That's 5 there.
just more. We need more. It's not enough yet.
I mean, to tell you the truth, I wouldn't be surprised if he acts synth and actually goes a 3rd rapier.
He should. What other item is gonna help him out this game?
I believe a Daedalus would do more damage than a 3rd rapier.
You're probably right, but that'd be sensible.
Yeah, true. Actually, stuff that. No. I was the one championing the no sensibility here. Triple rapier. I need to see an MCY if he can hear me. And I hope he can't, because then we have a few other problems other than the triple rapier.
That is true. Roshan is going to be up. Both teams are just going to huddle around that Roshan pit.
It is the Axe Roche. So this one...
It's got everything.
I don't know how many people want the Axe Sim on either team.
Hey, I mean, you can give it to the puck on the side of Trust.
Terrorblade's Fear would be pretty fun.
Could be. That Roshan is going very, very quick, by the way. Someone from Adroit needs to realize it's happening, and they don't. So the Roshan is going to go the way of Team Trust for free. That is a bit of a blunder here from Adroit to not realize it's happening.
The Accent does go onto the Batrider, by the way. So we're going to have that double lasso for you.
Why not?
I kind of wanted to see the Fear. But the double lasso does make a lot of sense.
Still smoked up.
MCY shows himself into the middle of the lane. He has the accent queued, by the way, MLP.
I love it.
We're only one step away from your dream.
There's another Aghanim Scepter now. We've got one on the puck.
Actually?
They're going to run into each other. MCY. A lot of damage onto UU, but now the meta has been popped by Shinku. He's just trying to fight up against MCY, but the Satanics, they're just man-fighting each other. They will wear off, however. Now this Terrorblade needs to get out, but a 5-man Dream Coil, or rather 4. He's going to get one line. Now, our puck, X, falling very, very low. He's in massive, massive trouble. They got the Terrorblade a second time. And X is also down.
Oh, it's triple rapier for MCY.
There
oh
are 3
my
rapiers
god.
and a double damage, by the way, for this gyrocopter.
I mean, to be honest, the double damage only gives him 150. The rapiers are giving him 990 damage.
But let's be honest, we need more. This is not enough. As far as I'm concerned, Poglet, there is still space for more Divine Rapiers on MCY. But he's queued up a Heart of Taras. That's interesting.
I don't know where he's going to put it. Like, maybe he hits the BKB, switches out the BKB for Heart. But by then, I guess that's it. I don't know, man. At this point, he probably should be holding a buyback. Like, 3 rapiers on the floor, not all of them can go to Terrorblade, so some of these supports are going to pick up rapiers, and that's just cannon fodder. That's just the rapier return policy, really.
But they're onto the mid racks. MCY just literally 2-shot the racks, and it's down to half HP. Max disconnected from the game. I mean, he's just...
He can't handle it. There's too many
breaking
rapiers.
the game. There are too many. There's too much damage on the map right now, and what's going to be really interesting is how Team Trust deal with it this game, because it's... I mean, you've got 4 on one side, you've got 0 on the other side.
I think they're going to handle it by losing, to tell you
Right.
the truth. Am I going to be insane here, but why doesn't Gyrocopter have more damage? Like, if each rapier is plus 330,
Yeah.
why is... Oh, it's my screen's bugged.
Yeah.
Mine's saying 700. Yours says 1100. Okay.
It does bug out.
Oh,
the,
great.
the
I mean, I'll just
divine
disconnect while the
rapiers.
players are doing it. No one will ever know.
We do have a wait anyway. You've got plenty of time to reconnect, but I mean, things are looking great from Adroit. They're on the comeback. This is the third game. Obviously, both teams need to kind of win this game to keep themselves in the running to make it through to the playoffs.
The problem I'm finding with this game so far is how sloppy it is. Both of these teams still have Motivate Trust to go. Like, that's the team they actually have to get through to make this top 4. So, Adroit are obviously in the driver's seat right now. Is the way Adroit playing enough to actually take down Motivate Trust? A team that took down TNC, looked strong against Fnatic. Like, is this going to be enough to take down a team that's really firing on all cylinders? And I don't know if it is. Like, Adroit need to look back here and really think about what they're doing.
I mean, don't listen to him, Adroit. You're doing a fantastic job. I love the way you're playing this. Everything's going very, very well.
Yeah, I got to be honest, they're fun. They're fun to watch. Like, I
very
was a bit worried that these two teams were... It was either going to be stopped one side or the other. But we've gotten, what, a 50-minute game, game 1. Game 2 was, what, mid-30s. And then game 3 is looking like a 55, 60-minute game, depending on the fight that's about to happen.
Yeah.
But either way, like, we've had fun. We've been laughing about it. There's 4 rapiers in the game. Who knows? This is going to be a 5th if the game keeps going. And we're going to see some replays here. Look at just the whack Dota that's coming out between these two carries. They just don't care.
And the man up against each other. But this is that moment where you did lose your Terrorblade. Rapier was on the deck. MC White made some more space. Got rid of the Aghanim Scepter.
He's since obviously bought an Aghanim synth, as we can see in the game on the other side. Oh, man. I'm now all in with you. I want to see another Rapier on MC White.
Let's get one more going. Do you really need the SNY here?
Do you need a BKB?
Nah.
I don't think so. I reckon you can get rid of that item. I don't think you need it. It's only 5 seconds of magic immunity. I reckon that's not enough.
Nah.
With the SMY, that gives you lifesteal amp. Satanic gives you lifesteal.
Yeah.
BKB, what's that really doing for you?
It's not doing much.
Oh, man. This is one of those, like, that build is what you see in A, turbo game, or B, one of those games where you're just like, I'm just going to go demo bots, practice, see how, like, clowny I can make a build. This is not what you see in normal competitive Dota. Oh, it's good to see. But we should probably talk about some of the other heroes.
Oh, I guess we could take a chance. How is this Terrorblade going to fight back now? You tell me that, because he's got no buyback.
He's got no buyout, but luckily for him, because he dropped his money on the ground, his buyback's quite cheap. So if they don't lose the base, and obviously they've got a tier 2 on the top lane, so they can't lose all 3 Raxes. They have a Fortify to slow it down. They do have all the tools to make sure this game keeps going. All he has to do is farm up and just go buy another one.
I love the fact that you said there's a tier 2 up at the top lane, as if they're not just
MCY is not going to 3-shot it.
Yeah, they're going to go for tier 4s anyway, I'm sure, Adroit.
We're PMA here. We're positive mental attitude. We want to see... I mean, we're here now. We've committed to this best of 3 series. We do have another one, by the way.
Yeah.
For everyone at home, we still have another series after this one.
Straight after this one. Geekfam versing the side of T1.
Yeah, and you best believe when we say straight after. Like, we're not doing a half-an-hour break. We're jumping into it.
Well, that's if your mate Fluke, just keeps it short. I know he likes to drag on with the talk sometimes, but good old Flukey.
Yeah, I mean, we have time for a player's interview, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
That might be tentative there. Because I do want to hear from the Adroit or Team Trust boys, either or. Because right now, I have so many questions. And I'm sure the panelists have so many questions about this series. And where they view themselves coming into the final few days of this group stage.
I think the interview's got to go to MCY, surely. I mean, if it was Adroit that did pull off the victory.
You're writing off Team Trust there, man.
I'm not writing off anyone, sir. Team Trust. They still have a chance. It's just hard to see how you fight here without the buyback. And without the rapiers.
Yeah, I've no idea. I mean, Dota Plus is telling me something else. Dota Plus somehow thinks Radiant has a higher chance of winning.
Oh, Dota
Is this another bug? Am I going in a ranked game? It's not on me if you start winning, not picking the hero or playing against it. But it's just one of those things. Dota's meant to be fun. We see this with OG. I think they're the biggest example of this. They play fun Dota, they do wacky stuff, and then it creates a new meta. Why not just have fun doing wacky stuff? Who cares about the meta? Just you play enough ranked games, you play enough unranked games. What's one loss really?
The good news is, Boglet, we're back into the game, so enough of your support Bloodseeker talk, sir. The mid-Brax is in trouble and make that the tier 4 towers now. MCY, not going to waste any time. Those tier 4s are going down rather quick. There's a Dream Call now. Didn't even catch anyone, however. Now a Lasso, but that's going to be cancelled off by Matt. And you've got nothing left. The Ancient's exposed. MCY is ignoring everyone. Now the duel comes out from our Legion Commander. Benzoy catches out the Batrider. That'll be UU gone. He'll buy back, but your Ancient's already half the HP. MCY just still going for that Ancient. They can't stop him. They can't stop him.
We waited 10 minutes for that.
we did wait 10 minutes.
Oh my, I actually love the fact that Adroit were just sitting there like, guys, the game's over. The game's over. We just gotta wait. We just gotta wait. Mac's gonna come back. The game's over. It's fine. It's no one panic. And they just instantly killed the base.
What a game number 3. Of course, congrats to Adroit. They do pull off 2-1, and well, I can't wait to see what the panel has to say about this game. It's gonna be a lot of fun to listen to.
They see me shining, calling me a goddess, thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster, making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder, because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go, these wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I Distant memories, maybe they weren't coincidence. Now I'm replaying things, white lies and remedies. The first time it's making sense. Thought I knew you. Turns out I never did.
Can't say why.
Adroit avoid the dreaded 0-3 in their groups, and luckily enough, it only took them 4 rapiers to get it done. Game 3 was an absolute barn burner between Team Trust and Adroit, and I welcome you guys here to our Game Fuel post-match where me and my panel are going to try and dissect that game for you guys and the series as a whole. Daniel QO, welcome boys back on the panel. 4 rapiers in that game. Potentially they could have seen a 5th one if that game went on for a little bit longer, but 4 rapiers. So many.
How do you dissect a game like that? I feel like these ones that come down to the wire is just who has more rapiers.
Yeah, like my expectation was, Divine Rapier would have came out like that game, but I was expecting 1 from
Yeah.
Gyro, and that will finish the game. But I think there was several mistakes where Adroit got team wiped like 2 times, I think, like 5-0, and I think that made the games like a bit risky.
A bit risky, and props has to be given to Bensoy on his Legion Commander, obviously being able to jump in, get that TB duel off while he's whacking away at the towers, even when there was that last team fight as well going on near the Radiant Tier 1 tower. It was a little odd, you know, he blinked up onto the high ground, they had to use Relocate to save him, but I mean, I was a little surprised they didn't go Lincolns or something like that on Team Trust so that they could stop that sort of play where they get the duel off every single time.
But like we have to think about the bench swap thing. It's a really long distance spell, and you have 2 charges. So
Lotus
anything.
No, the duel always happens still.
Yeah, so like if you just swap, like it will just break the Lincoln like straight up. So
Yeah.
I think it could be waste of item, but still a nice thing if like you are not getting jumped by LC at the beginning.
Well, there were quite a few times here where it looked like Team Trust were going to be able to clean this game out. They got 2 lanes of racks. The TB looked basically unstoppable at that point. This Gyrocopter really just wasn't putting the damage out. You know, we noticed somewhere halfway through this game that Gyrocopter was sitting at level 17 and Puck just hit level 25.
Yeah.
So that's where this game really started to look bad for them. But Adroit were able to hold on long enough, get their rapiers going, and then obviously TB lost 2 rapiers in that game. So it's never good.
And just when they wanted to take that last drain and get the mega creeps, they got a leveler as well. So all that extra attack speed, that building damage going onto the TB, but just wasn't enough for the full team fight buff. I mean, you know, you had Avenge, obviously, giving the aura, had a Solar Crest as well, you had an IO on the Gyro, you had 2 and then 3 rapiers, and you even had the press the attack just to make sure that he was whacking as fast as possible. So crazy amount of raid boss style.
It really did feel like this Gyrocopter was end-all and be-all here, but Team Trust, unfortunately for them, they're 0-3 in their group now, so I wouldn't say mathematically it's impossible for them to get playoffs, but they have to obviously win their next 2 series, and they have to win pretty hard series as well, right?
Yeah, it's looking a bit dire for them. At the very best that they could expect would be probably 5th, just so that they were that 1 place higher than the last in their group, but yeah, it's not looking good. Adroit, they're clawing to life right now. They're just making sure that they've got that tiny little chance to come back into it. But you have a look at it, Team Trust, they took more objectives overall, but the only one that matters is that throne in the end.
Yeah, like the level difference was significant. I felt like Trust could actually close the game like at that point when Puck hit level 25. Gyro's level 16.
Yeah. I felt like they tried to be a little bit too cute, maybe, on Team Trust. You know, Dagon 5 is fine, especially with the... I think Puck got a Spell Prism, so that's obviously fantastic. But then going things like a 4-star, do you really need that when you've got a Bat Rider that can just pull someone out of the coil? I think they were trying to be a little bit too tricky.
I think that's like what he preferred. Like, I think that happened the last like Puck game as well. I think they ended up still losing the game.
Yeah.
Against Fnatic, right?
Yeah. It was super close, but yeah.
Yeah, but I just felt like what if like Puck got like Agonims or Hex, like something that like enables TB to right click a lot?
Hex
because-
was the item for me in
Yeah.
particular, right? Because it wasn't until super late when that gyrocopter picked up the a rapier that he went the Sanjanyasha and then eventually into the Satanic, just because he wanted that status resistance. Same thing with the heart choice at the very end. He just wanted that amplification, because regardless of the fact of if he's going to be CC'd, it's going to last for not that long. And at the worst case, you've got 3 rapiers and your side gunner from your Ags still attacking. So very, very hard for that gyro to die. So good late game decision making from Adroit, not so much by Team Trust.
Yep.
How are we feeling about this IO strats coming up from a few of these teams? You know, we've seen it 3 times now. It's won all 3 of the games, so obviously sitting at 100% win rate is pretty good for that hero. But are we convinced with these IO strats just yet? Do we think that they're coming back into the meta like, you know, IO usually does around about this time?
I feel like the way that Boom played it was really good, but it just wasn't it. Wait, was it Boom or was it T1 that played it?
It was Boom.
Boom.
Yeah.
Because Dreamer still played it both.
Yeah. But it wasn't... I don't think that should have been a win, honestly, for Adroit. They should have closed it out on Team Trust, take advantage of their timings. They had something like an 18k net worth with a TB that was far and away the strongest hero in the game. They even had an Aegis, and they just played with their food a little bit.
I guess like Adroit is just an experienced team. They were teamed up together for a long time. This is where like all this sort of like patience comes out. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, like, you know, Adroit scraping by in this next series, they're going to have to be able to go up against Motivate a little bit later on in the tournament. And that will be yet another test for them, right? They were able to come out on top in this one, survive for a little bit longer here in the group stages. But do we think they have enough going forward to be able to put it up against Motivate, who've been looking quite strong for the start of ESL 1 Thailand?
I think it depends on just their attitude on the day, honestly. I think between those 2 teams, it's a lot more even in terms of overall skill level. Motivate, I would be honestly disappointed if they didn't make it through to the playoffs, because they've shown so much promise up until now. And especially as a Thai team competing in ESL 1 Thailand, it'd be great to see them representing their country in the playoffs.
Yeah. I think if Adroit is continuously showing this past 3 games performance, I think most likely Motivate Trust gonna take a series.
Yeah.
All right, well, boys, how do we feel about Divine Rapiers? Before we get into this,
It's
how do
got
we
a
feel about Rapiers?
Pretty good win rate, you know? I mean, bring that to your pubs, right? You're never out of it. If all else seems lost, just try and farm up a rapier. You could come back.
And the only like problem is that the hit doesn't miss. Like that's so broken.
Yeah.
Like
makes things like butterfly completely useless.
yeah, every item completely useless. Not just butterflies. What is it? Halberd.
Yeah.
Like
A lot
any
of the
sort
talents
like
as well.
misses. Yeah, because that's a big factor.
Yeah, going up against something like a PA, it's great to have.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we've seen PAs utilize those Divine Rapiers as well, but it looks like Divine Rapiers came out on top here for this series, with Adroit being able to take the 2-1 up against Team Trust. We're going to go to a short break, and our second series after this will be Geekfam going up against T1. Can T1 take down the undefeated Juggernauts in Geekfam? You have to stay with us and find out after this.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors, and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. Look into my eyes, I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. These neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. Faster than you. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. I tell you the truth. Just faster than you.
Let's take our time right now. Let's just survive with you. I feel alive now. I'm feeling like up to the fine. Will it stand the test of time right now? I need a sign. Tell me if it's over. Come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Can't say why.
Welcome back here, everyone, to ESL 1 Thailand. We are starting to get ready for our second series of tonight. It's Geekfam going up against T1. Geekfam, the undefeated juggernauts of their group so far, and T1, they're back on the rise. They're looking for yet another victory here in their group stages of ESL 1 Thailand before we start getting in towards our playoff. My boys here back on the panel, Dan Kuo, You guys ready? You guys hyped?
I'm hyped up. You know, this is the main event of the day. This isn't like a do or die situation. This is who's going to stamp their authority. And so far, Geekfam have shown that they're the team to beat in Group B.
Yeah, but slight patch, you know? Maybe
True.
the patch might affect Geekfam a bit.
A little bit.
T1's more like ready with their special cheese drop, so maybe their drop is not affected.
Okay.
But Geekfam might.
So you think they're a little more versatile, like able to change things up and innovate a bit more?
I'll say not versatile, but innovative. Yep, that's the term.
Well, what about the master drafter Cuckoo? This man seems to like playing whatever he wants in that off lane, making sure that he comes in, harasses any of these safe laners. I'm sure Miracle's not going to have a free ride here for this entire series. And Cuckoo, he's shown us that he's not afraid to pick things like Viper into those lanes and make sure that these hard carries don't have a good time. The one player I want to highlight, though, is Arbed. You know, he's looking extremely strong already here for ESL 1 Thailand. In the interview that we had with Cuckoo, the fact that he said, hey, Arbed, you want to play in this tournament with us? He's like, yeah, I'm bored. This man is coming to play here for ESL 1 Thailand. He doesn't look bored at all. He looks like he's ready to win.
This is just like a nice Sunday stroll for him, you know? Yeah. And we just saw some fantastic gameplay coming up from Geekfam in their first series of the entire tournament. It was a little bit of a rough one coming up against Question Mark, but some nice team play coming through from the Winter Wyvern as well as the rest of them to really bring it through and cement their first win on the board. You have to say, you mentioned Cuckoo before, but it felt like Ice Frog and Gaben really looked at Cuckoo's hero pool and they're like, you know what, we just need to nerf like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 because they've all taken a little bit of a hit.
That's true, yeah. I'm telling you guys, Ice Frog is watching our panel.
Yeah, they're looking. He's specifically looking at QO. He's like, "What's QO talking about? What can I nerf here?" He's like, "You know, a few numbers here, a few numbers there. Maybe this hero gets a buff. Maybe this hero doesn't get a buff." But coming into this series, you guys were talking about both these teams being kind of innovators, right? Like, you know, Cuckoo does these weird drafts. T1, they're looking to change things up with a few cheese drafts going into this. Is it going to be different coming into the series? Do you think both these teams are going to try and play more stock standard Dota, or do you think that we might be seeing some cheese from either one of these teams?
I don't know about cheese. I just think something a little bit unconventional, you know?
That's the term. Like, from the T1 especially, like, I don't know. MP's another geek that I know. He always brings up with this weird idea. Like, this can work, because he used to play on a secret. He used to play under the Poppy, the master of, you know, like, I draft with my brain sort of guy.
Yeah.
I don't care. I didn't practice, but like, you know?
Well,
like,
hopefully
that's why it's
T1 have
scary.
practiced for this series, boys, because, you know, on the other side of this, we talked a little bit about Geekfam. Now let's start moving our attention over to T1. The team that started out the ESL 1 Thailand with the loss there in their first series wasn't good for them starting out here, especially with their roster changes. They did look quite good in their later series, but, you know, it seems like now that they've decided to come back with the same vigor that we were expecting from T1, and now they're starting to, you know, find their footing coming into this harder series going up against Geekfam.
The thing that I do like about them is that they're not afraid to play their own heroes on T1. You know, I don't think I've seen anyone else play the Slardar, but Sam H is fantastic at it. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him play like Pos 3 Earth Spirit, these sorts of styles, or even just a crazy position 5, like, I don't know, Brewmaster 5, wouldn't be surprised at that. 5 Omni Knight we keep talking about as a potential. Just little different things like that.
And I think Zephyr and Jokem are both from Indonesia, right?
I think Zephyr might be Singaporean.
There's no way he's Singaporean.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking out my ass.
But anyways,
well, you know,
feel
if
like
T1 win this series, we might be able to get an interview, and you guys can ask.
Yeah.
So
I think they have pretty similar post 4 styles. That's why I like sort of mentioned about are they both Indonesian? Maybe Indonesian have some special thing, you know, going in their blood.
I mean, the flags look so similar, man. And Poland.
All right,
they
boys.
have crazily similar flags.
Before we start talking about flags, we've got a tweet coming up here. So Nada, obviously a good friend of ours, asking why Pogba is talking about Pos 4 Bloodseeker. I just looked at the game history and he doesn't see none.
And don't see none. Well, that's a bit of a double negative there.
Well,
Nada,
I mean, I think we all know Nada. I don't think his English is, you know, all too great. He's a little bit of a weird one when it comes to tweets. But, you know, Pogba, you're talking this big game about this position 4 Bloodseeker. Where is it?
Well, I think that's why he's 7K, because he hasn't picked it yet. He's going to be dropping down, you know, if he starts.
He's going to be in our pubs, Danog. Yeah, by the way, me and Danog are in the same rank games.
No,
just so everyone knows, we're in the same rank games. It's happened multiple times, by the way, just so you guys know.
And who's won those? That's what I thought.
Yeah, all right.
All right, back to the games. T1, I think we're looking at the innovation there. Geekfam, probably a bit less so, but I feel like they're just so stable and so versatile with what they're able to pick. You know, anything is possible for them, and they don't pick the super meta heroes, but I don't know if there even is any super meta heroes anymore.
Like that's why Geekfam is scary. They have some wide hero pools, but with like almost like perfection. And with the Abed adding in, I think they can do a lot more different carry hero pool. Because Raven was Abed is just a mid player, you know. He doesn't care. Like if he even if he play like some unconventional like carry hero. So, but since he's like strong in the lane, I think he can just handle in any sort of situation.
Yeah, he's really used to playing on his own in the mid lane anyway. So even if you put him in a sort of similar position in the safe lane, he's all right if his Pos 5 support just goes and roams around, does a little bit of counter warding, maybe even some deep warding himself. I think that's something that Geekfam tends to do really well. Their vision game is on another level to a lot of other teams. And we talk about the unconventional style as well. You know, Disruptor is one of those heroes that comes out for them, but T1 pick it as well. So I think that's going to be a pretty highly contested hero for both of them.
Yep.
Yeah, I also feel like this Warlock hero might be a little bit more contested as well. We've seen it, you know, to a bit of success for a few times, especially for T1. So we might be seeing a few more Warlock picks up here, but the draft is on our screens, boys. So Snapfire and AM bans from Geekfam. That's an interesting start for me.
I'm thinking that might lead into a Phoenix, right? Like, obviously, you don't want to pick something like a Snapfire, Phoenix into a Snapfire, right? Like, that's the super obvious thing. But you've got a Clockwork to combo with it. So if they start to hit the egg, you can just hook shot in, interrupt it, cogs people away. Similar sort of thing to the Darkseer, right? Like, it makes the enemy team's positioning a little bit more predictable, and it lets you get a nice vacuum wall off. So I think it's still very viable here. They could even run a Clockwork 5 if they wanted to.
Clockwork 5 is good if you're using range carry. Just because you can always cog someone out, like you can make like carry reposition or not let them just jump at you. It's like one security guard in front.
And you feel like they might go for that sort of strategy because they've already picked up a Venomancer on T1's side. Not to say that it has to be in the off lane, but you're protected against that possibility.
Yeah. Only issue with is the Tiny. Like Tiny, once he has a dagger, it doesn't matter about Clockwork staying 5 or whatever. He just have to blink in, toss back one, and somehow try to survive.
Yeah.
Does that lean us more towards Geekfam trying to have some more saving supports? You know, maybe things like Shadow Demon Oracle has been banned out here, something along those lines that can save from this tiny tossback.
I mean, are there any really that you want to run in the safe lane at least? Carries that have a ranged carry that is somewhat sustainable in the safe lane? I know in the past Geekfam have run things like a Dragon Knight, but I just don't think that's in the meta right now.
Yeah. Cal probably doesn't want to play Dragon Knight anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or even just for Abed, right? Like it doesn't fit his style at all.
But we're gonna be expecting some hard carry in Abed. I think that's what like Abed is like comfortable with, getting a lesson from RTG Sensei, and then I guess.
Well,
just chilling out, hitting some creeps.
Yeah. We talk about that team fight combinations. We've got a Queen of Pain with a Darkseer, one of the first ones that goes back years and years and years. So effective, and you can get off an insane amount of damage early on, so you don't even need to make your position 1 carry reliant on that. I feel like they've got a good amount of AoE now. Not an insane amount, but good enough for this starting phases.
That's what I like about when like good team drafts. Like when they draft these 3-4 heroes, they always try to make everything work within that pick. But when I see like lower tier team like tries to draft, when I see 4 heroes, I feel like I can see the lacking part. I think that's the main differences when we are seeing this top team drafting and the lower team drafts.
Yeah, I mean the only thing you would say that might be lacking right now is a little bit of reliable crowd control, I suppose. You know, you want to be able to move around, and I suppose a little bit of sustain as well, although a Darkseer eventually go into something like a Greaves.
Yeah.
And you're going to be able to blink away from
Clockwork, Queen of Pain are naturally just tanky. I mean, Queen of Pain might not be tanky, but she's so mobile anyway, so...
Ooh, our first keeper.
Okay.
That's the unconventional thing that T1 does. You know?
Paulson really likes this this hero. I remember when Coddle was way up in the meta, T1 were running this quite a lot, going for that very early refresher orb on the Keeper of the Light as well. So maybe that's something you might want to farm up.
Very possible. And so you then need to think too, well, what position 1s do they want to run with this? We've seen it can be really impactful if you go... It's probably
last time we saw was a Night Stalker.
Yeah, Night Stalker was pretty effective there. Oh, well, there we see the Warlock come out from Geekfam. I like that one too. They've got a ton of AoE now. with
Just
this Orbital
AoE
Ride.
versus AoE. I mean,
Yeah.
let's not give T1 a like massive AoE like how they did with the Warlock Earth Spirit.
Mm. So yeah,
But
now-
whose team fight is starting to win out so far? Obviously, T1 don't have their 4th pick just yet.
Geekfam.
Geekfam?
Yeah, I agree.
Easily Geekfam. They've got two BKB piercing things, plus Sonic Wave goes through BKB. So not that any of these three really want to go it so far on T1, but it means that they need to be very conscious about the style that they might go. Like, I don't know, something like a... you wouldn't even want to go.
I really want T1 to not like go into that like team fight route. I
Yeah.
want them to think about like the
Single
different-
target.
a bit of single target, something like very mobile, like strong laning phase, and
Building
something
hitter
that
as
can actually get something that can actually do the building and taking down the maps. So if you just push it in the wave, all this AoE hero doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But maybe just because they pick Warlock and I don't know what they want to do.
What about a
Something like-
Spectre?
Not a big fan.
Into the Veno specifically, or anything else?
Oh, you mean Spectre in T1? Or
On Geekfam.
On Geekfam? I think Spectre is fine on Geekfam, but I don't want T1 to pick it.
Yeah, yeah.
Magnus.
Super late into the draft. It's
Yeah.
a long cry from the other days that we've been seeing, right? Where it just gets picked up first pick, or if it gets banned in that first phase.
Does this put a few carries on the back burner here for Geekfam? You know, Kua, you're talking about some of these carries don't like playing up against the Magnus because he has that Empower and the cleave is quite hard for them to deal with. Is there any, carries that Geekfam potentially could have been thinking of that they don't want to pick up now with the Magnus being the final pick for T1 in that second phase?
You can't be something squishy. That's the thing, right? You mentioned PA hates going into the Magnus.
Yeah, or it doesn't have to be really hard carry. Or Sven is like one of the good pick against the Magnus. But majority of the carries don't really want to play against Magnus just because, you feel bad. Like their carry is farming so fast and like I feel like I have to do extra stuff if you're versing against Magnus plus carry.
Yeah. Well, they get rid of the Spectre on T1 side and Juggernaut for Geekfam. How do you feel about Lifestealer right now for Geekfam? You're going to build into things that give status resistance. You can rage and then hit the Will-O-Wisp, so that's not so much of a factor. You've got good attack speed, so it's going to die pretty quickly. And Veno is not a huge deal for you either. So.
Yeah, all these three heroes not a big deal. It's just a Magnus, but it really depends on what Magnus +1 is going to be.
Yeah.
But at least like Geekfam gets to see the last pick of the T1. So
Yeah, and there's the Night Stalker.
So the Miracle Classic with the Night Stalker there being picked up here for T1. Geekfam so far, they need their final own carry pick. Are we going to see like more semi-carry versus semi-carry here? Or do you,
I think we are going to be seeing semi-carry here.
Yeah.
But what is there to pick, really, into this?
Arbed, Quap, and then you pick something else for Carl in that mid lane?
I feel like Quap into Magnus isn't terrible. So
Yeah, it's not terrible, yeah.
I think you can just leave that lane and be pretty happy with it.
I did
I'm
just
still
get,
thinking the Lifestealer.
Did you just get a little information from our good friend Poglet that he wants to see Bloodseeker? I'm just going to tell him right now he's wrong and he should not be throwing that hero around.
No Bloodseeker.
No Bloodseeker.
No.
I mean, you just it has to be a melee hero, right? Something that can easily just get buffed up by this surge. You have an Ion Shell on you. They've got no Dispel right now on T1, which is really nice.
Like all the good carriers banned.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sven?
like Sven?
Sven's not bad.
Yes, I think Sven's not bad. Besides Sven,
I guess you might be a little bit concerned going up against the Venomancer though, right? Like the
is that
slow-
really an issue for farm Sven?
The
He always
slow-
just Superman in like once he gets
But in the
agony.
lane.
Yeah, in the lane it is.
Alright. I want Lifestealer.
You want Lifestealer?
Yeah.
I want Sven. I feel like they lack like building damage, but Lifestealer does the building damage too. So
Yeah. Does building damage, itemizes correctly to stop all of this stuns that might be coming through onto him, and he can just rage out of the harass that Venom might be doing to him in lane.
Yeah.
And it deals with a Will-O-Wisp really nicely.
I really like how T1 actually transitioned their draft into sort of like this way, because they were sort of onto the team fight, and as long as they see Warlock, they started to move a bit more farming plus.
You were right.
Yep.
Yup.
Yup.
I mean, it's good, of course, combinations together. You can get a 5-man Stormhammer if you're perfectly on point, and of course, with that Fatal Bonds, it deals a ton of damage as well, just naturally.
The Vacuum Sven combo is always an age-old one too.
Yeah. But in the drop wise, like I feel like T1 is slightly better.
Mm.
It's my feeling, but
I do as well.
I can
what are you
hear
choosing?
some,
You have to choose
No,
first.
no, no. I've only done it first once.
I can hear the cogs turning in both your brains, but as the draft goes away, boys, who are we going to pick for this one? Both of you look so pensive. You guys are not sure.
We have to split here. Like I think this is really 50-50. I'm gonna go opposite to whatever you decide.
All right, let's go Geekfam.
All right, I'm going T1.
All right, my boys here, they want to go with the 50-50. I don't think I can go away from my boy Abed. EG represent here for our second series of the day. Game 1 will be presented to you by Multi-Legged Phoenix as well as Poglet.
Erase the doubt with your battle cry, with your battle cry. You feel the earth move to the drum of steel boots. Banish the fear inside. You're strong enough that you don't have to hide. No, you don't have to hide. You're strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
I don't want your empathy. I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out.
The truth.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our next series of the night. It will be between Geekfam and T1, and it's MLP Dota and, of course, the lovely Poglet. Poglet, you were very upset.
I mean, I'm upset in the fact they didn't pick my hero, but I'm glad they actually picked Solid Trust.
Yeah, no
Like,
apps.
There's only so far I can take this meme until someone calls me out on it saying it's actually trash, but I need to see it played, and I need a professional in a pro game to play it.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get it this time. You never know. Maybe game 2, as we're guaranteed at least a game 2 between these two. But for now, game number 1 between Geekfam and T1 is upon us. Should be a real fun one. Of course, it's very hard to pick the winner of this series before the match really starts.
Holy moly!
Both these teams have been looking really good over these group stages. Geekfam especially, however, currently undefeated in the groups.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, T1 have done themselves everything to start the game off, though, however. They drafted well, they're playing solid lanes, nothing too ridiculous. And they did this miracle Night Stalker before, but the last time they ran out of damage. So what have they done? Back to the drawing board, double down on the damage, and now they have this ridiculous wombo combo on the rest of their team. I much prefer this than what they did with the 2 semi-carries last time.
Whiteman?
What is that?
Just gonna hit the Roshan. He's gonna go for it again. He's not done. Hit the
Look,
Roshan again.
Roast me all you want, but I reckon this is the silliest thing I've seen. Packet loss. This is an odd way of saying packet loss is how you hit Roshan, but obviously there's always going to be a few ping issues when we have multiple C teams, China teams are all versing each other.
My goodness.
We've been pretty good so far this tournament, haven't we? Oh my god, what is happening?
That's a Roshan. He has a spear through him or something.
From that angle, it kind of looks like the baby Roshans they gave out. Like, it's much more miniature.
It's kind of sad to think that Roche has to continuously live his life with all these swords and spears through his body. It's not very nice, is it?
Yeah, I mean, I reckon they should do like a cosmetic change. Every time he dies, he gets more battle hardened.
Yeah?
So, like, you know, they obviously give him items. They should make him look more weary every time he dies.
Do you work for Valve or something? That's such a great idea.
Oh, I'm full of great ideas, Valve. If you want to hire me, I'll just give you free consultation on all the things to fix Dota. Most of them are clowny. But I feel like, as a fan of Dota, everyone has these silly opinions, things that they can fix on. What's yours? What's your like random silly fact or opinion that you want to see in Dota?
Oh, I actually don't have one on me, Poglet, but I don't mind any more Earth Spirit buffs. If you want to keep just buffing this one hero, and by the way, that's one thing I do want to see. Where's the Earth Spirit cosmetics? How many treasures have we opened without an Earth Spirit cosmetic yet?
Which is strange, right? He's such an easy hero to fix up. Like, he even has a totem that creates just a stone version of him in-game.
Yeah.
They could do so many things to the hero, you're right. But unfortunately, you're going to have to settle with no nerfs for the most previous patch.
Unfortunately for Roshan, he's going to have to take another hit from Whiteman.
This is going to be the earliest Roche ever. You know, stuff the 20 health regen. Whiteman's going to take this.
He's getting there eventually. Get in there, son. One more. Well done. I'm actually trying to figure out if there's anything to what Whiteman's doing right now, or whether he is just getting his APM up before the game really starts, and he'll leave the Roshan be now. So there is going to be a bit of a scuffle over the top bounty rune. Miracle going to run in with Polison. Bit of a blinding light out, but that's going to be it.
Just a touch too early on Polison. Obviously, Miracle couldn't commit to that rune, but it still takes a bit of damage here and there.
Nice little follow-up from Zephyr. Of course, Carl's going to be in that mid lane as the Quap. And he should be up against the Magnus of In Your Dream. We've seen In Your Dream playing a lot of Magnuses of late, as has everyone else, basically. But he's been doing a great job on this hero. It's good to see him back on it.
Yeah, definitely. I am curious to see, because obviously we saw Magnus take a little bit of a nerf, both to his Empower as well as his general feel with the talents. So it'd be interesting to see how he plays. I don't think they're enough to make him not viable, but he might not have that ridiculous early game we've seen so often.
Strive harder next time.
Because Miracle, back on that Night Stalker there with Polison. It's going to be up against Kuko on the Dark Seer and Joe Cam on the Tiny. Going to go for a quick creep pull. I was getting a bit tongue twisted over that one. He'll manage to pull it off, and he does need to, because Sam H is not having a very good lane so far on the Venom. It's been a bit tough already. We'll see Whiteman just really giving it to him on the Warlock.
That's what he was practicing on Roshan, right? Tiny is just a rockier version of Roshan. He was practicing those auto attacks, and it's paying off. Look at Joakim right now. He's taking these orbs of death, rather, from Warlock.
Yeah.
But I think you're right. Oh!
Nice toss back. Sam H not going to really be in a position to try and dish any damage out, so Whiteman will be just fine. You know, you were talking about the recent Magnus nerf we just saw, but they've also got the Veno on there that got nerfed. They've got the Tiny that got nerfed on the side of T1. Maybe they didn't read the patch notes. Maybe they just don't care.
None of them were massive, though. Like, the Venomancer wards, obviously, they're more expensive, like we saw in the last series. While there's a little bit of a skirmish top. And obviously, there's a bit of a nerf on Poison Sink. I don't think either of them are enough to make that hero not great. I think it's just that little step below broken. But I could be wrong. This is the first time I get to see these two heroes at the same time, as well as separated. So this will be what forms our opinion of these two heroes.
So far, everything's going just fine for In Your Dream in that mid lane on the Mag. Just farming as per usual. No struggles here up against Carl. Because Carl did opt for the 2-0 and 1 build, so maxing out the Shadow Strike. But it's not really being that effective so far up against In Your Dream. Doesn't really have too much of an opportunity to throw it out.
It is also quite hard. Like, obviously, you build so many braces on this hero, and that magic resist does add up. Like, obviously, it's not that much on... Oh, sorry, it's the HP regen now. But it makes it harder to push him out of lane. With top lane, Polison, stuck.
He's in trouble. This is a really tough lane for the Keeper of the Light, as Zephyr's just going to be able to run you down like this every single time, but he needs one more hit and he can't get it. That's going to be a lot of damage out from that tier 2 tower. Paulson with the Blinding Light still trying for that first blood, but will not be able to get it on Zephyr. They'll both just have to walk away.
Zephyr does take the bad end of that trade there because he has to TP home, and obviously Coddle is quite fast. He's going to walk home. We didn't talk about it much. He went Ring of Basilius, first item on Coddle. A hero that can give mana to his teammates on the bot lane.
Yeah, they're in trouble. Jokam, Avalanche Toss is going to be out onto Arbed. They do get the Fatal Bonds off, so you might actually be able to get through the HP pool of Jokam now.
Whack the creeps, Arbed! Whack them all!
Sam H, staying within range. Jokam is falling low, but he will be alright. Surviving on about 70 HP, but I can't say the same about Sam H. He's on the run, but they do have the damage output on Arbed. On the position 1 Sven will take the first blood.
A nice build-up too. He's gone 2-0-1, so he went the 2 levels in Stormhammer exclusively to get kills. I would like to see him start to go back towards that cleave now that he's level 4, but it really put them off guard on T1. They weren't ready for that extra damage.
Good play from Arbed. Because Miracle is also having a very good time with that Night Stalker so far. Just second and last hits, only second to In Your Dream on the mag. And we saw Miracle the other day on this position 1 Night Stalker. Now that time around it did not work out. I'm curious, do you think against the draft of Geekfam he has a bit of a better chance of getting this Night Stalker to work as a pos 1?
Definitely. I mean, I think it was more, not what they were versing an extremely hard team or a very weak team. I think the big difference here is they've got a Magnus, they've got a Veno, they've got a Tiny. They've got much better AoE damage around it. So he doesn't need to do as much. This Axe build-up that he'll probably go for will feel much nicer in these Wombo combo style drafts. Where before it was, they had 2 single target heroes, both semi-carries. It felt very weird. So I think they've redone their drafting theory, but they want to really stick around this Night Stalker pick.
And Jokam going to go for another creep pull down at that bot lane as Sam H is just unable to farm at all on this Venomancer so far. Does lose half the wave. You look at Arbed. He's just farming freely as ever.
Yeah, with the extra kill that he did get, luckily, so the first blood gold pretty solid. He's steering away from the Midas. For the first time in a while, I actually get to say that. Usually we see Svens go almost exclusively Midas, Mask Manus, Echo Saber, and then Axe, BKB, Chrysalis, in whichever order they feel. But he's decided Echo Saber Rush is the way to play this game.
Zephyr going to chase down Polis again, and looks like this time around Polison should be okay. Zephyr, well, he's slowly closing the gap, but it's just going to take way too long. So instead, with this Iron Shell, the neutral creeps don't wake up. So,
well, he finds Polison anyway.
He does, but the cogs will not trap Min, and In Your Dream was around just in case. The pings are coming out now. You better take that stack ASAP. Zephyr is just continuing to hang around on the clockwork. In Your Dream will go ahead and take care of it as let's soak a bit of XP here, but RP going to be committed out of In Your Dream, and they'll just take a very easy kill on that clock.
Yeah, not often do you get a free RP target. You might as well take it. Yes, it's a 2-minute cooldown, but you get him off the map, you get that farm. He doesn't steal the XP, which is probably what he was trying to stay around for. Like, that was a triple stacked hard camp. That's a lot of XP towards T1. And you can see how committed they are. They've put a ward down to defend their own, like, very, very deep internal ward to make sure that they can get this farm.
Well, it's very important, right, for In Your Dream. Like, he's going to be their main source of damage, apart from Miracle. But even then, as a Night Stalker, you're kind of depending on this mid Magnus's. Speaking of mid, Carl does kill off Polison on the Keeper of the Light. Just trying to soak some XP mid, but you can't really do that up against the Quap. Meanwhile, top lane, Zephyr getting a nice cogs pushback onto Jokam Miracle. Cuckoo will just surge him up, and they'll just both walk out of there.
Is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, nothing too flashy on the top lane. I'm surprised there's been 3 kills this game, to tell you the truth. Both these teams are so heavily focused on farming on their cores right now. Like, you can see Magnus, his only kill participation is because Zephyr ran into his head. If it wasn't for that, there would be no kill on tier 1. And Arbed's the same, really, just AFK farming.
There's a group up mid lane, Miracle.
Okay.
Gonna pop the ulti. Carl in trouble, needs to blink away, but he's going to be surged. His blink is still on cooldown. Miracle's still on the chase, gets the silence off. Now In Your Dream with the shockwave, going to pull him back in, and it's a great kill onto that mid swap. And now Cuckoo cannot TP away from Miracle, not during the night. That'll be 2 kills now for the side of T1.
Yeah, very nice opportunity there for In Your Dream and Miracle to fight up again. Neither of them having to commit too much. They did obviously use the Dark Ascension at the start of that fight, but it's all they had to use. And they killed Carl, like you said. This is just nice play from Tier 1, keeping the game at a pace that they actually want to play at.
Arbet actually just spotted them out for a second there. Realizing now his jungle was being sieged down by T1. Should be safe for now.
Top tower is under attack.
So Arbet still working towards that Echo Saber. Not going to have it at too bad of a time. He's been farming very, very well. Geekfam, they just need to hold out until he gets a couple core items up.
Definitely. I mean, he's keeping up with a Magnus. That is a huge, huge statement for a Sven picker. Obviously, Sven has the inbuilt cleave versus, obviously, the spell and power cleave. But both of these heroes just finding everything they want right now.
Cuckoo. Be a little cautious here, Jokam. Looking for an avalanche toss. Cuckoo will be too far away to toss back. You look at Whiteman on that Warlock, about to hit that level 6 mark now, so you do have the Golem coming up very, very soon. In fact, there it is. You start to wonder, do you want to just make a quick smoke hamper with this Golem and try to make a play ASAP? In fact, never mind that, they may have the chance now. 10-minute bounty rune's going to spawn up, but Geekfam, they think better of it. They'll just leave the bottom runes to be and actually a 3-for-1 trade on those bounties.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting to see as well, like we talk about Whitemon being level 6, but Clockwork's still level 4. They haven't really prioritized any farm on Zephyr, any levels on Zephyr at all. And like even with empty lanes right now, he's still not playing them. So I'm not sure Zephyr's game plan right now. He even misses the smoke that they just tried to do.
That's a bit unfortunate there for Zephyr. Still going to go in. It's just going to be after this bottom tier 1 tower. So doesn't really have the hookshot to close the gap. You do have the search from Cuckoo if need be. They are going to have a look with the rocket flare through the tree line. Sam H is still there.
Is under attack.
In fact, it looks like the side of T1 are the ones that want to start being aggressive.
Yeah, Jokem's in a good position though. Zephyr
gets an avalanche, but that's going to be it. They do force the TP out of Carl, who does blink forward onto Jokem. Shadow Strike will connect. Still going Carl. Wants to fight this. The Warlock will be dropped. Rather, the Golem will be dropped, but nobody's dead quite yet. And now In Your Dream going to be forced to TP in. They'll get rid of the Golem.
Yeah, very an awkward fight.
Well, now the tier 1 tower is just gone. You can't really defend it without the Golem drop.
Yeah, on the other side, they did obviously use Will-O-Wisp, so it was something, some kind of level of trade. But yeah, you're right, their Golem's down and they're running away. They're deciding, we'll try to trade the tier 1, obviously force out a Fortify, do something, slow down the game. And as you can see, with Sven, he's farming quite fast, like you said, but no Midas.
Oh, avalanche toss. It's going to be it. It's going to walk back around for the power rune. If it's going to spawn there and he gets unlucky, it is going to be an arcane rune up at that top rune spot. Still In Your Dream around the area with that RP available if they so wish to try for it. Jokam still rushing to the arcane, but he is going to go down to Arbet. And Carl is still going to manage to get that power rune, but here comes In Your Dream with the shockwave and the blinding light. 2 heroes going down over an arcane rune, but if you're T1, you're more than happy trading that tiny away, and now they'll pop the Dark Ascension, hookshot out from Zephyr. But that mid-tier 1 tower now, going to be very susceptible to T1 to take.
Yeah, I think this is definitely worth a Dark Ascension. Obviously, Golem's the longest cooldown spell at 170 seconds. So every time Golem's down, you're going to see this kind of play where they're going to try to farm, they're going to try to take more map presence, and just really choke out the Sven, make sure Arbet doesn't have the game he wants. And so far, at 6.5k net worth, he's pretty much done whatever he wanted. They haven't really slowed him down at all.
He's almost got that Aghanim Scepter coming out. I mean, I say almost, he's still a while off, but maybe a couple minutes, you're looking pretty close here for Abed.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to have that Ags, but also In Your Dream's going to have the Blink first. So it'll be interesting to see if In Your Dream decides to use his RP exclusively on Abed, if he tries to kill Carl a couple times, because both of those heroes can really snowball into the mid-game, late game quite quickly. And obviously we're seeing a Yule Scepter being built up from Carl, a nice little counter towards the Miracle and Magnus pickups.
A big smoke out. That's 3 for Geekfam. Through the mid lane, Abed will start baiting for the team.
Yeah. It's a bit of an awkward bait though, because there's so many wards here. They are farm, obviously 21 gold. And Zephyr going around the side.
Go up towards that top lane. They'll go after Jocam. Should be a fairly easy hook to land here. In fact, they won't even need it. Carl, he'll just blink in, but now the Avalanche was there from Jocam. They can still get him out of here. The Sonic Wave will be enough with the Shadow Strike. Paulson does commit the Will-O-Wisp, but nice hook shot out from Zephyr going for the secondary. Paulson will not survive. So Cuckoo will take that one on the Darkseer. T1. You saw Miracle, he was slowly walking his way up, but it's not nighttime yet. He needs another 30 seconds.
Yeah, 15 seconds, but he will have the Aghanim Scepter and 1,000 gold, which is going to be quite a big timing for them. We talked about the Ags on Abed, but we didn't really mention Miracle. He's farming very well as well, and that Axe at Dark Ascension, I mean, Zephyr, he was stuck around too long and dies for it. But these item timings are all coming up around the same area for both sides.
Miracle, gonna TP down bot.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I believe they'll spot out Cuckoo in time. They won't. Geekfam, they seem very, very set. Just continuing to farm a bit longer, but there's your blink up now in Your Dream. That Axe, 600 gold away just about for Miracle. So once that Axe is up, you expect it to be go time for T1.
Yeah, it'd be Axe and Blink timing as well. I think Magnus is having the courier deliveries Blink right now. Yeah, it's coming through. So I'll have that Blink, Axe, and then I'll have the Wombo combo with the Will-O-Wisp on top as well. I don't think anyone on Geekfam is tanky enough to survive that right now. Abed maybe as the only one, purely off the fact he has so much health right now. That's a lot of strength items. But everyone else will definitely die in that combo.
It's a little intriguing though, Abed. He decided to switch the Aghanim Scepter for the BKB. Just indicates that Geekfam want to try and fight back up against T1. It might be the right decision here for Abed. Jocam.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Not going to find the power rune that Cuckoo just took. T1 setting up at the bottom tier 2, and we do have some bounties being placed now on Abed's head. Aghanim Scepter up at the exact same time for Miracle.
Yeah, Ags at the same time as BKB is not a great trade though. Obviously Abed counters entirely that Aghanim once he gets the item. But they're going to get tier 2 pretty much for free. That's undefendable.
Radiant's bottom tower has
Another
fallen.
easy tower here for T1. 2k net worth lead now for this Dire end, and Geekfam, they're still just avoiding this Dire side for now. In fact, never mind. They're going to smoke up. A blink is there on the Tiny to make matters worse though, so T1, they're definitely ready to fight. They do hook shot in onto Jocam. No toss as of yet. Jocam just wants out for now. Sam H gonna go for the Stormhammer onto Sam H. And Abed Sonic Wave is massive, but there's a huge RP in the backlines onto 3, and they're looking to clean him up through the wall. Oh, Cuckoo is gone along with Whiteman in Your Dream, however, falling low to Abed's damage. Now Sam H chased down again by this Sven. Paulson trying to help with the blinding light, but now Carl jumps in on the Quap. Miracle gonna chase down the Quap. Does he have the silence? Not quite.
They got the Yules, they have the Blink, so Miracle shouldn't be able to get this kill, but In Your Dream, you madman, what are you doing? Oh, that was
Gonna
close.
miss out.
Oh, what a disastrous fight for both sides. They get their ultimates off, but they didn't time it well enough. You talked about that RP, it hit 3 targets, but they weren't able to combine it just enough. Abed creating all that space in the back line.
You really want Jocam to be available for that RP, right? Just to get in there with the Avalanche follow-up and the toss follow-up, and just wasn't quite enough damage yet.
Yeah. They were about 10 seconds off that. You said Jokem obviously had that blink dagger. He didn't have it ready for that fight, but Miracle's going to get hit by a pretty free kill here for the bot lane.
Cuckoo top lane as well. Going to go down to Jokem with the avalanche toss, but Miracle does go down to Carl on the Queen of Pain. It's a fairly even trade, but that is your pos 1 Night Stalker going down for the sake of a position 3 Darks here.
Yeah, definitely. The only upside is, I mean, Carl getting it is pretty rough, but obviously Arbed getting it would have been way worse. That's the only upside of that trade. But still, this game is so close.
It is.
Both of these teams really came to play. Good drafts, good play style, and so far, very solid execution on their play styles.
Another team really making any mistakes here. They have been pretty on point. Arbit, he's going straight back for that Aghanim Scepter now. Once that's up, it's going to be a scary time for T1, because suddenly you've got a Sven that can't be kited anymore. He can initiate every time he wants to. T1.
Oh, the D-Wood in the mid lane. Oh boy, this is what I find funny. When you see stacked styles, and you're just like, oh, here's every single neutral item at once.
Yeah.
Just 4 of them dropped at once, where obviously Arbed took Ancients on his side, and Miracle took Ancients on his, and just free tier 1s, free tier 2s rather for everyone.
Geekfam just still hugging the western side of the map. Of course, it's the beauty of the Darks here, even with the recent nerfs we saw today, is you can just keep split pushing lanes with no risk. You'd think T1 has a bit more of a time limit with their draft, but Jokem going to get backed in by Cuckoo, and now the wall will be dropped, so Jokem really has no way out of this situation, but he does get the toss off. Won't be enough. Carl still gets the kill on the Quap. What I was about to ask you, Poggy, is T1, should they be playing faster than they are now? Because up against the Sven Quap, even the Darkseer and the Warlock, it does seem like their draft is going to drop off in comparison.
Yeah, definitely. They are waiting on 2 BKBs. I believe that's their massive go window. But I think you're right, like, especially whenever Dark Ascension up, RP is up, obviously Poison Over as well. I think they could be making more happen around the map, force out these rotations from Geekfam. Because like you said, I think Sven will outcarry Miracle's Night Stalker. But both sides are quite even. They both have 1.5 carries. Like between Magnus and Night Stalker versus Sven and Queen of Pain, it's quite close. Obviously Sven being the hard carry. Queen of Pain isn't quite there at the same level, but obviously Empower makes Miracle the hard carry among.
It's a fair point. Mid lane, they're just trying to be disruptive towards the farm of Arbed. It's just really Paulson throwing out the Blinding Light and the Illuminate. But Geekfam still remaining grouped up. This is really just a 3 protect 1 right now. Like, they've left Cuckoo up the top lane by himself to split push, and everyone else is always just nearby to Arbed, making sure if he gets jumped, they're able to counter-initiate every single time. And perhaps now's the time. He does have the Axe coming out.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens here, because that Axe is meant to be a massive window, but they're only probably going to find Jokem here. If anyone, like obviously Jokem's the one playing in like the absolutely suicidal positions.
Yeah.
Because he's the tiny, he can eat those ganks, he's not too worried about it.
Could be some bad timing to boot though. In Your Dream just got his BKB up on the Magnus.
So did Miracle.
That, suddenly that Aghanim Scepter on the Sven be somewhat useless up against these cores, but he is going to go in onto Sam H first. Does back off after the avalanche was there from Jokem. In Your Dream, thinking about a skewer, but won't try just yet onto Arbed, who'll hold out.
Yeah, I'm curious, like, obviously they're going to smoke behind. The rocket's not going to find anyone, so it might give Geekfam a false sense of security about what's about to happen. But Zephyr's the pick here, and that's all you're going to find?
Just tops in Miracle, and they'll just settle for what they can get. The clock's still going to run, Zephyr.
Are they even going to get him?
He's trying to hookshot out, and he does. Hookshot onto Carl. But Whiteman is He's caught on the Warlock, so you're still going to lose this position 5 Warlock. Carl's actually just blocking the tree line and make sure this Clockwork can't get caught out, but now Cuckoo has been spotted by Miracle, and a great toss back into the RP from Jocam. That'll be 2 more. Carl does get the Yules off in time, but cannot blink out in time. And Zephyr, well, it all started with him, and it all ends with him. He's the 4th hero to go down here for Geekfam as T1 just looking kind of unstoppable.
Yeah, that is a scary team fight.
Yeah.
Like, you just saw they're just going to throw Miracle in, especially during nighttime as well, because once you throw him in, that extra range, that extra vision on the Ascension pretty much means no one can run away from it. He saw everyone. Obviously, Cuckoo was trying to hide in the trees, didn't quite get away with that. It's just great team fight from Tier 1 to keep themselves ahead in this game and hopefully make Abed a bit scared where he is farming.
Abed's been farming quite fearlessly for now and still going, but looks like he's just going to start working towards that AC now, this Sven. It's getting to that point for Geekfam where it does feel like he really needs to just drag this out to the later stages of the game and be that really, really hard carry.
Yeah, it is quite a worry though, once his BKB gets lower, obviously he hasn't had to pop it yet.
Hook shot in from Zephyr. He is going to be surrounded. Sam H still going to be fine, and Jocam goes for a very easy toss back onto Zephyr. So that's your Clockwork gone. Still Abed, do you want to fight this? He'll turn back around onto Sam H. They'll drop the Golem, but it's just not going to be enough. Abed cannot close the gap on Sam H, or maybe he can with the Stormhammer, but now the toss away from Jocam.
That's sick.
But Jocam's still in trouble. Abed popped the BKB and he does get the Tiny. Here comes Miracle, however, with the silence. In your dream, he got Whiteman. Now this Quap in massive, massive trouble. Still trying to run away. Carl, he can knock it out in time. Miracle, he got the Void off, and Cuckoo will also die. And once again, the only person to survive was Abed.
Yeah, I mean, these tosses so far on Jocam are absolutely game-winning. I don't think I'm underselling him or overselling him right now.
Oh, fantastic.
They're ridiculous. Like, he's saving his teammates. Yes, he died for that one, but he set up the Zephyr kill comfortably. Saved Sam H, who, by the way, has a halberd. So he's pretty tanky himself and very useful against Abed. So. And then it's doing everything right. This is the kind of tiny supports that make me want to see more nerfs.
Yeah. He's making it look great. T1, they're making this draft look great. 9k net worth lead now. Miracle, he's got him to a basher.
And we're going to see a replay. Look at that toss! That's just beautiful.
Yeah. Sam H able to survive till the end of the team fight.
Yeah, this is great what they do to QQ as well. Right as he's about to blink, they actually use the Void to kill him. That sets up the kill. Obviously, Cuckoo trying to save his teammate, make sure he doesn't have Surge. He dies for it as well.
In your dream, chase down here from Zephyr.
This is
turn
not the
around.
point you want to go on, Zephyr.
Start hitting him. In your dream, he does have the RP. You do have to be just a slight bit cautious if you are on the side of Geekfam at the moment. It's Miracle even going to come in now on the Night Stalker. Zephyr just going to hang around the cogs, but in your dream, we'll just jump straight in the middle of all of them and take out that Clockwork.
As far as deaths go for Zephyr right now, that's probably one of the better ones. He used Dark Ascension. They are going to commit the high ground though, so you might lose a bit of your tier 3 while the rest of this Dark Ascension goes.
Yeah, Miracle, he's just feeling very, very confident. You still have the BKB up on the Night Stalker. He just does not care.
Yeah, both that BKB not being used, Abed's only been used once, and obviously, so Abed's has been used twice, and in your dreams only once. These BKB purchases are really deterring a lot of this team fight. All these supports are just copying all the spells instead.
Geekfam, what do they do now? Do we just sit back and farm up these BKBs? Carl is T1 even
he is far away
chance?
though. Oh boy.
Yeah.
He did go for the Shivas first, which armor will keep him alive quite a bit, but right now, if Miracle gets on top of him, he dies every time. We've seen it in the last 3 team fights. And it's only going to get worse too, because we're seeing the power of Double Void using Polison's Chakra Magic. It's a lot of damage, it's a lot of slow, and it's all AoE.
T1 They found the big one. That's Arbed, but no, they go after the Warlock. Perhaps not spotting out Arbed. They do still pick up a great kill in Whiteman. That might be a Roshan here for T1. In fact, it is. Miracle just going to run straight into there. Geekfam, can they afford to let this one go? Do they even have a choice?
They have no choice. Without Golem right now, if they try to fight and they cop any type of pre-warning on T1, they get wiped.
They're smoking. They're going to try and rush it, but I believe
late.
it might be too late. Aegis is going to go the way of T1. Miracle will take it on the Night Stalker, and now they look to rush back in onto Geekfam. They are going to run straight into the smoke side of Geekfam, but they don't seem afraid of it. Miracle just keeps going now with the Crippling Fear activated. They'll use him up. Geekfam, do you want to reinitiate?
They
No?
kind of have to fight here. Obviously, we can see the ward on the Geekfam hill. They don't want to let this ward go, because right now they have all the vision in the fight. They can play around it.
Jokam going to go in again onto Whiteman. Hook shot not going to land from Zephyr. They do at least get the Golem down, but Whiteman is almost certainly dead to Miracle. And now the Will-O-Wisp-bound Arbed needs to try and kite out of this team fight, but in your dream, he does skewer RP. The Sven is still very, very tanky, but he's starting to get surrounded. Or maybe he's going to fight back Arbed. He'll try to man fight this one. Or no, he won't. He'll run. And so will Miracle. Carl sticking around that boundary rune spot. Jokam will toss him up in the air, and Miracle on a triple kill now on the Night Stalker.
Yeah, Zephyr obviously being that third kill with that buyback coming through. Just a bad fight all around. T1 though, they're playing these fights so exceptionally. You can see Miracle just frontlines, doesn't care. He obviously has to use one of the greater Fairy Fire charges. Not the biggest loss in the world. But outside of that, nothing massive had to be used. Just BKBs, a few ultimates, and Geekfam had to use everything as well, including a buyback.
He's almost got the Abyssal Blade up on this Night Stalker to boot. In fact, there it is. So now you've really got some guaranteed lockdown here for this Night Stalker. And it only gets tougher and tougher for Geekfam. You're still kind of looking towards Arbed to be able to carry them through this game. But he's just having so many troubles, or so much trouble in these team fights.
Yeah, it's quite hard when two carries are out farming you. Two strength carries, no less. So you can't burst one of them down pre-fight. I mean, Miracle has 3,500 health, and so does In Your Dream just over 3k. Neither of those are dying to a crit, which is what Arbed's build is right now. The Daedalus trying to two-shot his opponents. It's just quite hard to do. It will get easier once these BKBs get a bit lower. But until then, T1 need to just win these fights comfortably as they are. And Geekfam just need to avoid them with every ounce of their body.
That's what they're trying to do. Daedalus now up on Arbed, so even more damage on this Sven. Still feels like he needs more. He'll go after the AC next.
Yeah, there's only a couple more minutes left on this Aegis, so I'll be curious to see what they do. Obviously, no nighttime, but they do have the Dark Ascension. They have the Abyssal, like we mentioned. I thought this would be go time for Tier 1, but they're really being cautious here. They're slowly pushing in the lanes. They're going to drown out Geekfam, force them to have to defend this Tier 2 in the mid lane.
They might just feel like there's no rush. I mean, even with the Sven in the game, just at the rate they're farming, with the 14k net worth lead, they must be feeling quite confident. Of course, In Your Dream's hitting like an absolute truck right now on this Magnus. Those nerfs today apparently meant nothing to In Your Dream.
They weren't massive nerfs, to tell you the truth.
Skewer, Arbed has been spotted, a great shockwave RP. Not going to be used, but they got the avalanche from Jokam, and now the RP's out from In Your Dream. They have plenty of damage output out for Arbed.
No BKB usage there. He has no buyback either. They obviously won't know this yet on T1, but I see no reason why they don't just go high ground, forcing out the buyback that doesn't exist. That's exactly what they're going to do.
Just force the high ground, see what he does. A great avalanche toss out once again onto Cuckoo. This Darkseid, he's going to surge away, but it's not going to be enough. Miracle had the Abyssal available. And man, you've got to give props to Jokam.
Can I preemptively crown a most valuable player for game 1?
Get him the car.
Just I mean, maybe that's too far for game 1.
Maybe it's a little bit far.
Jokam's been playing pretty well this tournament, but well and truly too easy too soon to give him just a straight. Like, he is a car.
Yeah.
For being a roller boy that is tiny. But right now, he is my MVP of game 1.
He's doing a great job.
And this is going to be 2 Raxes. Obviously, by now, they know Arbed has no buyout. They're gonna back off?
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Curious.
Well, respawns up very, very soon for Geekfam.
Roche is Aegis in 5 seconds.
Well, they've also got a double damage rune down bot. Aegis is about to expire. I don't know, you just maybe grab the DD, see if you can kind of reinitiate here onto Geekfam. Not to mention, Pog, nighttime's about to start again in about 1:15.
True. They won't have the DD for nighttime, but they still have the Dark Ascension, which will cover more than half of that time before night.
It's very nice.
I mean, right now, I think you said it perfectly. T1 team seem to be in no rush. They're quite casually walking around the jungle. They're enjoying the sights. They're enjoying the creeps, and every so often they'll just find a stray Arbed and just clean him up. Arbed, though, he is going for an AC, so once that AC comes through, he'll be a bit harder to kill. But we saw how quickly he got cleaned up without that BKB.
That seems to be the idea here for Geekfam. It's just all about survival. Just surviving the initial onslaught of T1, and if you can get through those big ultis initially, then you could probably just start to fight back. The problem is, every time In Your Dream commits the RP, or we see the Dark Ascension from Miracle, the fight's over so quick. For Geekfam, they don't actually have a chance to fight back. So they can just survive the initial wave of skills. And, well, we're going to find out now if they can, because there is going to be a smoke out.
Yeah, smoke for nighttime. Obviously, the bounty runes are going to come out. I'd like to think Geekfam are smarter than they're going to get picked off, but Zephyr's first to go.
Has been spotted. Avalanche toss from Jokam, but no, they want the Darkseer Cuckoo. He's still alright. The Golem drop, but the RP out from In Your Dream. He's caught 3 of them again. That is going to be a wipe. Arbed and Zephyr are gone. Carl, he'll get stunned up. In fact, that was Cuckoo getting stunned up by Miracle. And Whiteman, he'll try to run, but the Avalanche is going to connect from Jokam.
Yeah, they're out.
They've called it. GG. And T1, that is a very dominant game number 1 from them.
A clean and dominant performance. It wasn't just the Geekfam making mistakes. T1 were almost perfect. It was fantastic. And obviously, Jokam.
Yeah.
He's fast becoming my favorite tiny player, and that was only 35 minutes of gameplay. If they don't ban it again and we get to see another Jokam game, I'm going to write this in as a quick 2-0.
See if they give them Jokam in the Game 2 draft. Of course, we're going to head back to the panel. We'll see what they have to say about what happened in game number 1.
When I saw you look at me that way, it broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it
forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. 'Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances.
Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road.
Start over.
T1 take down the Juggernauts in Geekfam, but it is only the first map of our series here for the second half of day number 8 of ESL 1 Thailand. Boys back on the desk, Daniel QO. Now, this is what we're expecting from T1. These semi-carries seem to always work out for them. That Miracle Night Stalker seems to be unstoppable.
Came online, but I feel like it was the Magnus as well as Jokam on that Tiny that just won the game for them. It's a real boom or bust style of hero, but when it works in a big way.
Yeah. Like Tiny is still a big factor. Right? The hero makes you reposition yourself. Like you can just damage freely if there's a Tiny in your team, but not just because of Tiny. I really liked how T1 drafted. Just the way like they smartly like changed their route to the drop, because I think that time they used a little bit of like times in the 4th pick.
Yeah, like tricked them a little bit, made
Yeah.
them think that they were heading in one direction and then completely changed it up. And
Yeah.
I think a lot of that goes around this Keeper of the Light draft as well, right? We talk about how great the Tiny's play was with Jokam there, as well as the Magnus coming through. But when you've got something like a Will-O-Wisp to play around, that's fantastic, right? You can toss someone not only back into your team, but back into a stun. Same sort of thing with the Skewer. It's like getting triple the value out of a lot of these spells.
Yeah, it really did feel like that all these eggs were in the Arbed basket, but there was just too many things going against him that you really couldn't play against. He had the Venomancer that he had to play against, he had the RP, he had the Skewer, he had the Toss, he had the Will-O-Wisp, he had the Blinding Light. There was just so much that were going against Arbed in this game that it was almost too much for him to overcome. I would have really liked to have seen Kyle get a BKB on that Queen of Pain, just trying to nullify that Crippling Fear coming in from Miracle, but just felt like Geekfam were kind of just waiting for this Sven Wombo combo to happen, and just never really got to that point where they're able to execute fully as a team fight.
We didn't see one fight, right, where there was a Vacuum, Wall, Sonic Wave, Stormhammer coming through, and I think a lot of that's just the great positioning that T1 had.
It's impossible. Like the T1 has like a lot earlier like phase like heroes. I know Abed went the BKB, Echo Saber, and BKB, which sort of enabled Geekfam. I think if he went Midas, it would be disaster. But even with that, like their T1's heroes were way too like fast. So they can always pick off like one hero. It doesn't have it can be Darkseer, it can be Clockwork, it can be Warlock, but mostly Warlock is the best choice.
I mean, Whitemon, you keep saying, singing his praises about how he does a lot of tanking of ganks, but this time it was a little bit too much.
Way too much.
Yeah.
And it's inevitable. Like you can't just like let your team get job first anyways.
Yeah, so what did you think it was then? Because I felt like Cuckoo never really had a presence in that game either. Like he was spending a lot of time off farming, and typically if he does that, it's on these higher impact heroes that can actually make something happen. But he was essentially a surge bot for Sven by the end of the game. There was a couple of okay walls of replica, but beyond that, there really wasn't anything.
I think it was because in your dream, was in your dream was farming too well,
Mhm.
and they got interrupted by that like factor. Oh, Magnus is farming too well. We have to interrupt them. And Clockwork died there with RP in very early, like 7 minutes.
Yep.
And because of that kill, like in your dream got so fat, and he had access to their jungle, which made Darkseer to actually rotate over to his jungle side. So I think that's why like Cuckoo's net worth was lower.
They even did a couple of cheeky things as well with Miracle, like he would kill most of a creep wave but leave one small creep alive just in the Radiant jungle, so that when Abed did try and find time to farm, he would get so much less out of it. So I thought that was really clever.
Yeah. Left side there's only one big golem. Upper side there's one wildkin. Like
there wasn't anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think also it was a really good showing from all these players, right? But, you know, Poglet was highlighting Jokum. Like, on that Tiny, he looked absolutely insane. So many of these tosses looked so good. He was tossing people in and out of everything, making sure that everyone was in perfect positioning. He certainly is kind of cruising his way towards my Mercedes-Benz MVP vote if he's playing like this. Like, all these Tiny players, to me, look insane. For those of you playing along at home, our voting has opened for a Mercedes-Benz MVP, so make sure you do get your votes in for that. I think Jokum's starting to steal my heart as well a little bit here for Poglet. You know, a lot of these position fours, to me, are starting to play out of their brains, right? Like, we see this Tiny so many times. This hero just seems so strong with that toss.
True, but it's not even just that Tiny, right? He's had a fantastic game on Earth Spirit that we saw. It was, I believe, their victory against Neon in game number 1. He just enabled this team so heavily by playing this hyper-aggressive style. And it's a real contrast to, like, the TNC style, where you've got KP, the position 3, being the one going in first. But I mean, it works for them somewhat, but you're committing so heavily beyond that. But if you go like a Tiny or an Earth Spirit in first as your position 4, if they get off their initial combo, you're all right with that because you've still got a lot of net worth to back that up.
Yeah, all you need is like those initiator and then farm on both cores. And that's what like T1 has been doing like all the time. Let these two supports like be able to move at 5 minutes, let them be stacked or just play passive. They're gonna be the one who's coming at them. So don't give In Your Dream Magnus.
No.
All right.
Don't give anyone
Conclusion.
Magnus.
Don't give In Your Dream Magnus.
It seems like neither of my panel want to see any more Magnus here for the rest of ESL 1 Thailand, but we're going to go to a short break. Game 2 of this bar burner of a series will be coming up after this. We have Geekfam looking to come back in this series, and T1, they're looking to close out an upset. Stay with us after this break.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors. And bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Ooh. Yeah, yeah, I see no signals, no signs. Girl, you be tripping, no lie, nah. You said you're not set by. I flew in all the way for this. I'm not here to waste your time. I just can't give you vibes, you changed a bit. Girl, you mad teasing. I don't mind leaving, just let me know. She told me take it easy. Hey, yeah. I just came here to make y'all feel good. You know what the message is. Suddenly you're with me now. You know what the message is. I've been running wild for you, babe. You know what the message is. I don't have no patience. Ain't no conversation. Feel good. Sometimes make you feel good. You're my mission, my grand prize. Catch my
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
Game 2 is where champions are born, and let's see if Geekfam have what it takes to perform the reverse sweep up against T1. T1, they're looking for the upset here in their third series of ESL 1 Thailand Group B, but Geekfam, they're not going to let that happen too easily. My boys back here on the panel getting ready for draft number 2, Dan or QO. Are you guys excited? You guys ready? You guys pumped? You guys hyped?
Game 1 is the one that you lose, you know. Games 2 and 3, they're where the money is. So
Yeah.
I feel like Cuckoo's going to go with something really dirty this game, don't you think?
He did dirty stuff last game too.
It wasn't that dirty.
Warlock and...
Yeah, but he wasn't playing the dirty hero. He wasn't playing the Viper who's just spitting on the carry for,
okay,
you know,
okay.
the first 15 minutes.
Darkseer's too straight for you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's too straightforward.
There wasn't any tree and protector, you know, that sort of style. I think we're going to see that come out.
Yeah.
Well, is there anything else that you guys want to see from this Game 2 draft? Is there anything that we think that Geekfam need to change up a little bit? Maybe have a little bit more heroes that can scale a little bit more with Arbed playing a hard carry. Do you guys want to see, you know, maybe not let T1 get a certain hero? Obviously, we talked about the Magnus in that first game, but is there anything else for you guys looking forward to?
You know what it was? They didn't go the lifestealer that I wanted. That's why they lost. You know,
Alright.
they just couldn't deal with it enough. They probably would have been well behind and lost even harder. Let's be honest. But still, that's my fantasy that I'm going to stick with.
Yeah, it's always good to think positively. I'll say.
Yeah. I mean, anything else that you can see them really changing up? I think they're going to go dirty on Geekfam's side. I felt like the bans were pretty good, though, coming out from T1 to counter what Geekfam wanted to do.
And I think even though those dirty heroes are coming out, I think T1 is not the team that's not ready.
Yeah.
I think they will be prepared with what they have to do. And just by seeing that, like, I'm keep mentioning about when T1 picked up the Magnus in the 4th pick because it just didn't seem like they wanted to go that route. I know because there was a quarter, like maybe they were talking about the Night Stalker, but as soon as they see Warlock, just straight up, you guys come to us. We are gonna be picking the farm plus map advantage heroes. So Warlock can't play his game, Darkseer can't play his game.
Yeah, very immobile Warlocks and so few saving spells, or you have to drop a golem where you really don't want to. And I felt like Whiteman was kind of forced to a couple of times just so that he could get something out of these team fights.
Yeah, I really give like a big credits for T1 for that moment. So by seeing that, I feel like T1 will be prepared with that dirty Viper, Veno, Tree, and I don't know, the toxic heroes.
Yeah. Like Geekfam just adopted the dirt. T1 were born, molded by it. You know?
Yeah.
Well, T1 seem to have started their comeback, coming here into ESL on Thailand. Obviously, they lost their first series. A little bit of a shock for everyone here that was paying attention to that. But now they're really starting to find their footing. Geekfam, they looked basically untouchable with Arbed. Looked like he was going to, run rampant for the entirety of this tournament. But they've seemed to be able to figure out Geekfam a little bit here, wrangle them a little bit more as well. I feel like maybe a few more of these meta picks might come out a little bit more. Maybe we might be seeing, the Treants and stuff like that. More of these stock standard heroes come out from Geekfam instead of, Warlock was a hero that I was talking about that potentially could be contested from them. But, it's also one of those heroes that relies quite heavily on the cooldowns. And that didn't feel like the way that Geekfam should have played that up against T1.
I think maybe we'll see an early disruptor pick perhaps as well. Yeah, you kind of run the risk of having a Night Stalker just run at your face again. But I don't know. I feel like if they can get a Naga Siren as well into that, that's something that Geekfam might try and do.
Yeah, that's the reason why I want Abed's heroes to come out like a bit early. Like, the more the tournaments go, I think Abed hero pool is gonna be leaked by other team, and if he saves his pick to the last pick, there's not gonna be many good heroes like left. So even though like Abed might have to play out of comfort zone, maybe like Geekfam have to still consider like picking his hero early sometimes.
I want to know as well from Yukuo, how do you feel Carl does when he plays in the safe lane, just in like a more casual environment? Do you feel like he has that capability just in case that perfect Meepo game comes up for Abed?
I just can never think about Cal going safe lane. I feel like he's just a natural 100% mid laner.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you think maybe potentially they could, put it in a situation where Arbed goes to the side lanes with one of these Meepos before? We've seen it a few times with some of these supports that don't need as much levels.
I've seen Arbed playing side Meepo. It's just good as like the mid Meepo, so it doesn't really matter even if that hero comes out, I think.
Yeah, I don't think this is the game for it though. T1, they've already got a decent amount of AoE to try and deal with it, although against a Quap it can be bad if you get the roots out onto her, but there's a lot of draft to still go, and we see a bit of the dirt coming through with this Venomancer picked up.
But it looks a bit awkward without Veno with the tree. Veno Rubik.
Yeah, it is certainly a little bit different. You don't have quite the same level of slow in the early game. You're not forcing that super early BKB and then even potentially making it useless with a tree overgrowth. So, yeah, I think some good banning being done by T1, maybe predicting the disgusting style.
I think Veno tree enables so many different things and it hides the full strategy. But when they go into the Veno and Rubik, it sort of tells what they want to do. Veno it will be either pause 3 or pause 5. At least like Geekfam is like some team whether they can use it for mid as well.
Yep.
But
Carl's really good mid with the Veno. So, and at least they've identified the fact that you do not want to give that Magnus over to T1.
Don't give Magnus to T1. I feel like in your dream, I mean, all the good mid laners knows how to play Magnus well, but there's a few mid laners that knows exceptionally better.
So, if you were Geekfam, is this when you would be wanting to now pick up Abed's hero, just so that you're not leaving your draft completely obvious?
Maybe third pick might be a bit dangerous. Maybe they can save up to fourth pick.
Yeah.
But even like this sort of game is fine. Like there's no carry heroes actually getting banned a lot, so they can just save it like for fifth pick on a both side.
Yeah, I'm just thinking what are some of the other picks that they do like to go on Geekfam. We've had the Ogre banned by themselves actually, but Disruptor not really the pick for them this time. Marana not really. Void Spirit potentially.
Do we feel like maybe Whitemon would run back the Lion for Geek Fam?
I feel like they're too squishy if they do that.
I
Maybe
think T1
something.
Clockwork. Yep.
Yeah.
And Geekfam will be picking something that forms like a good feeling heroes, three hero composition. So
Ones
maybe
that
it's
can
a
run
melee.
together and
Yeah,
gank,
maybe
or-
it's melee.
So they're trying to get a little bit more synergy for the Geek Fam draft in these first
Yeah.
couple of picks.
So what's something like a Tusk maybe or something like that?
They can't really off and off lane. Okay, Disruptor.
All right,
Oh,
so the
really?
Whitemon Disruptor. All right.
I just feel like T1 are going to be able to just get on top of them and kill a lot. I mean, a lot of this game is going to be on this Clockwork.
Yep.
Where it goes exactly, still yet to be seen because we saw how great Jokam was on his Tiny last time around. But we've seen plenty of Clockwork 5. We've seen it 3 as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, do we think this could be potentially a CMH Clockwork? You know, just trying to get in the face of these squishier heroes, you know, just build a few braces, go into a pipe as well.
I think it's
Basically just try and
possible.
run at Whitemon's Disruptor.
It's possible. In my mind.
Even Kuno Pain is possible too, but they have to be open carry here if they want to hide like their like things until the last pick, which I feel like they will do. They're gonna pick their carries here.
On T1 or both of them
on
actually.
T1 first.
Yeah, and then once you know what you're going up against on Geekfam, you've got that slight advantage where, oh, a Phoenix. huh?
Oh, T1 is the team that can use the Kuno Pain carry as well.
Yes,
Yes,
true.
that is
We
true.
forgot
Miracle
about
does
that.
like
Yep.
playing the Queen of Pain.
Which looks fairly good against all these three heroes. Like Miracle just have to build that Orchid, BKB, whatever that thing he built last time. Just same build.
Yep.
How do we feel about a Faceless Void here for Geek Fam? Gives Arbet a little bit of farming potential, gives them a lot of team fight. They can turn it around on the Queen of Pain, get the egg before it goes down.
I have a feeling they need some better, harder carry.
I want to see a Naga come out here. I like that. It gives them good setup into Poison Nova. You can set up a Static Storm. You can pop the Song and get rid of the Phoenix Egg. I don't mind it.
I don't know. I feel like Sven is the best pick here though, even though they lost like last game. Because Naga kind of feels bad against all the dire heroes right now.
Where do you think they're going to run this Phoenix? Is it more likely to be a support, or is there even the potential to run it as a 3?
They can do anything they like possibly like can do. Tiny can be mid, like Kuno Pain can be mid. They can just pick carry last pick. Phoenix can be 3. Clockwork can be 3. I don't even know.
Well, they do go the Naga to
Yep,
set up a lot of these
Naga,
combos for Geek Fam. So I'm liking that. I mean, the thing is, whenever you're going up against a Phoenix, right, he's got such a long cooldown on those Fire Spirits early on, 51 seconds. So it's really like the enemy team can't really contest you while those Fire Spirits are active, but as soon as it isn't, you'd become a range creep, or worse than, essentially. Like, you don't have the Icarus dive away until you're level 2, and it becomes quite difficult for you to really do anything. So that's why I feel like you need to go... I feel like a POS 5 is probably better for the Phoenix if they're going to run it like this, because you're still going to get off the Supernova, you're still going to get probably more levels, in fact, than if you were to play a position 4, because the 4 is going to be roaming around and not always just in that lane soaking up that carry XP.
Yep.
Especially if there will be like a Miracle Queen of Pain. We saw he made quite early rotations. As soon as he got that level 6, level 7, he TP'd into the safe lane, tried to put a little bit of pressure on the enemy safe laner. So maybe that's the way that T1 are going to be running here. A few more hard carries getting banned out here. So it looks like Geek Fam are feeling like this Queen of Pain is going to be the mid for T1.
I want to see Miracle playing Void and play as a semi-carry style. Like Mask of Madness, Power Treads, not this Battlefield that we see. But if he actually chrono one of these 3, Veno and Rubik and like Disruptor, and kill within the time before the song or with the BKB, then I feel like the Naga won't be able to do anything this game. And even if he chrono the Naga, I think there is enough damage with the Sonic Wave and the laser from the Phoenix.
Yeah. I think it's perfectly viable as well. And they're going to be able to see what it is that they're going to be laning into with the last pick overall. Yeah.
What do we feel about the Invoker so
Yeah,
far?
I was about to say. I'm feeling the Invoker a little bit here.
Void Spirit.
Void Spirit. Okay, yeah. I mean, it is one of the heroes that they pick a bit more often. There's not that, you know, insane all or nothing style in these team fights, which I felt like they maybe have leaned into a little bit too strongly in game one. This is just much more stable. You could be a bit more active. I mean, the amount of times that the Queen of Pain was picked off on Carl last time just because he blinked in maybe a little too aggressively. Did end up punishing them. But
Alchemist? In your dream? They only have magic damages. High five.
Oh,
That's too
shit.
good.
Damn, Kyo. All right,
I'm on
that's...
their head right now.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like Kyo has already tuned into his T1 frequency here for that one.
Yeah, I'll go on T1.
Yeah,
Like,
good job, Paulson.
Good job.
Yeah, nice draft, nice draft.
So does that mean T1 is who you're going
Yeah,
for?
I'm going for T1 this game.
So I think that there's going to be no way for them to deal with this Alchemist going in towards the mid game, even with a Nagasar and Void Spirit.
Yeah, I'm going to go T1 as well.
All right.
They weren't able to get all of the full cohesion right on Geekfam.
All right, so it looks like both my panelists are going for a T1-2-0 here up against Geekfam. I can't go past my boy Arbed once again. It looks like they are going to try and win it here with the Nagasar. And our casters for Game 2 will be MLP as well as Poglet.
Still I'm staying to talk, know about the ball. I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take the stands? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator, pieces to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We fearless when we fight and not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our second game of this best of 3 series between Geekfam and T1. It's MLP, Dota, and Poglet. Poglet, welcome back, sir. Game 1. It's a hell of a game.
Yeah, honestly, and it looks like Game 2 is going to be another one of the same. Very close draft, very solid game plans coming out from both of them. It's a question of whether or not Geekfam can hold out until Arbed's ready to win this game for them with that Nagasar pick. We talked about it off stream. If it gets to 35, 30, 40 minutes, this Naga's going to run over the Alchemist and the Queen of Pain.
And that's the idea, right, for T1. It's just not allowing this Naga Siren to have that much time. Of course, this Alchemist, you need to farm ASAP, and that is going to be in your dream once again. And so there's going to be a lot of pressure on our Void Spirit from the side of Geekfam to just make sure that in your dream does not have one of those free kind of lanes.
Yeah, definitely. It's weird. I'm seeing Arbed in the mid lane too. I'm not sure if he's trying to bait, but he's going to show that he is Tango. So it's a weird Nagasar illusion strat that I'm seeing.
You might prefer the Naga. Oh, maybe you wouldn't though. It's hard to tell, right? Because the Void Spirit probably will do okay up against the Alk. It's not really too much that In Your Dream can do to force the Void Spirit out of the lane, but
30 seconds.
not really
to
about
battle.
that though. That's the real problem. You gotta try and slow down In Your Dream. Hey?
Whitemon's doing it again.
He's hitting the Roshan again.
Yeah.
And now he's got a disco ball up.
Sorry to cut you off, but I was just like, what is happening? Like, what is... Does Whitemon know something we don't?
It's just some kind of ritual he's doing to try and get his team some good luck. He's gonna... No, he won't go for it again. He'll give it up. Over to the bounties.
The battle begins.
Yeah, very casual 2 for 2, obviously. Very hard to commit for more when Alchemist is not going to help you, and also on the other side, Naga Siren can't really secure it either.
Still, Carl in this mid lane up against the Alk. Of course, you'll see up at top lane, Arben and Whiteman. He's going to be there with Zephyr, and they're going to run a bit of a tri lane to get themselves started.
It'd be curious to see when they're going to have Polison and also Jokam, who got the Tiny again, by the way. I'm not sure if it's no respect on Jokam's Tiny or if they just were worried about other things he had cooking. But we'll have to see when he eventually just going to throw Kukas TP instantly.
Yeah, nice little play there from Jokam. Of course, he did TP back to the T1, but assuming you can get another toss off, you know, within the next minute, you should be more than easily finding another kill. Still, we'll see a TP into the mid lane. No, bot lane from Miracle.
Yeah, a switch up. Obviously, Sam H has TP top as well because they can't do the swap anymore. We saw the Cuckoo toss, but we're going to see it again.
Yeah, they don't have the damage up for now. Miracle. Just let him be, but Cuckoo's already going to have a very, very tough time on this Venomancer.
Yeah, sometimes it's not about getting a kill. It's about sending a message.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what Jokam's done twice now.
He's a damn good Tiny, that's for sure. Of course, that'll leave Sam H and Paulson up the top lane. Sam H on the position 3 Phoenix, which I believe Danog was calling for on the panel.
He was, yes. I mean, I think in this sort of game where you've got pretty bad auto attack heroes, like obviously Carl and Arbet are both playing melee, so that's not great. Then the 3 supports are all range, but none of them really beat attack speed. If you can get an early level 12, like an early 2-level ultimate egg, it's very hard for them to actually fight. It's almost impossible for them to actually kill it. They just have to run away.
Fair enough.
I'm seeing the mid lane though, Carl's actually popping quite a bit of damage. This is a really awkward lane for the Void Spirit so far.
I thought he'd be a bit better off because you have the Resonant Pulse there, but I suppose with the Acid Spray, still does quite a bit of damage if you are just left standing there. And bot lane, it's a lot of damage onto Jokam, but he will TP back towards the fountain. They were forced to bring Whiteman down here on the Disruptor to make sure Cuckoo would actually get some farm going for himself, and or even Miracle is fairly low in terms of HP. I believe he has a courier on the way anytime soon, so he's just kind of stuck eating tangos on this quad. No salves.
Is Tiny bringing him one? Tiny is indeed bringing him one, so he doesn't have to wait that much longer. But the lane is going to push into him. Obviously, the double range creep is solid. He gets the deny anyway, but double range creep in the bot lane will help out Miracle quite a bit.
Still going to go for that bottle rush on the Quap after that initial null talisman.
I've been seeing this quite a lot, actually. A lot of POS 3s have been going the bottle and just having their POS 4 play like near suicidal Dota so they can keep refilling their bottles.
Yeah. Of course, that mid lane In Your Dream. Still having a very, very nice time. Like, he's slightly behind Carl in terms of last hits, but it's an Alchemist. You don't really mind being a couple last hits behind. Meanwhile, bot Whiteman, again, being tossed back from Jokam and Miracle, just providing a lot of damage, but now Cuckoo will give it back to the Quap.
Yeah, it's curious what they're doing, because Sam H is not winning his lane top either. It's 24-5 versus the obvious 7-0 on Sam H. So they're not really winning either of these engagements for the swapped lanes that they chose. So it'd be curious to see when T1 pull the plug on these lanes.
Whether they can now, we're at the 4-minute mark. Regen Rune going to be picked up by Jokam, and he'll just walk back down towards the bot lane. Of course, In Your Dream doesn't really care for the power runes too much. Just wants to keep farming.
Yeah. I mean, he might start rotating if it's a DD or a haste, but a regen rune, yeah, he's not going to bother.
Miracle just going to salve up after the Gale finishes there from Cuckoo. Still really not able to get much CS going for himself. That's the same story for Sam H on this Phoenix. It can be very, very hard up against the Naga Siren. And man, Miracle, he just salved up, but immediately upon returning back towards the creeps, he
actually dies. That last tick's probably going to get him. 17 health, that's lucky.
Close call. But this gives another free lane here to Geekfam.
You'd almost want to die there, honestly. Like, this is now bounty runes that you can't contest. You're only going to get one, and you're an Alchemist. Maybe Polison gets 2 here.
Jokam, nice toss. Avalanche, he does swipe it away from them. He might die for this, but he gave first blood to Cuckoo. They are obviously very desperate for these bounties because you do have that Alk there. He deems it worthy to trade his life away for.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. 300 gold to get a 250 gold rune. Obviously, Alchemist gets a bit more, so it's almost an even trade.
Okay.
Because like Alchemist will get 100, everyone else get 50, so it's 300 and 307.
I suppose in some way you're funneling the money towards a very specific person for T1 anyway.
That is true.
Of course, both teams kind of win out in some sense because Cuckoo gets first blood, and he was clearly very, very happy about that. Still, a 1k net worth lead is there for Geekfam, so even with this Alchemist, at 6 minutes in, they have found the net worth on the Radiant side of things, and that's mostly just Arbet on that Naga Siren. In your Dream mid lane, gonna pop the ulti. Carl will have his haste rune stolen away by Jokam, and now he is looking for an opportunity back onto that Void Spirit. In fact, no, he wants Zephyr, but a great Aether Remnant out from Carl is probably not going to be enough. Jokam still going in, now with the toss back, but they have help. Whiteman has joined, and Zephyr is actually going to be able to walk out. Just could not finish off the kill.
That was actually a sick lift, though. He throws him down into the hill there, just so In Your Dream, rather, can't get that last hit. Just a heads-up play from the Geekfam supports there. Carl obviously can't do that much. Once he's thrown out that Remnant, he can't help the fight. He just has to survive.
Cuckoo?
He's got a Fairy Fire.
Okay. I think he survives on, yeah, he'll survive on 20. But Miracle and Cuckoo just poisoning each other constantly.
Yeah, I mean, but you can see Miracle right now is on the losing end of this fight, but Polison...
He's going to go for the battery assault. Jokam is coming in to help out. The Thunderstrikes are not going to be enough, not quite yet anyway, but Whiteman will barely be able to at least trade his life away for a Clockwork.
Polison did get the kill first, though. That XP is crucial. Very rare to see a support dying with the auto attack in the air to actually secure the last hit.
It is rare. They'll exchange tips once again. Nobody's really doing anything about Arbet up at this top lane. Like, he's just been freely farming up this whole time. Only 400 gold behind the Alchemist, which is really just darn great from Geekfam.
Yeah, and obviously it's another one of those situations that Arbet will use his farm better than an Alchemist will. Obviously, with illusions, they will just naturally be stronger. But Jokim in the mid lane.
He's getting jumped, 2 Astral Steps being expended, and now the Gale does connect. But Polison is going to be able to just force them back with the cogs. Jokam is going to get denied off by In Your Dream. A very nice deny. They'll see the Alchemist there, but we can't do too much about In Your Dream yet. He'll just use the ulti every single time. That Chemical Rage is borderline unkillable for now.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do with 60 health regen mid laner, and obviously you've used all of your Astral Steps. You don't actually have Whitemon Static Storm, so yeah, you let him farm for that 30 seconds and just hope that Arbet's still AFK farming, which, as we've said ad nauseum now, no one's stopping him. No one's even coming close.
If you did want to stop him, this is about that time before he gets the, well, he probably already has Song up now.
He probably won't level it till 8 or 9.
Gonna go down to Carl, who has a double damage, and he's gonna go for more now. In Your Dream, being spotted, they got the glimpse off, and he does not have Chemical Rage available. So Carl, A double kill. And a double damage for that matter. A great toss back onto the Void Spirit. He does not have Astral Step charges, but do they have the damage? He'll Resonant Pulse with Sam H. Continuing the chase now, committing the egg. Miracle back on top with the Scream, and they do eventually get him. The rest of Geekfam have just left the building. I say that. They won't keep chasing.
But yeah, overall, I mean, they get the kill. Obviously, they kill Carl on the Void. They have to commit so much. They didn't have to commit Sonic Wave, though. So we're going to see Miracle come towards the top lane, see if he can slow Abed down a bit, annoy him. But Abed's already at that point now where he can just jungle while laning at the same time so comfortably. Like, you're seeing him leaving illusions in the lane. Neutral creep.
Nice. Paulson actually managed to get the deny off on himself. He's waiting to see if he would get it. The Mud Golems did make it happen. But I do agree with you on those points you were making. Abed is still just farming very well, able to free farm now basically the whole jungle and the lane. And well, he's only about 100 gold behind your Alchemist in your dream. I wonder how In Your Dream catches up now. And when I say catch up, I mean he's going to escalate way further than where Geekfam are going.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, In Your Dream, again, only one rune though. So it won't be that 12.5-minute Radiance we saw in a previous series, but it still should be pretty quickly. 70 last hits up on In Your Dream, and it's only going to get faster and faster. But Naga, he's heading towards Manta at a rapid pace, and this is going to be a drag back on Miracle, maybe?
Thunderstrike wears off. They don't go for the glimpse. Miracle will be just fine, but that tier 1 tower slowly going to be chipped down by Cuckoo. Now Miracle just forced to blink, and they know exactly where he is. They don't really care for the Quap right now. They just want this tier 1 tower. They just want to open more space to farm on the map. That's what they're going to get, Geekfam. They're not going to even have to trade either. T1, they're not in a position to try and go after the opposing bottom tier 1 tower. So they do get the positive trade there, and T1 just going to have to wait it out for now. So they even invade the jungle now. In Your Dream, he's running out of space to farm him.
Yeah, all the while we're seeing Jokum obviously is the benefactor of this engagement. He is bot lane, AFK farming. And we saw how much work Jokum could do last game, and he didn't even have that much farm. So now that they're prioritizing...
Miracle, Static Storm going to be committed for a great pickoff. That's your pos 1 pop gone. Now hookshot in though. Policy going to go on to Whiteman. Whiteman should just guarantee die heat to the Sunray. No, the song from Abed is going to cancel that as well. They're going to try and continue this chase, but it looks to be all over. In fact, the side of Geekfam want to re-engage now back onto Sam H and Jocam. Abed will just go after Sam H while they kill off Jocam and his courier for that matter. And the rest of T1 just going to hide.
You know what this feels like to me? Abed's like sick of it. He's like, you know what, boys? We're not losing another one. We're not letting T1 get a single series off us. Pick me Naga, I'll put the whole team on my back, and she'll be right. He is top net worth. He's fighting this early as a Naga Siren, and he's winning these fights. That song was huge to keep his team alive.
That T1 mid tower, not going to last very long at this rate. It's gone, Carl. Getting another double damage and taking full advantage of it. You just don't have the answers yet from T1.
Yeah.
Miracle, his net worth on the Quap is 3.1k.
This is a sad boy. I mean, it's not like Miracle isn't fantastic on the hero. We can see, obviously, he is level 14, so he does play it a lot in these pubs. So it's not out of the norm to see him play this hero. But right now, you're right. He's got no play, and Sam H maybe getting caught here.
Have the glimpse back on to Sam H with the Static Storm and the Aether Element to lock him in. It's just too easy right now for Geekfam. Miracle now being chased down by Abed. He left to just sit in the mid lane, but now Whiteman spot him out, gets the Thunderstrike off. Carl looks like he wants to go for the kill, but
just happened.
Be no glimpse to force the Quap back, and they'll just leave him be. That's a 5k net worth lead for Geekfam though. In Your Dream on the Alchemist, he's still behind Abed, and now Polison gonna get poisoned over. He might get Cuckoo, or maybe not. Cuckoo on the run, but a great Sonic Wave out from Miracle. And Paulson does kill him off with the hookshot, but now Carl going after the Queen of Pain. Does take out one. Paulson is very low and gets taken out as well. Can they at least get Carl?
I don't see him killable here. They need to be careful. He has to simulate an 8th Remnant. I was just about to say, you have to egg. Make sure you don't die there.
They get the egg off, but it's not going to lead to anything. In Your Dream, he's going to rush through the dire triangle. Jokam, he's going to go down to Zephyr. They'll chase down the Rubik.
They have no stuns. Zephyr has no TP though? Ah, yes.
Well, they get the kill on the Rubik, but you lost so much in response to that. That was just the one pick-off they could finally get. Yeah. I don't know, this draft, Poggy, it's...
I don't think T1's draft is bad, to tell you the truth. I think it's very solid. They just haven't played it exceptionally well, all things considered. And you can see bot lane in Your Dreams getting harassed now.
Shot in, Paulson going to go on to Whiteman, and Whiteman about to fall, but not quite. He gets the glimpse off in time.
Miracle?
Gets the Bounty Rune. Miracle going to make the chase for it. Does at least get the Shadow Strike, but Whiteman is now deniable, and he will not get denied off. Miracle does juke out the Static Storm as well. He's just going to blink his way away from Carl. T1. Carl's TPing right in front of him, but they won't bother trying for it.
Another 3-1 Bounty Rune trade though. All things considered, losing Whitemon for a Bounty Rune right now against an Alchemist pre-Radiance is so critical. Yes, he has to use his Static Storm, but outside of that, that is a fantastic play from Whitemon to make sure he is in that position to get the runes.
Absolutely.
And speaking of Arbed's Nagasaran, he has already got an ultimate orb towards his Skadi. And that's including Manta.
Yeah, he's farming quick. He's been taking over this whole dire jungle. It's just fantastic play here from Geekfam.
Oh, he's dead now, Paulson.
Yeah, getting caught out on the clock. Goes for the hook shot, and it was a decent one with the cogs, but it will not be good enough. Whiteman still able to secure the kill. And there's your Radiance coming up now. 16 minutes into the game. We do have that Alk Radiance, but Geekfam has a 9k net worth lead. It's... I mean, Arbed is well and truly carrying his team right now as Dissimilate from Carl is going to let him get out.
That was a 4-man telekinesis.
Is out from Arbed. He has caught the Quap and the Alk and make that another in the form of Jokam on the Tiny, but they'll get the 8th Remnant off onto Miracle, but they won't actually follow up here.
They want to be careful turning around though, because they will run into a Static Storm and obviously a Poison Nova. Geekfam are prepping that. I think they're just going to fade it out.
Static Storm's going to be expended, but nobody gets trapped in the kinetic field. Still, Paulson is very, very low. So is Jokam. There's your egg coming out now. Whiteman in trouble, but the egg has been stolen by the Rubik Zephyr. And he'll turn it back around onto the side of T1. They need to run ASAP. There goes Jokam on the Tiny. There goes Sam H on your Phoenix. And In Your Dream is going to cuddle up with Miracle, but that probably wasn't the best idea as you gave away Miracle's location. And they give him a tip for it.
Yeah, I don't think Miracle should have still been there. Obviously, they were trying to bait with the Sonic Wave and the Scream. But you lost both cores for it. What a steal, though, coming out from Zephyr there. Getting that egg, the Rubik's Cube, as it is so massive for these team fights. And he'll have that for 2 more team fights. Maybe just the one.
People tend to forget Zephyr is a very, very good Rubik player. Does tend to pull off some pretty sneaky stuff if you're not careful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just checking. Like, obviously, people will forget that the Arcana on Rubik counts your wins. He has 115 of them since this item came out.
Yeah.
He is maxed out on that whole arsenal thing, so he has all the spells. And it just goes to show you, you're definitely right. He plays this hero quite a bit in pubs, and obviously in pro scene as well.
Absolutely.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
T1 try and go onto Zephyr. Gets the cogs off, but should just be dead, and Paulson will just commit the hook shot to make sure. Doesn't have a way out. Now the Yule's Carl trying to go after the double damage. Miracle was the one to bottle that up. So do they want to fight Carl? He's looking for a way back into this. Arbed just going to walk straight onto In Your Dream. Miracle going to be glimpsed back on the Quap, and now In Your Dream, he's surrounded. He's run out of chemical rage. They're going to leave him be. Still falling low.
Another 8th extra step in 1 second.
Avalanche toss onto In Your Dream. And he's going gonna get taken out, and now the X gonna be committed by our Phoenix, but Sam H also gonna die fairly easily. Now Paulson, a two-man Cox is there. He gets one, he'll get a second, but Abed, can you get the Naga Siren? Carl's on a triple kill, by the way, on the Void Spirit, and now Abed looking to turn back around onto our Clockwork and give Carl an ultra kill.
So what do you think they're going to pick in Game 3?
That's a good question. That is a very, very good question.
Oh.
It just seems though any team that picks up Alchemist right now just is almost guaranteed to have a very, very tough time.
Alchemist just looks like trash right now. Like, not the player, the hero itself is just looking so garbage. Like there are so many farming heroes you can have right now that can actually out-farm Alchemist for the first 15 minutes. And then the worst part is that next 15 minutes where Alchemist usually is skyrocketing. Just fight him, brawl him, find his jungle, kill him over and over again, which is what we're seeing. Abed is now 3k ahead of an Alchemist as a Naga Siren, mates. A Scotty Naga Siren. No
Yes, Scotty up. Things are looking great for Geekfam. It's hard to imagine them losing this one. But still, gotta be careful. Carl is gonna get Sonic Wave down. That's a big streak to give away.
It's a Jokem who will buy the blink instantly for that. However, Abed is going to find pretty much anyone he wants right now with this Viz rune. And it looks to be Miracle is the unlucky soul that's going to jump into Abed.
He's got the clumsy net as well as the ensnare to make matters worse. So you've got two nets available here on Abed, but they don't need it. They'll give him the Static Storm and Miracle obviously has no way out of that one.
Oh boy, what a rough day for him. He has some mech, by the way, on Miracle.
A mech?
Yeah, a mech on the Queen of Pain. So I'm surprised to see that style of build coming out because I honestly thought he was going to be that semi-carry. Looking at his net worth, is sad the right word to say, or just depressing? Which one is it?
Oh, this is sad. Jokem, he's been snared up right now. Get the avalanche off. They are just holding him down for Abed to come in. Still Paulson getting over the hook shot and a Cogs, but he'll be glimpsed back and the egg may not last very long at this rate. Will not.
Alchemist is in.
He is, but he is alone.
He's stunned himself.
He's stunned up. A great song out from Abed. Oh, that is just beautiful play out from Abed on the Naga Siren. Gets him to stun himself. Carl gives him the tip to make matters worse, and Cuckoo's on a triple kill.
Oh man, Abed is feeling himself. That is a clowny Song of the Siren. The worst part is, like, I think even if he stuns someone, he probably dies. But his Abed's like, I'm gonna make you look like a fool after you're dead. And obviously, no buyout, no BKB yet as well. And oh my god, Jokem just got sent back to the base. Nothing's going right for Tier 1 this game.
No, it's not. Pollison's gonna get tossed back by Zephyr. He's still alive, but not for long. Still, Sam H will jump in. Miracle does get a kill onto Cuckoo. Now the Sunray out from Zephyr, but that's going to be cancelled by the avalanche of Jokem into the toss. Still Miracle does go down to the Quap, and Zephyr just walks out. They just can't kill him.
I'm actually straight broken from Geekfam. The last 60 seconds have just been the biggest outplay and outclass game team fight. Oh my lord. T1 got to call it and restart. They just got to go back to game 3. If they somehow manage to win this one, I will be astounded.
That's why you never give up. Carl, gonna go after In Your Dream with the Spirit Vessel up now. It's a much easier target to go after. In Your Dream, he's got no regen gone. Carl, dissimilar. He's gonna go back onto the Alchemist.
Oh, he's gonna stun himself.
He's gonna kill himself here.
Oh no, no!
Carl is still very, very low, however. A nice hook shot out from Paulson with the Cox pushback, but no, he's fine. He dissimulates back into them of all things. Paulson just can't catch a break. The Aether Remnant to boot. Sonic Wave would at least kill Carl off, and now they got Sam H and the Phoenix. Zephyr is probably going to go down a Miracle, and does. So all things considered, that wasn't too bad of a trade for T1, but I guess if you consider the fact that Arbis is freely farming across the map.
Yeah, Cuckoo is more farmed than Miracle. That's fine, right? Zephyr is more farmed than Miracle.
Miracle dies again as well.
I mean, that's just going to double down on my point about to be You're getting out farmed by a pos 4. And not just any pos 4, a Rubik who is just clowning on you in these team fights. That's gotta sting.
It must. Zephyr having a very good game on this Rubik. It's a 19k net worth lead at 24 minutes in. That's almost 1k a minute now.
Against an Alchemist.
Against an Alchemist. You just don't see this very often.
Oh, that's not looking good. If we are able to pull up the win probability, we're going to see a 98 to 2% win rate.
I'd say that's fairly accurate.
Oh, this game is looking incredibly rough. Geekfam obviously are going to try to level up the series. We'll probably go to a game 3. T1 still have a chance to bring this back though. 2% is better than nothing.
How would they do it though, Pogba?
Whenever it gets to this point, I always say it, it's always going to be the same. The other team needs to throw. It's not anything you can do to catch up. You just need to make sure you're limiting your mistakes, maximizing the potential for them to keep going and diving and over-diving.
Well, Carl has an Aghanim Scepter and another double damage rune. This man has got a double damage rune every single time he's wanted one.
Is this the 4th damage rune he's had?
Must be minimum the 4th.
Like, I know he's had a haste, he's had an illusion, and he's had a regen. But I think this might be the 4th or maybe even the 5th DD. And it's only 25 minutes in. There haven't been that many spawn.
No. Go after the Roshan now. Arbet is able to just do it by himself. With his illusions and himself there. They did rocket flare it, so they have vision of this Roshan happening. If you're T1, of course you'd love to try and contest this, but with a 20k deficit, there's just seemingly no chance of making that happen unless you had Polison on the clockwork jump in, but Jokam, he's going to get caught out by Carl and Zephyr. He's gone. With that death, the Aegis also goes the way of Arbet.
Not just the Aegis, he bought an Abyssal with the Roshan money.
Radiant's bottom tower
This may have been the chubbiest Naga I've seen in 3-4 months. And he's doing it up against a fantastic team that just cleaned him up. Arbet is a man on a mission right now. Oh, and bot lane though? Carl. He's going to make the Alchemist stun himself. Oh, no, just not.
TP's coming in. Lift out onto Miracle. It's just so much damage. He will blink away and just try for the TP. The Aether Remnant will not land either. T1 bot tower will go down.
In the mid lane though, Polison is basically solo dying to Cuckoo.
Yeah, Whiteman. Cuckoo and Whiteman gets another. Still great avalanche toss out from Jokam. They will get the disruptor. Now Cuckoo is going to be striked up by Miracle. Can they stun him in time? Cuckoo just TP's right in front of them and they just can't cancel it. Now Carl going to come back in with another double damage rune.
I think this is the same one, at least.
Okay, all right.
He bottled it. He bottled it. Like, it's not completely... Oh, here comes the Abyssal.
Yeah, Arbet just straight onto In Your Dream. He BKBs up on the Arc and just goes back towards his own fountain. Now Polson going to go for the conks onto Arbet, but that is generally not a very good idea, especially right now as Arbet is just way too big.
Yeah, I'm just having flashbacks to Watchmen. I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me. Poor Polison just gets cleaned by Arbet in that. And there's nothing you can do. Like, he has to cog, he has to make sure Arbet doesn't get on his teammates, but it does not feel good to be a Clockwork player.
The bright side, T1 still has their high ground. Hasn't been touched yet by Geekfam. They haven't called GG either, T1. They still believe that they have a possibility back into this game, and it's certainly not over until that throne falls. At least Miracle does have the Guiding Greaves up now, at least.
I mean, the problem is that's your quote-unquote carry for the Guardian. Oh no, Jokam's going to die for this as well.
Yeah, they just blink straight onto him. Jokam getting hit by the Gale, and he's also going to die.
No buyout either.
Yeah, there's 3 heroes down with no buyback on T1. So Arbet just goes onto the tier 3 bot tower. There is nothing to stop him. Acid Spray is all In Your Dream can do for this.
He missed the creeps with the Acid Spray. They'll start to hit now, but I believe this is going to be very close to a GG call. Obviously the Aegis is still up. They've still got Song, they've still got Nova, they've still got Static Storm. How do you stop them? How do you even slow them down here?
Dyer's bottom barracks
Very, very
are
good
under
question,
attack.
Mr.
Dyer's
Poglet.
bottom barracks is falling.
I'd say the answer is you probably can't, but it looks like they are waiting for one more team fight, Team 1. They're going to give it a shot. Blink Dagger now up on In Your Dream. That tier 3 mid tower going down. Getting fast from Arbed.
He has a blink, but he doesn't have any basher or anything like that. Oh no.
Yeah, they
Miracle.
jump onto Miracle with the silence out, and he is melting, but he's still alive. Is he? He does get the Sonic Wave off in time, but he does go down to Arbed. Now Carl will just astral step out of there. The X-Stun does land on 2, but there is absolutely zero follow-up to it. And now with the song out from Arbed, they are just sitting and waiting with the Static Storm to drop on your Alchemist. In Your Dream is gone, and that is it. GG well played has been called by Miracle. Geekfam.
Yeah. I gotta give T1 props. They kept staying in this game as long as they could, but from an outside perspective, that was all Geekfam. That was all Arbed. He absolutely proved why he's one of the best players in the Southeast Asia region, and also why he was in EG originally.
Absolutely. Of course, we will be going to a game number 3, that means, Poglet, so very exciting news for us. It's MLP and Poglet. We'll see you again very soon.
Tell me if it's alright. Am I alone? Are we going solo? Or is it all up? Your face is saying no. I'm acting like I don't. Whisper my name. Say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same. My brother in the color, so it hurts. Feelings in gray. It's still the same.
Going through the motions, it's super slow motion. It's time to lose your inhibition, developing a blind ambition. Fire it up, ignite it. I don't wanna fight it no more. I wanna see where this can go. I'm done with playing around, not know it. Yeah. We've nothing to lose. We're lost in the night. We're feeling alright. Just let it go. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Got the bodies on tap, get it body on it, get it cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car, or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running round so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation.
say why.
Sing us a song, Naga Man. Abed once again carries his team on the Naga Siren and sends us to a 3-game series. ESL 1 Thailand wouldn't be the same without these 3-game series, and that was the way that we were expecting Geekfam to get it done here up against T1. My boys here back on the desk, Dan or QO.
I've never been happier to be wrong, to be honest. That was a dominant showing coming out from Abed, and not just him, the rest of his team. I thought Carl got so much out of his lane as well, and that miracle against Cuckoo lane did not go well at all. He just could get 0 farm.
I have to admit, that's not a draft issue.
Yeah, that was a lane setup
There
issue.
was so many things they could do. Like Alchemist against the Naga or Rubik, even if it's against a Veno, it's fine. Like Alchemist is naturally tanky, so he's weak to the those base damage heroes, but I mean those heroes doesn't have the base damage.
Yeah, Veno is probably the weakest base damage hero in the game, right? One of them.
And then yeah, like
Techies is it?
Rubik is like nothing too as an Alchemist. So like I don't know, like it could be just Alchemist mid and then Kino Pain top, then you'll be just perfectly fine too.
Yeah.
So
Do we feel like the lanes coming out from Geekfam were a good start for them, sending that Naga Siren into the off lane, putting themselves into a good situation with that? Or do you think it was more T1 just not setting up the lanes like they should have?
Well, T1 were the ones that initiated that lane setup, right? So all the Geekfam had to do was react to it. If you're always the first one to move always loses, because you're going to TP, the enemy team just TPs in response unless you get a glimpse off or something like that.
yeah. Like the more thing that I expected was Kino Pain to have like average CS, and obviously you're versing against Alchemist. They want to target this Alchemist with Void Spirit, and Miracle just TPs in and Sonic Wave them and to clear. When Alchemist is like low HP. I was expecting that picture. But when the Miracle TP'd in, it looks like some squishy, like an octopus just like trying to do something.
Yeah,
you know?
nothing. They never even comboed together. We mentioned the difficulties that Geekfam had in Game 1 with getting all of their combos together, you know, Darkseus, Fen, everything else that they had. But we didn't see a single Supernova into Sonic Wave to stop the enemy heroes from hitting it, right? We even had a Clockwork, the combo that I keep talking about, right? Supernova, Clockwork Hook, stop them hitting it, and then you can suddenly take back the team fight. But it never happened.
I guess like we have to give a credit to Geekfam. Like T1 is not a like easy team, you know. They're not easy team, but Geekfam is just the master of laning. Cuckoo, the master drafter with just laning dominance, didn't even have to deal with Alchemist.
Yeah,
there wasn't even like a Radiance Alchemist battle. It was just like, you know, like I'm gonna bully you kids, like I'm bored sort of draft.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it felt like, the way that, you know, they had this draft going in. Maybe Cuckoo came in with the Galaxy Braid, you know, just picking the Venomancer, and then they saw this Queen of Pain early, realized that this is what it was going to be, and then they decided to put a lot of magic damage up against that Queen of Pain. She didn't really have that good time, but I think the biggest stark difference here is the fact that objectives destroyed. There was only one tower that was taken. I believe it was probably taken by creeps towards the end of that game, because, you know, before we came into this, me and Matt was saying not even a single Tier 1 tower was taken from T1.
Yeah, it was the bottom Tier 1 tower. They tried to take it while they were sieging their high ground, and I think there were a couple of heroes that TP'd back. The creep wave ended up taking it out. So it was not a ton of gold going their way. If you're an Alchemist, you need to be in that lead, but by the, I think it was like a 14-minute mark, it was a 6k lead already to Geekfam, and most of it on that Naga side.
Yeah, you know the game's wrong when Naga has 14k, Alchemist has 9k.
Yeah.
Well, I think we should give big credit to Carl being able to play that mid lane. Obviously, he came out quite even in the Alchemist, and then as soon as he got the Spirit Vessel, man, he just walked around the map and he solo killed absolutely everyone.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? With this Spirit Vessel, it's fine if you're getting kills. It's just that we've seen it picked up a number of times where it straight hasn't. And I think if you're going a hero like this Void Spirit, you can rest easy in the luxury that, you know, once you hit level 7 and level 10 and hit these big power spikes, you're going to get kills. And he did. He did a great job.
You're versing against Alchemist. Like, you generally get like easier access to kill supports because supports wants to sacrifice for the Alchemist. That's why when you're versing against Alchemist, not just because Spirit Vessel is good against Alchemist, but you always get a chance to get the souls.
Yeah, just because they have to play so much more passively, I
yeah,
suppose,
and
give up
sacrifice
their
like their life as well.
Yeah.
Well, you know, QO, you predicted this Alchemist pick coming out from T1. Do you think that they played around it well enough, or do you think that maybe they needed to put a few more eggs into that Alchemist basket, you know, throw a few more bodies early on to make sure that In Your Dream could carry them?
I don't know, like when like the egg was online, Like I could feel it. There is no way the T1 can use the egg properly in this game. There is no way they're gonna be able to hold their fights or bait them enough, because they're just gonna be dying before. That was the difference. Like the games like went. So like it's not an alchemist draft. That's why I want.
Well, hopefully T1 can start to get their drafts in order here for Game 3. But we're going to go to a short break. And on the other side of this, we have Geekfam going up against T1 in a full 3-mapper. We'll see you after this.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors, and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
These feelings are waiting for you to come back. Amazing feelings are waiting for you to explore again once the world is ready. Until we meet again. Amazing Thailand.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is still unclear.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
ESL 1 Thailand is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, Ministry of Tourism and Sports of Thailand, and Sports Authority of Thailand.
A Game 3 decider between two of the juggernauts of Group B here for ESL 1 Thailand. Neither of these teams want to drop their series, and Geekfam are looking to go undefeated for their group so far. My boys back on the panel, Daniel QO, starting to get closer and closer to our final game of this evening, boys. That second draft there from T1, not really the way that we were expecting them to go. Is there much they need to change up going into Game 3?
I want to see him try and get the Snapfire. I feel like that's been something that they've been succeeding a fair amount with. It's a tankier support, so you're not going to run that risk of just instant popping if Geekfam try and go this slightly more aggressive style. So
Yeah.
I don't mind it.
I think Sam H was playing very good level of Snapfire. I think the ultimate is like very hard to hit.
Yeah.
I think his ultimate was on point.
Yeah. We've seen Jokam, no, not Jokam, Whitemon play it as well with some pretty good success too.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Could still come out.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see whether or not Geekfam let that Snapfire go through. There has been first phase ban from both these games, so maybe they might try and toss up giving the Snapfire away, and they might try and pick the Magnus for themselves. You know, this is where you start getting into these best of 3 drafts, and that's where you see, you know, kind of a mini meta evolve between these two teams. But all that goes out the window because Geekfam just banned both of them at once.
I told you they would go to the dirt. I told you he would go back to the dirt, back to his origins with Cuckoo.
I actually thought T1 would ban the Veno just because how Miracle and Sam H's hero and how Miracle dealt like with the Veno last game. So
Didn't have a lane.
Yeah, so might as well, maybe it's just better to ban it first, but T1 just decided to counter it, you know,
Yeah.
with the anti-mage and Abaddon.
I suppose it feels a little odd seeing Miracle on, you know, an anti-mage. Yes, he's played it in the past before, but it's not like I don't immediately think of anti-mage when I think Miracle, right?
Yeah, Miracle's like Kino Pain.
Well, not game 2 Queen of
Okay.
Pain, but
Yeah, a different kind of Queen of Pain,
Yeah,
unfortunately for him. But is this going to be the 5 and the 1 combo? Try and have that Abaddon to provide that little bit of debuff or purge up against the Venomancer?
But why pick Abba for that, right? You've got Oracle that's in the pool. You've got Legion Commander still available. Obviously, they're not quite as flexible, so maybe that's what T1's going for. Still wanting the option of having Sam H play the Abba.
Yeah, that could be one of the options, but I just don't like any of the core Abaddon. I'm not sure what value it brings unless you to be like able to win the lane and then hit the towers.
I don't think you need to just win the lane. You need to stomp that lane.
Yeah, and then like you have to just keep on shoving in the wave and then keep buffing the tower so you can get extra attack speed when you're attacking tower.
Yeah, yeah.
But besides that, I'm not sure what's the good use of it. Especially with anti-mage. Like if it's a Terrorblade, it's reasonable. But anti-mage, you get like armor and shield heal, and then you might have to still blink out. And Abaddon probably has to like stalk there in the middle of the team fight.
Ooh, a Sand King. All right. Well, that's another Sam H style of
Yeah.
hero. I think Sand King is one of the most underrated heroes in Dota right now. The fact that they changed the Caustic finale to be based off of max HP is crazy to me, right? Like, one of his big issues was that he had some trouble scaling before he reached that level 25, especially because Epicenter, I think it's one of the worst ultimates in the game just because of the fact that you can't cancel it like you can, you know, Dark Willow abilities or Pango Roll and that sort of thing. Once you commit to pressing that Epicenter button, you're done. You're fully committed in.
Yeah.
So I really like it. I think it could work out for them, but
I always think Sand King, it's a good Sand King game if you only can reach level 25. Just because of that level 25
the blind
talent is like so broken. Not
Yeah.
just blind, slow as well.
yeah, yeah. Although not a ton of heroes that on Geekfam already that are going to use that. Of course, it's only early into the draft, so they haven't revealed what their cores are yet. But by picking up the Sand King now, you can potentially think about that, right? Because you've got an anti-mage as well on your team. T1 are probably going to want to take it late-ish, unless they go, again, we've only seen the China teams do it so far, but the God King style of build where, you know, Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, crazy stuff like that. But T1, they're going for the Phoenix. Something, well, a bit more team fight. We saw Sam H try and not do so great that time around. Well,
Try and not do so great.
well, he tried and then
didn't do
so great.
Yeah. But, you know, it looks like now that the Sand King probably will be the Sam H hero, this is probably going to be a Jokam or a Polison. I feel like both of them can play it, right?
Abaddon.
Yeah,
but
I think it's Paulus and Abaddon, and then I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, it means that you're going to have no one roaming right now for T1, unless they go pos 4 Sand King, and I don't know how strong I feel about that. I think you need levels, but so does Phoenix, so you're in a bit of a catch-22 situation.
Abed PA.
You happy with that?
Yeah.
Do you think he's going to school you on how to play PA, or do you think you might have to send him a message with a few tips after this one?
Nah, I bet it's 11k. Let's give him like good respect.
Yeah. No Magnus at least.
Yep.
That they're going to have comboing together with it, and
But what do you think? Do you think T1 can actually get run down by Geekfam like previous game, because they have a 3 same hero? They can actually run them down.
I feel like if Carl's playing like another hero that can play that fast tempo, you know, like those Void Spirits, maybe a Queen of Pain or something like that, where they can start to run over, I feel like they can do something like that. I would love to see like a Carl Invoker and that, you know, that Treads, Drums, Ags build. Trying to utilize that with the Static Storm Kinetic Field.
yeah, it's okay. I don't know how I feel about the Invoker. I feel like you're not putting that same level of pressure on that you might need to. They're getting rid of the Slaughter themselves. All right, that seems a little...
But like, if you're not gonna pick it, like you don't want the anti-mage to lane against Slaughter, so Puck.
Earth Spirit and Puck.
I think this last pick will be like so important for both teams.
So what we have to think, what's left that both like to play? For T1,
They both have to pick Space Creator mid laner.
they both really like Void Spirit as well. So
Yeah.
it's Geekfam that have the first choice here. If they decide to go with Ember Spirit, it hasn't been banned this game. It was last time around. It's actually one of the heroes that they pick a lot, but they don't have a great win rate on it. It's like a 50% win rate for them. And for someone like Geekfam, that's really low.
Yeah.
What's something else that's starting to float around? Obviously, you guys talked about the Void Spirit a little bit here. I wouldn't mind seeing Carl play that one more time.
I'm more keen for Carl to play Ember.
Ember, there's Quap available as well.
Quap,
But
yeah, I think Quap might. But you don't want to play against anti-mage.
Yeah, yeah.
But Void Spirit isn't that great, like for Geekfam to have it. Void Spirit really don't want to play against Abaddon or Sand King. So
I feel like they're lacking a little bit of lockdown right now in Geekfam as well, right? You've got the Glimpse, you've got the Kinetic Field and Static Storm, but that requires a lot to get right. And other than that, it's just the Rubik right now.
What do you feel about
DK?
Cheesy Broodmother?
No.
I want to see something cool coming out from
Against
the
the Sand King? No way.
Come on, guys.
No way.
Let's live a little.
I tried to. That's why I went for T1 last time.
Ember.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so it looks like Geekfam will be running with the Ember Spirit here. T1 need their mid laner as well, right, for In Your Dream?
Void Spirit's fine for T1.
Yep. I'm liking it.
Yeah. Or something that can beat against Ember Spirit in the lane is, and then like also pressure PA. But I think just Void Spirit seems perfect because they don't have anything for helping PA as well.
What about Monkey King?
No.
Monkey King.
Man, you guys are shutting down everything that
No.
It's just because of the Ags change with the Echo. Sorry, the
yeah,
ult
the
change
Echo
with
changes,
Saber.
yeah.
Something that I wish... I'm happy that the Sand Kings come out for T1. I was hoping we would see something like a Pugna at some point. You know? It's another one of those unconventional heroes that they like to play. Sam H plays it a fair amount. But you would have to think that this is In Your Dream.
What does In Your Dream play?
I mean, Earth Spirit's banned.
Lina? I'm pretty aware that In Your Dream has a really strong Lina. So it can be just good against SF, and then, you know, all these range heroes can be just get right click down. Shadowfiend?
Shadowfiend's alright. Lina.
Do you want to play
I'm more
Dire
prefer
Shadow Fiend, though?
Lina.
Death Prophets in the pool.
Might be a bit slow.
Well, it looks like everyone's racking their brains, not only T1 here for this final pick. A lot of mid heroes floating around, boys. Lina.
Lina voice.
Ursa.
No, not Ursa. Yeah.
Invoker.
I was thinking they might try and go for an Invoker just because it's decent in lane against the Ember Spirit. If you go Quas Wex and you get that Tornado off, that Flame Guard is removed and suddenly you're not able to be harassed so much. It severely hurts your last hitting potential. So I don't mind it.
Quas Wex Invoker or Exort?
Quas Wex.
UQO, Quas Wex or Exort?
I think it's gonna be Quas Wex, but I think Geekfam's gonna win this game.
So you're going to go with Geekfam. QO,
Yeah.
what about you, Denog, mate? Going to
Yeah.
go with the Geekfam?
Geekfam.
All right, I can't go past my boy Arbed either. So this is going to be game 3 here between Geekfam and T1. Winner of this takes all for Group B. And we're going to leave it with our casters, MLP and Poglet.
You're no ally of mine. Your life is a kind of lie, and I know that I won't change your mind. We have no common ground, and we're never gonna figure it out. So don't get friendly, get angry. I'll bury you down by the bar. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either. I'm at a fever pitch, you're at a leisurely pace. Unscathed, I'm unafraid. A warm welcome to the war game.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for the third match of this best of 3 series, and the decider match between Geekfam and decider T1. It's MLP and Poglet. Poglet, welcome back, sir. You seemed very excited about this Invoker pick and the Ember pick at the last picks.
Well, to tell you the truth, I was quite underwhelmed with the fact that I was seeing Geekfam play the exact same heroes, but they brought it back. They brought me back into these games. The PA, the Ember, the Invoker. Those heroes you don't get to see too often. They're all flash, all skill heroes. They are so much fun to watch, and if you screw up, it's so noticeable. And we're 6 games in.
Yeah.
We need some fun.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
We got the good stuff here. Do you have faith though in these picks? Like, does the In Your Dream Invoker, does it make you feel like it's going to be a good game for the side of
I like the pick against what it is. Like, obviously against Ember, it is solid. It removes the Flame Guard if he goes that Quas Wex build, which I expect he will, just for the fact they have they have an anti-mage rather, a Sand King. They've got a lot of mid-game fighting, so they probably want to go that Quas Wex. But who knows, man? I've been wrong before. I've been wrong a lot today. No one picked Bloodseeker today, MLP.
Unbelievable.
No one picked it.
Can't believe it.
Oh, I should have said it when people could see my face. The disgust written on me. But honestly, these are solid picks.
Yeah.
They're probably just a teensy bit better.
Yeah, I'd say so. Should be a much more even game between these two. Of course, game 2 was a bit of a stomp. We saw Geekfam just dominate the other side of T1 in that game number 2. But game number 3, it does look much more even, just based off drafts and See how it all pans out, of course. It is a very, very flashy kind of game for sure. Plenty of outplay potential from both sides. And why is Whiteman continuously just around this Roshan pit? I mean, this guy can't help himself.
I mean, he's been on Radiant 3 to Politan's coming in to join the party.
Oh, hit the Roshan.
Do it. Do it.
Go on.
Do it, Whitemon.
Hit the Roshan.
Put a Thunder Strike on it. You know you want it.
All things.
You know, the thing was, last game around, in game 1 he was continuously hitting, but in game 2, I don't believe he actually touched the Roshan.
Oh, well, in game 3, he tickled him once more.
Uh-oh. That's dangerous.
Is it to cut the trees? Is that the reason? I can't tell, but it cut the trees and that's all it did. If that's the reason, I'm still so confused. Alright, we need Geekfam to win, and I need one of the panelists to ask him.
Yeah.
What the hell is
Just
what?
ask for Whiteman. We'll see what he has to say about his Roshan escapades. For now, mid lane, we'll see Carl and In Your Dream up against each other. Now, of course, you were pointing out the Quaswex Invoker is very good up against the Ember, because you can just purge off the Flame Guard with Tornado. And you said Carl would have to go into a separate kind of build. Ignore the Flame Guard, maybe go for the Chain Slider Fist instead.
Yeah, I don't hate if he goes a couple levels in Flame Guard. I think it's a Max Slider Fist kind of game. And like, you can't harass In Your Dream out of lane, so there's no real point trying with the Flame Guard. We'll have to see what Carl obviously does. He has a much better winning percentage on Ember. I'm not a mid player, so he will know best. But I wouldn't be surprised to see a 4-4-0 build.
Yeah, fair point. Because top lane, you saw Sam H there up against the P8 Rubik, but bot lane, Cuckoo
That is what you sound like.
was going to be up against Miracle. Fire Strike, he's going to fly out onto Arbet. Just fine, there's not really much follow-up there. And for Sam H, in this laning phase, you just want to secure creeps, right? Like, you're not looking for any kill opportunities here with Paulison. So it's a Sand Abbott on lane. You just want to survive and get as much CS as possible up against Arbet on that PA.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, on the other side though, Arbet's the same. He's not too fast as long as he's getting last hits. It's very hard to stop the PA from getting farmed with a dagger here. And they've already committed to a tri-lane bot lane, so they've registered that Sam H can solo this pretty comfortably with a couple levels in Sandstorm. Eventually, obviously, getting that Caustic Finale at one point. And melee versus Caustic Finale is quite sad.
That it is. Back to that mid lane, Carl is having a bit of a difficult time here on this Ember.
This isn't unexpected though. Like early levels Ember are quite sad. Usually you rely on Flame Guard.
Nice
Oh, that's
chains.
a lot of damage.
A tier 1 tower doing a lot of damage to In Your Dream. He will salve up and Carl will be unable to cancel that salve. Carl, well, I said he was struggling, but now he's on top of the CS board, so just slowing down In Your Dream just a little bit there.
It just goes to show like how one nice play in mid lane when you're under tower can do that much. And now he's going to get denies under the tower as well. As like you can see, it is 2-2-0 build so far, so I've still got it. Still got an MLP.
You've done it, mate.
I only play Ember on my Smurf. I just admitted that on stream, but you know.
You don't Smurf, you're just joking, Poglet. Smurfing is bad, ladies and gentlemen. Don't do it. Don't be like my analyst.
I mean, I would be astounded if any of these professionals didn't Smurf, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, so would I. But
It's the real secret of top end Dota.
Yep.
You don't want to reveal your garbage strats. You want to just keep them secret. Only some sillier analysts reveal their deepest and darkest secrets, like Bloodseeker support. And there we go, brought it back.
Zephyr is going to come in mid lane after In Your Dream. Won't really be able to get in range to do much here. Just threatening with his presence. It's In Your Dream on this Invoker. I wonder what kind of item build he goes for on this Invoker. It's just...
I wouldn't hate to see him. Obviously, there's no great Spirit Vessel pickup, so I think he would be quite good for that.
Yes, he does actually connect on Carl, but now Whiteman's here. He actually still gets the Invis rune on the Invoker.
It's not going to really do anything because he obviously has to just go farm in the mid lane instantly. But yeah, I wouldn't hate to see a Spirit Vessel. If he goes Treads, I wouldn't hate that either. And then obviously At Aghanims at one point will have to come in. The Aghanims, obviously, right now with Cataclysm is just far too strong. A single stun plus Cataclysm is usually a kill these days.
Miracle. Bot lane on the AM. Up against Cuckoo's Venom again. It's not doing too bad this time around. So, still a bit of a struggle here up against this Disruptor Venom, but...
SamH on the top lane, by the way.
SamH. Still underneath the Sentry Ward. Abed won't really be able to finish the job quite yet. They are keeping that Sand King back. Abed is still at the top of the last hits board. Just uncontested. In fact, they go after a bounty now. Abed almost kills off the Phoenix, but now SamH with a double Burrow Strike, and Zephyr goes down and that Caustic Finale damage. Abed might just go down now. Does pop a Mango, SamH. Chains are going to come in from Carl. Abed will turn back around onto the Sand King, and now with the Burrow Strike out, back onto the PA, and SamH able to get a double kill off. It's a very good start for the side of T1.
Yeah, and that's what I like to see, some comrade tips. Like, I know BM tips are all the rage, but T1, all of the boys jump on SamH's back and say, good job, man. That's a solo kill.
Very nice indeed.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tornado onto Carl. That kill on that PA, Miracle did take over in terms of CS. Though
Miracle's in trouble, by the way.
He is. He doesn't have Blink available. In fact, I believe he's just dead. Kinetic Field comes out. Paulison is there to heal him up just in the nick of time. And will be just fine to walk out. Mid lane, they're going to fight over that double damage room, but Carl will be able to secure it with the Remnants.
Yeah, double Remnant for a DD. I understand the play. It's just, it's awkward now that he can't really gank. He has to use this DD as a farming tool in the mid lane, basically. Unless a massive opportunity arises, they can TP without having to engage in other lanes. But I appear to be wrong, because it looks like top lane he's prepping to kill SamH.
Going to be chased down on that Sand King. Carl to come in for an easy kill, but a nice Burrow Strike out from SamH. Still on the run, Carl right behind him, gets the chains off and does go ahead and take the kill, and just an easy Remnant straight back into that mid lane where he'll be able to use the rest of the double damage route.
He needs to be careful though, because Tornado can obviously remove it, so I wouldn't be surprised to see In Your Dream. There we go. Yeah, I was like, he's delaying it quite a bit, but In Your Dream obviously knowing how to play this matchup pretty much to a T.
Radiant's middle tower is under
He does tend
attack.
to enjoy playing these Invokers quite a bit in Your Dream. Just doesn't get to play it very often, considering the hero just hasn't been in meta for such a long time.
Yeah, it's strange because right now Invoker feels playable, but he doesn't feel OP like he was before, where you could just first phase him or second phase him. Don't really care about the matchup. If you were skilled enough, like which is why we saw Miracle playing it so often before.
Yeah.
But right now, I think In Your Dream is so far so good. He's top 3 in the net worth, still just a touch ahead of Carl right now.
Both teams seem to be very okay with the fact that their position ones are just freely farming up. Like, we haven't really seen too many plays up against Miracle in the bot lane, apart from that Disruptor Veno, but it's not really that much. Jokam, mid lane, in trouble. Chain's going to be out from Carl, and another nice easy kill for this Ember Spirit. In Your Dream, unable to do anything to really help out there. Just kind of stuck himself in that lane and kept CSing. At least in terms of CS, he's still having a much better time than Carl, but he's not really able to pick up any kills yet on this Invoker.
Yeah, and those kills are actually propelling Carl right now 2-0. Obviously, he's only about 300, 200 gold ahead, so it's not much, but Ember, like, you can't ask for much more here.
Definitely can't. You can already see the build he's going for, just drums straight into Maelstrom. Just the standard Ember build. Nothing really changes about that.
There was a time where Yules and Spirit Vessel were getting picked up a lot. Like, those 4 items right now are all just high stat efficiency. Drum a bit less so with the new nerf, but obviously with the attack speed you get, the movement speed, the mana regen, it's just a solid all-round item. And it really showcases their playstyle. They're going to want to play very fast tempo with Carl, and then I can see Abed is building a Battle Fury. So he's not going to show up for a while.
standard stuff. Both position 1s going for a Battle Fury this game. Not too unexpected at all. You'd say that it's kind of more worth right now for the PA, considering Abed is going to get it even faster than Miracle is at this rate. And it's a bit of concern here for Miracle, because once you've got that Battle Fury up, it's not like you're really joining any fights. You're just going to farm for a while.
Yeah, and he's going to get ganked here too. I think Carl might be able to get him.
Smoke breaks again, chains off, and counterspell has worn off. Whiteman can get the glimpse off onto Miracle, and with that kinetic build, can they lock him down long enough? Here comes In Your Dream with a huge tornado into the EMP, and now the Burrow Strike out onto Cuckoo. Carl needs to find an escape route. We'll just rim it towards the north, go for the bounty. We'll miss out on that, but he is just fine to get the other and get himself out. Back Sunstrike, Whiteman does take it, but it's not enough damage. Still In Your Dream on the chase. Whiteman, can he outrun this Invoker? Tornado? No, not going to be able to get it. Nice attempt from In Your Dream, but he's still trying with that Ghost form now.
Yeah, and with that rotation, Sam H is actually top net worth. Pretty comfortably too, the 700 gold. We talked about the AFK farm central that was the Sam H vs Abed lane. Obviously the Sand King is taking the better side of that with a couple solo picks that he got, and obviously that rotation being so solid. And he might get a bit more gold here because Zephyr's about to get ganked by In Your Dream.
Burrow Strike, mid lane. Sam H with the EMP up. Very nice pick up there for In Your Dream. And they're going to go straight onto that tier 1 mid tower. That's a very valuable tower to take down this early on, but they're going to focus on top lane instead, Geekfam. Trying to go after Jokam on the Phoenix or Sunray. Does he have a TB? He does, but it's going to be too late. Cuckoo was able to take the kill on the Venomancer, but you're trading that support Phoenix's life away for that tier 1 mid tower. You'd have to argue T1 are happy about this.
Yeah, I mean, T1 also got the kill themselves. They did kill Zephyr, obviously, who is slightly more farmed than Phoenix, not by much. So yeah, you will definitely take that 1-for-1 plus tower trade. All the while, Miracle's obviously just AFK rinse farming away. It's pretty much the AM special. Well, this used to be the AM special. We've seen some strange drafts on the AM lately. Obviously with that Mask of Madness, the Echo Saber, the Silver Edge build that God King and MCY earlier today were going.
Yep. Burrow Strike mid lane from Zephyr into the Static Storm onto Sam H. Tornado gonna help out there from In Your Dream. In fact, we're gonna turn around back onto Cuckoo. Sam H with the Aphotic Shield out from his Abaddon will be able to retreat back towards that tier 1 tower.
Yes.
Paulson.
So far, Paulson's been doing a great job, eh?
That's what I was about to say.
Stole your words, I'm sorry.
No, not at all, sir. But Paulson has been quite impactful already on this Abaddon, and it's been tough for Geekfam. Every time they get close, there's an Aphotic Shield that comes out, and suddenly that person is just safe.
Yeah, I mean, this is great to see, because I honestly think Abaddon's in a place now where the hero's just kind of garbage. But seeing it played well like this, honestly, it's going to ruin my pubs, because I think the amount of people that can play it at this skill level is sub 10 in Southeast Asia. So it's great to see Paulson pulling it off so far. It is quite early to say that. Obviously, there's still a whole game ahead of us.
Absolutely.
But so far, so good for Paulson.
Miracle getting very close to picking up that full Battle Fury now. Almost has enough for the Void Stone.
Sam H in Your Dream.
Oh. Cuckoo will break it on the Veno, and of course we'll just laugh about breaking that smoke off. It's one of the annoying things about that Venomancer. Just always kind of ruining rotations across the map with these Veno wards and even his own positioning.
Yeah, I mean, Cuckoo plays it to a T. Like, they said it on the panel before, Cuckoo plays the dirt heroes very well. And that doesn't sound like a compliment, but in Dota terms, that is a huge compliment. You can't ask for much more.
No.
Cuckoo breaks, like you said, breaks all the smokes, annoys the enemy team, pushes the lanes that no one wants to be in. Like, right now, mid lane is very hard to play in for Miracle. And he's going to deny his... Oh, he missed the uphill. I was going to say he's going to deny his ward, but...
Radiant's bottom tower is under
call.
attack.
Still, he does have the mech coming out now on the Venom. They are going to try and pressure this mid-tier 1 tower, while In Your Dream will pressure the bottom tier 1. But Geekfam, they take this tower very, very slow, and just in general, they take towers quite slowly. Still Static Storm gonna be dropped onto our Abaddon. And he is gonna die at Polisol. Did not have level 6 yet, and now Sam H gonna go for a Burrow Strike back out onto Cuckoo. That's a very nice trade out from T1. Still Arbet gonna jump in on the PA, but a Deafening Blast out from In Your Dream with an egg in the background. Carl's still trying, but a Burrow Strike now from Sam H. They're still going on to Carl. They finally caught Sam H on the Sand King. And well, Carl wants to continue despite, but eventually he will remnant out. Or will he glimpse onto Joe Cam? We'll find another.
What did you learn?
Yeah, very scrappy fight. I don't think they expected Arbed to come in so close to his Battle Fury. You saw T1 weren't quite ready, but Ember.
Ghost dying, Carl. Fine to leave. Seems like Geekfam are really starting to get into their momentum in this game. It's quite scary as well, and I think I brought this up earlier, but Arbed on that PA, he's going to have that Battle Fury up, and you can already see he's willing to fight. He's not interested in farming all too long.
And yet, he's still the top network.
True.
I mean, Arbed's something else some games. Like, this Naga game previously, and obviously this one so far, he's finding farm, he's being in these fights, he's doing everything. He's one of those just jack of all trades, master of them all. Quite rare to see.
Indeed. Now he'll just go ahead and finish off that Battle Fury timing. There it is.
And how close is Miracle to his Battle Fury? He's got his as well, so it's not too much difference. Obviously, there is a completed boots on Arbed. That's really the only gap between the two heroes.
Geekfam, though, they don't want to really slow down. Chain's going to be out onto Paulson with a glimpse back, and he does now have that borrowed time. And Sam H going to go in with the Epicenter and Burrow. Does kill off Whiteman. They want more. Chain's out to the south. What they found out, it is going to be Miracle on the AM, but Zephyr is the one who's just trying to back off now with a stolen Tornado out onto Miracle, but a Burrow Strike there from Sam H is going to allow Miracle to take a nice easy kill with the Mana Void.
Yeah, nice little pick up there for T1. It's a fight they need to have as well. Yeah, they only kill the two supports, but you get something on the board, you use that blink timing to really set the tone for what this mid game is going to be like. Overextension equals death.
Radiant structures are fortified.
See Arbed going straight for that Desolator next on that PA, but on T1, they want to re-invade their own jungle now, it seems. They will. Cuckoo, he was just holding on to that jungle with such control with those Venom wards for quite a while, but eventually they do re-invade and do take it back over.
Whitemon looking for In Your Dream here as well. Talking about taking over the jungle, that's exactly what they're trying to do on Geekfam as well. And they're going to do it. They're going to take this ward out.
Is under attack.
Their triangle now.
And this is such a great play. Like, Cuckoo's just going to farm the Ancients here. Get these tier 2 items up. Slow down the farm of Miracle. You can see Miracle having to bail out going the top side of the map. It's just a bit awkward. You can see like he's drawing like a box basically on the top half of the map where he can actually farm and be safe. And it's not really what you want to be. You want to be triangle farming.
Certainly so, but he is stuck on the other side. It's Geekfam, they do maintain this control. With that control, they're going to be able to focus down that bottom tier 1 tower very, very soon. So T1, they're going to smoke up.
The Curio got so close to dying. And it's the Meteor Hammer, no less.
How do you initiate this team fight? Epicenter Burrow, no! What a dodge out from Carl! What are those reaction times?
Oh! Carl has the hands of a god.
That was quick.
We're talking about Zeus getting nerfed. All the power of the gods is in Carl's hands right now. That was insane. Like, how the hell did he do that?
I think that was a bit of a moment of brilliance, I'd say. Carl, just very, very fast on the hands. And
he for sure dies there as well. Like, the Meteor Hammer would have stunned him. He obviously would have got hit by the Burrow. Anything In Your Dream wanted to combo on top. Very quick death.
I thought he may have had vision, but he did not.
Yeah, that was the first port of call to check if the vision, but no, they had nothing. They couldn't see a thing.
Still, it's back to it, back into the mid lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Cuckoo still controlling that area of the map. In Your Dream, trying a casual tornado to just try and clear out some creeps, but Kuku will just keep at it. Spot lane, Sam H. He's currently being stalked by Carl, but Chains gonna land onto Sam H. Let's blink to the left, and Burrow strikes away. He knows he's being chased down. He'll be just fine. He'll go for the TP play, and nobody's gonna chase him either. Still a 2k net worth lead for Geekfam as they do run into Paulson now. A nice lift back onto the high ground, but it doesn't seem like they want to continue this chase. So he does have borrowed time. Just aren't willing to risk it for the sake of a pos 5 Abaddon.
Yeah, and Zephyr obviously does steal the miscoil, which weirdly enough, spell amp on your own damage. It amps it. Which is quite annoying to see. Like a weird combination for Zephyr obviously doing a bit more damage with the miscoil than he should. I don't know why. I don't know why they haven't fixed that, but...
Olsen. There's your borrowed time gone. He's gonna try and run his way out. Tornado is gonna be there. Now the Static Storm and Kinetic Field to be dropped by Whiteman. They just... I suppose the Static Storm's not that long of a cooldown, so just committed for a nice easy kill. And in that time frame, you've now got the Deso up on Arbed, as well as the Maelstrom now on Carl.
Yeah, I think this is go time. You don't really want to be AFK farming this long against Miracle. Obviously, there is a limit where Miracle will be able to outfarm, and that's because you can get Blink talents on 15 and 20. But mid lane, we're going to see a fight break out.
Epicenter is out onto Kuku. They do get the Venomancer. Zephyr getting caught by that deafening blast, but he does have the Aphotic Shield, so he can just run his way out. Carl still looking to go back in for this fight with that Maelstrom up. They're feeling confident. There's your Dust Pop, but Sam H goes for the Burrow Strike onto Whiteman. Sam H still in trouble, but Zephyr misses his own Burrow Strike, but now Arbed just jumps in onto In Your Dream and melts him. Sam H getting glimpsed back, and that is so much damage from Arbed. Paulson thinking you're safe, but Carl, he disagrees. He finds the Abaddon, and they'll give another kill away to the Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, so welcome Arbed to the fight, to the game. You are now a welcome presence, because he just absolutely killed In Your Dream.
Shredded him.
2-shot. It wasn't even 2. Like, did he get just the insta-kill on the dagger jump? And now they're going to go for Roche, and it is a viable defense. It's going to take a bit of time. You got 10 seconds on the TPs, but you're going to have to both TP to the outpost, which means one of you's copping that 9-second TP.
It's going to be no contest for this Roshan. Sunstrike is going to give vision for T1. They don't have that T1 mid tower to really go to here. They can try to run their way mid, but it's just hard to imagine them being able to contest. They won't even bother.
Yeah.
Arbed will take them free.
It was badly timed Miracle TP bot as soon as they started the Roshan, so without him being able to TP, it's kind of hard to take that fight 5v4. But we're going to see a replay here, and this could have been worse. Zephyr just missing that stun here very much could have made the fight a lot quicker than it was.
Poor In Your Dream. Just, he was there for a second, and then the other second he wasn't. Looks like they have run into Paulson though in the live game. He does have borrowed time. I don't know how much it's really going to help him out. He'll try for the TB play, but they're just going to commit the glimpse out, and Paulson going to die once again to Arbed, who, by the way, Mr. Poglet, is very, very close now to having that BKB on.
Yeah, he's obviously got that Mitzel Hammer on the Courier as well. This is a bit of a worry for Tier 1 right now. Like, 5k net worth lead isn't massive. It's probably about the same in XP. But Arbed right now is killing anyone. I mean, yeah, he's killing the tower. I was about to say, what is he hitting there? But he can kill anyone, including Miracle, in 3 to 4 hits if one of them's a crit.
There's your T2 mid tower gone. Arbed just solos it.
And now they're going to look for a fight. In Your Dream's walking up vision, so he needs to be careful here. They just saw him.
Burrow Strike from Sam H is going to be out onto Kuku. He'll force staff away, but he's just stuck onto that high ground, and he does go down to Joe Cam on the Phoenix. Now the Icarus dive in with the Meteor Hammer out onto Whiteman. They want the other support, and it looks like they should be able to get him. Whiteman is just dead, but now Carl does at least get the borrowed time expended onto Paulson. That'll be enough. T1, they don't want to risk any more. Just let it be at that.
A good fight for tier 1, but I know I'm meant to analyze the fights, but can somebody please remove that fairy fire on the ground? We've zoomed past it on the camera in that mid lane on the Dire side so many times. Please just kill it. Please. Like, I hate seeing items on the floor. It doesn't help anyone. Just kill it. Or if it's yours, pick it up and eat it. It's health. 70 health. Just please. It's annoying me every fight they have in the mid lane. And it's been every single fight.
It's just out of place.
Oh. It's not as bad as a neutral item. Seeing a neutral item on the floor just straight up triggers me. I can't deal with it.
It's tough. There's a smoke out now from Geekfam. Back towards that jungle of T1. Carl just moving forward with absolutely zero fear on this Ember Spirit.
He has a haste rune. He almost has the Lincolns.
He's going to get Sam H with those chains. Get the fight started, and now Abed just jumping in straight onto that Sand King and just rips him apart. Paulson already with that borrowed time. Abed, he'll jump on the Joe Cam. That Phoenix is just gone. Paulson still running with as many aquatic shields as he possibly can throw out, but Carl is just off the chase, and once Abed's there, there's just no way to survive the damage output, and now he does have the BKB up.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to go high ground with this, though. So they're pinging it out now. It's obviously 30 seconds on the Phoenix, 20 on the two others. They could probably do about half the health pool of this tower, but I don't know if they can actually kill it. You can see Abed has to solo it, though. That's the problem. No one else can auto-attack the towers.
He's still got the Deso up, so it makes it just a little bit faster. That tier 3 tower is very low already. It's gone. Jeez, we're not even 26 minutes into the game yet. Geekfam already taking a tier 3 tower. They've got a 6k net worth lead, and it's all Abed. He's just farming too quick.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Miracle in these fights either, and he has the Halberd and about 500 gold. So we'll see the Mountaineer, we'll see the Halberd, and probably we'll see him start to come to these fights with that. But right now, even with the Halberd, it's still very hard to fight against the PA.
It's tough.
And we're seeing this net worth is going to spiral a bit with the towers going down. Each tower, obviously, another K towards the team. Really quickly accelerating the farm of Geekfam.
They just continue to control one side of the map here for Geekfam. T1 just stuck in their own base. So they might go for a smoke here, T1. Do we have a smoke?
Yeah, I mean, it looks the same for Geekfam. They're just sitting on this high ground, very slowly waiting for Carl to bring this lane back up. Like, I can see the pings coming out now that their game plan is the tier 2 bot. Just very slowly getting there.
They can see Cuckoo in that mid lane. They've been able to get the jump on this Venomancer multiple times now. Cuckoo hasn't really minded as long as he gets the Poison Nova off before he dies. There's your Aegis expiring, however, so Abed won't have that secondary life any longer. Not that he really seems to really care. He might just go after that bot tier 2 tower anyway. But T1 are waiting for somebody to go up and hit that tower. Whiteman having a look, gets a nice ward off, and that's going to scout out everyone. Sam H, he's been spotted before he can get the Burrow Strike. Silenced up, he'll use, and he'll survive for now, but maybe not for long. There's your Poison Nova from Cuckoo onto Miracle. Now the Burrow Strike and Epicenter is there from Sam H, but it's doing nothing. In fact, it was Zephyr who does commit his own Epicenter. The egg does pop. Abed starting to get low. There's another Burrow Strike there. Abed still falling low. However, he does blink strike out with the blur, and he'll be alright. Cuckoo may die for this. Sunstrike, no. Abed's out, but no. Wyman is not, and Cuckoo is neither. They both go down. You still lost your Abaddon on T1, but I'd say that
was a buyback on Invoker. In Your Dream died at the very start of that fight. Abed cleans him up with that BKB charge we were talking about. So definitely still a favoured fight for Geekfam, but T1, they're showing signs of life. I think that's the biggest thing about that fight there.
There's life, for sure.
However, Abed does have the Basher now, heading towards the Abyssal. It's going to be interesting to see once this Abyssal comes up, how In Your Dream gets these fights started. Because if he gets jumped on by the Abyssal, he will die so quickly, and Paulson is not saving that.
No. Definitely is not. Carl.
Oh, and a Titan Sliver as well. That's a great item for Arbed.
Carl's looking to go onto Joe Cam. He's got a DD rune. He'll pop it. Got the chains off. It's a fair bit of damage here on Joe Cam. Can he at least Icarus dive TB? And he does. He does actually juke out Carl. And gets his courier to boot. A nice play out from the Phoenix. And I can see you trying to hold back your laughter with that one.
Oh, Carl, what are you doing? Like, this is... There's almost no way you can get that kill. Like, almost none. But
Sam
losing
H.
your courier?
Burrow strike out on Whiteman.
He has a force.
Okay for now with the Glimmer Cave. It does force stuff away thanks to Cuckoo. And now Arbed just treads in your dream again. Who are they going after next? They have found Sam H on top of a cliff. Arbed will take a double.
Are they going to look for more here?
I can hear Carl remnering forward. Joe Cam. Carl wants revenge. Gets very nice chains off on the Phoenix. Still, a Photic Shield going to help the cause. But Zephyr is there with the Burrow Strike. And oh, he just can't Icarus dive away.
He went to Icarus Dive and the Glimpse went out perfectly. It was actually max range. That was the one spell I was looking for. It's the one spell that's going to make sure Phoenix dies every time. And this is a Rax now, for sure. It might even be more. They're going to have to buy back. They obviously have no buyback in Your Dream. That's
Go high
their big
ground. Up the mid barracks.
They can go top as well. They've obviously pushed it out quite heavily. No, sorry, the tier 2's there. They have to back off.
Still a great way to get started here for Geekfam. They've already found one Rax, and it's the hardest Rax to take, being the mid lane.
It used to be the hardest. I think right now, the way the lanes are situated, it's almost harder to get the bot lane on the Dire side, but not by much. Obviously with the mid lane, most people focus so heavily on it, because the mid lane take tier 1, tier 2, and then start fighting Roche. But you don't need to worry now, because Geekfam, they're going to have another Roshan. This is another Aegis, probably a cheese as well on Arbed, unless they want to give it to Cuckoo, which would make sense as well.
Leaves the cheese behind. Carl will be the one to take it. So second Aegis of the game onto Arbed. T1 again had smoked up, ready to try and initiate on that Roshan pit, but they were just late to the party.
Yeah, they appear to be just one step behind. Like, they smoked there, like you said, for the Roshan, but Roshan was basically finished by the time they actually got to the second Roshan kill.
Now counter smoke out from Geekfam. They're going to use Arbed as bait. The top lane. Start on that tier 2 tower. Joe Cam going to show himself on the Phoenix, but nobody else quite yet. There goes Sam H. He'll go for a Burrow Strike onto Cuckoo, but now the chains are out from Carl with the Static Storm and that crit.
Ooh, baby!
Paulison going to just immediately TP away, but no, they had the glimpse off. Burrow time will pop, but he's just got no way out of this scenario. He's gone. Oh, it's looking really bad now for T1. So Arbed is just completely out of control. Just question how they fight back. There's now a BKB up on Carl to boot.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about how insane Arbed is right now. We're going to talk about the 10-0-10 Ember Spirit on Carl. Like, he's played pretty much the perfect game. He hasn't died yet, hasn't made a mistake worth his death. And he's gone defensive items in the Lincolns, the BKB. He has the cheese. So I could honestly see Carl not dying again for the rest of the game.
Burrow Strike, they have caught out Miracle on the AM, and he's gone. There's no buyback available. The tips are out.
Alrighty, do they call it now, or do they wait 30 seconds for another pick? I think they're going to wait for another pick, and here we go.
Joe Cam getting caught out. Epicenter Burrow Strike is decent from Sam H. Arbed. He is very low, but he still has the Aegis. And he looks to just jump back in, Arbed. He just needs a target. Burrow Strike from Zephyr, but the counter from Sam H is holding them back, and here comes the egg from the Phoenix, but Arbed just pops his BKB back onto Paulson. No, it's the egg they want, and they do get it. Now in your dream, he has a Ghost Scepter up, but that doesn't keep you safe for that long. Arbed, meanwhile, is still not dying. He'll go back after in your dream, and he'll find him with the Aegis and a slither of HP, but he will not die.
Yeah, that's GG. It's whether or not Tier 1 call it now, or do they wait for Arbed to push your base in? But honestly, Geekfam, they played a fantastic game. We knew their timing, we knew their windows. Carl, absolutely perfect in the mid lane, changing that build up against the Class Vex Invoker. And we got to give props to Zephyr. these two games back to back have been absolutely exceptional for them. It's quite hard to give an MVP of this series, to be honest. As we're seeing, the procedural, you have to actually take the base if they refuse to call the GG.
Yeah.
Bit of a waste of time, let's be real. We all know where this is heading.
Well, they're going to get the repair kit off. They're going to try for this. Blink in, Arbit, going to be burrow striked up. Miracle, who do you jump on first? Trying to go after some supports, but just doesn't even have the damage for that. Now, Arbit just jumps in on Sam H, gets another easy kill. They buy back on the Sand King. Another great bonus strike out from Sam H onto 2, but where's your follow-up? The Static Storm will be dropped, and Sam H does not last long enough for it to even be effective. And now Miracle, just being perma-bashed up here, will also go down. Jocam, he'll join the fray. An ultra kill for Arbit. Why not just give him the Rampage in your dream? Trying to get back to the Fountain. He does go Swarm up, but Arbit will be able to get a Rampage. In fact, make it the second no. Carl will take the other kill.
Carl's a man after my own heart. Your teammate, he already has the Rampage. He doesn't need a double Rampage. Stuff him.
Yeah.
You're the one that has 0 death. Arbit died. He doesn't deserve it.
What a way to finish this off for the night. Of course, Geekfam, they look too good, winning 2-1 up against T1. It's a real fun series to watch.
Yeah, definitely. Huge games for Geekfam. It's good to see them come back as well. We were a bit worried with the first game, obviously going to T1 in that lopsided, topsy-turvy game, but like you said, Geekfam pull it through. They're showing why they're such a strong team in the C region.
Well, let's head over to the panel and see who the MVP is going to be for this series.
When I saw you look at me, it broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so hard-hit. It was a moment of
like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, just 1,000 miles of love. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of love, yeah, yeah. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing.
Another reverse sweep to end the day here for ESL 1 Thailand, and another victory for Geekfam. I welcome you all guys here to our Game Fuel post-match. We were able to break down this series and let you guys in the know for how that went here. Danog QO boys, welcome back to the panel. This is Geekfam looking hot in these last two games of this best of 3 series.
Looking hot, looking spicy, and just taking a little bit of time to get into their groove, but once they got there, they were untouchable.
Yeah, Geekfam.
Geekfam.
All talented core players, mid carry, off lane,
space creators,
dirty hero
Roshan
pickers,
stackers.
Roshan stackers. Yeah,
crazy good.
Yeah, they are playing extremely well, and I think the biggest thing for us to take from this series is the last two games they gave Cuckoo that Venomancer. A hero that he likes to play, a hero that allows him to abuse his carries quite a lot. We saw that Miracle was getting dominated on that anti-mage, constantly getting spat on by this Venomancer. Unfortunately for him, didn't really get the farm that he wanted, and then obviously just gives Abed so much space to play however he wants.
He had a lot better time than he did as that Queen of Pain, that's to be sure. He had somewhat of a chance to come back into it, but man, Carl, for me, he was far and away the best player on that team. Although, you can't discount Zephyr. Like, yeah, he didn't do the most damage for his team. Yeah, he still died the most on his team, but so many clutch spells were stolen that it's hard to really discount that.
like that's the weakness about the Invoker, right? You can pick whatever the mid hero that you think is good, and you can pretty much own the game. I know Cal played good, but like I think that T1's like last pick on the Invoker was sort of questionable.
It was a bit shaky, yeah. And I think we have to really commend Carl as well, because he went an interesting, not interesting, but he went a suitable hero build where he didn't actually skill up the Flame God. Obviously going up against Quaswex, that's what you want to avoid. So he just put all of the emphasis onto harassing out, getting as many last hits as he could. I think he did a fantastic job.
Yeah, there was, continuous points here as we have a look at the highlights from that previous game where it just felt like Abed, you were saying this in the green room, QI, that he just has this aura of patience. He always seems to jump in at the right times when all these spells are used, whenever he knows that he can get 2 to 3 kills in these team fights and really abuse the net worth that he has. And I think that goes to show the power of Geekfam, the fact that they can play around with 4 heroes and wait until Abed's ready.
Usually, like when you're playing a PA against the Sand King and Quaswex Invoker without saving hero, it's very hard to play. But Abed just keep throwing a dagger. He's like always like asking her team to go in first, and didn't put himself like in any danger.
In a vulnerable situation.
Yeah. So it was very like a great performance from Abed, like seeing that. Farm fast, but in a team fight don't die, so he always get that net worth keeping up.
He relied heavily on Carl to do a lot of that heavy lifting, to be on the front lines. And when you've got an Ember Spirit, sure, you've got some ways to dodge out some of the damage, but it's still a relatively squishy hero. So for Carl to come out of this as well as he did, sure, he went BKB and Lincolns, but he didn't end up needing to get a Yule Scepter or anything like that, super defensive. I think it was just one of the best Ember Spirit games that I've seen in a long time.
Why don't we give credit to Whitemon too?
True.
Yeah. I think everybody on Geekfam here played amazingly in this last game. Obviously, it's one of those games where you've got a bit of a steamroll going, so a lot of these players do look good, especially, you know, on a hero like Disruptor, where if you're constantly looking for these kills, these glimpse backs always feel really strong. But a big Sark thing from that last graphic was the fact that Arbed had 2.5 times the Invoker's net worth.
Yeah.
You're never going to win a game where your mid laner is 2.5 times behind the enemy safe laner.
No, it was a rough time. It didn't really snowball, and you just saw how active he was with his
93% kill participation in a 30-minute game. That is actually insane for somebody who didn't die either. His last hits are really good as well, and his damage to heroes. Man, Carl actually blew me away here in this third game.
Yeah, fantastic. And just to give Whitemon some credit, we saw a few clutch plays with his 4-staff there, making sure that heroes were inside his static storm, unable to get away, and it just paved the way for Carl and Arbed to clean them up.
I was like only mentioning about that stacking the Roshan though.
True, true.
Nothing else.
Nothing
That
else?
was
Nothing
the
else?
only MVP.
That was the game changer?
That was the game
Well,
changer.
getting 2 Roshas is kind of broken, right? You get 2
Yeah.
Aegises, it's pretty OP. You know, obviously, it seems like Whitemon's the only guy who's cottoned on to
Just keep
stacking
stacking
Roshan.
it, you know?
You just got to keep stacking every game. You know, they've stacked it so far, so see if they can continue forward. But I want to talk a little bit about T1 before we continue on this Geekfam hype train. They looked strong in their first game, and in the second game and third game, it just seemed like they kind of ran out of steam, right?
It's becoming a bit of a trend now, right? They come out super strong. They did the same against Neon as well, and then I don't want to say crumbled, but they were a lot less strong in the second and third games. And sure, they 2-0'd question mark, but I think they're on a different level from the likes of Geekfam and Neon. So hopefully that's not going to be a continuous thing for them, because now they're sitting at 1 and 2 in their group. They've got 2 teams left to play in Sparking Arrow and Astra Ares. You would think that they're going to win at least one of those, and that'll be enough to bring them to that lower bracket minimum. But I think you really need to be worried about actually finishing third in your group, because the top 3 in Group A are all very strong.
Like, I really want to say this to T1. Whenever I see T1's gameplay, it sort of reminds me of that MVP time for me. It's shaky, and then like when it looks good, like they look dominating, you know. But like I want them to like keep thinking about they're doing the right stuff, and like them to be more patient and confident about like their own stuff. But
So that's the main advice you would give them?
yeah,
just
that's
patience?
that's the main advice that I want to give them, because they were just keep doing this running in draft, but they just can't control it, and they're just relying on that stuff to win. But you know, like Dota is a step-by-step game, and if you don't get that certain amount of value in the lane, you're not gonna be able to do that anyways.
Yeah.
So
Well, on the other side of that, we're talking about further matchups for these teams. Geekfam sitting 3-0 right now in their group. They still have Sparking Arrow and Neon to play against here. So potentially, if those series do go the way of these other 2 teams, this is when they can start to fall down a little bit here. But, you know, they're looking extremely strong right now. This is their first, I want to say first real test for their group stages here. Being able to pull it back in a reverse sweep is always good for them. But if Sparking Arrow can, you know, cause an upset, or maybe even the boys of Neon can cause an upset, that's when it starts to shake up this group. But, you know, if nobody can topple Geekfam right now, they could quite easily go 5-0, right?
Yeah, they're king of the mountain right now, and it's up to these other teams to step up to the plate. So we'll see if they're able to.
I want to watch SAG game early as possible.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I feel like there's something different. I don't know them too much.
Yeah.
So by the more games I watch, like I want to understand how they play Dota.
That's the exciting part of seeing something new, right?
Yeah.
The most fun series that I've had to be on the panel for was that Neon against Sparking Arrow series. Like, that was just fantastic Dota all around.
Well, we do get to see more fantastic Dota. You know, on the other side of this, there is obviously a few more matchups that are quite interesting here. And there's a nice little point that you touched on about that third spot coming in for Group B. You need to be careful not to drop into that 4th spot, because that's when it starts to get hairy for you going up against the teams of Group A, because we saw the results from yesterday, the fact that Fnatic and TNC are now sitting at that 2-1 record, so they are potentially hovering around that 3rd spot. And you don't want to come straight into that lower bracket going up against a team like, you know, Fnatic or TNC, who are starting on a bit of a tear, right?
I think if you gave anyone the choice, sure, you want to beat the best, but lower bracket, win or you're out. If you said, do you want to play against Motivate Trust or, let's say, TNC, people would pick Motivate Trust.
Yeah, if you have to be very, you know, calculative at some point. You don't want to just get knocked out. Like, if you get this chance correctly, then you're going to get next chance anyway. So just maybe versing like easier opponents slowly going up could be like one of the good solutions.
Yeah.
Well, I think the worst part here for T1 is the fact that they lost that. I don't want to call it a 50-50 series up against Neon, but the fact that they didn't come out swinging in their first series here for ESL 1 Thailand means that now they're on the back foot a little bit, as you said, Matt. 1 and 2 right now. It means they need to win these next 2 series to get themselves at least the potential for that upper bracket berth. But if you're T1, there's potential here for you to maybe even not even make playoffs, but at worst case, come in that lower bracket. Are you going to try and go back to the drawing board a little bit if they do make it into the playoffs, that lower bracket, or do you think they're going to try, a little bit cheesy and just trying to, win that first series and then try and work on the rest for playoffs?
I mean, we've seen they tried to go for cheese, and it didn't work out for them, in the earlier series that they played. So I think, honestly, go into the series the same way as they have approached the previous 2. Win game 1, totally fine, right? And then you just need to change things up a little bit. Like you were mentioning before, that patience. You can catch people off guard, but they're not going to fall for the same thing twice when you're at this level.
Yeah.
Well, I think, also one of the big things, not just being third place in this group as well, being first and second in this place as well is also a big one. Obviously, you get that upper bracket berth, so losing that first series might not be too bad for you in the playoffs. But at the same time, if you win that first series in your upper bracket playoff, that puts you in a really good stead to head towards the grand finals for ESL 1 Thailand. So all these teams are still trying to scorch towards that top spot of their group to have the best position they can in playoffs. But, Geekfam, they showed a little bit of weakness here, losing that first game here. So maybe some of these teams can start to dismantle that, especially teams like Sparking Arrow that we might have a little bit less information about, right, going up against Geekfam?
Yeah, I mean, if it bleeds, it can be killed. Let's not let Poglet, anywhere close to the Bloodseeker or anything blood-related, but yeah, we'll see.
What about you, Kyo? You're excited to see more Abed? I'm super excited to see more Abed. I'm a huge EG fanboy, so seeing Abed win is a win in my books.
And to be honest, for me, it's like, I feel like I know what Geekfam is doing. So I really want to watch SAG more, because, watching new Dota is more fun for me, at least. And I just have no idea how SAG is actually playing off those games with their playing. But I feel like they're doing something good in mid and late game. So I want to analyze that by watching the games against the Geekfam. Yep.
SAG and Neon, they're my 1 and 2 for me.
Well, I'm super excited to see if Sparking Arrow can get stuff done. But let's have a look at how our standings are going here at the end of Day 8 of ESL 1 Thailand. We're almost towards that halfway point here. The group stages are almost done. That means we still have our playoffs to go. So Group A, Boom Esports, the only team so far that are sitting 3-0 in their group. Fnatic as well as TNC, 2-1. Motivate Trust, unfortunately, they're sitting at 1-2 right now. And Team Trust, the team from earlier this morning sitting at 0-3, basically put themselves out of playoffs here. Unfortunately, for the only Chinese team of Group A, we may not see them for playoffs. They still have 2 series to go, but on the other side, Group B, we do have the boys of Geekfam sitting 3-0 right now in their group. Question mark Asta Aries, 0-2 right now. They still have a few more series to play, so they are basically in the same spot as what we had Asta Aries as well as Adroit this morning. So we'll see how that does pan up. But right now, I think the biggest one is T1, only 1-2 so far. They are looking to try and get some more victories here, move themselves into the playoffs. I ask this basically every day, boys. Is there anything surprising about these groups so far that you guys have seen? 8 days in, everything's still stock standard.
Yep.
Are you guys expecting a little bit more from Team Trust, maybe?
It's all going to plan.
Balance as all things should. What about you, Koi? Anything different?
I mean, Trust was one, because it was the first game, I watched them Morphling Divine Rapier.
Yeah.
Carrying this up Mega Creep. I think it was literally the first game, first day.
Yeah.
And, that got me sort of, some buffed up, but it's just what it is.
Yeah. It got you invested in them, but then, unfortunately, they haven't been able to follow up on that.
Yeah.
Well, that's a little bit unfortunate that Shifu has disappointed QA for a little bit here, but let's go and have a look at how our schedule is going to look for Day 9. Sparking Arrow going up against Question Mark. My boys should be excited for that one. And Asta Aries going up against my boys from Neon Esports. I'm super excited to see how that does pan out for the Group B standings. Sparking Arrow versus Question Mark, I think that should probably go one way or another. And then Asta Aries, that might be a little bit even one. How are we looking for tomorrow, boys? Which one are you guys excited about? Who do we have on the panel tomorrow, by the way? I think one of you boys are stepping down for tomorrow, aren't we? Or is it still us? Still the A team rocking it out?
I think it's all us. I think we might be saying hello to Geordie and Winter.
Oh, yeah. So the boys over in Malaysia might be joining us again. But which series are you guys super excited for?
Honestly, both of them pretty evenly. I would say maybe the first one, just because you obviously have Question Mark, who've put on a really good showing against a high-quality team in Geekfam. So I'm liking them so far. I think Series 1.
Yeah, like same with Danok.
So you boys want to see the God King one more time?
I mean, I always want to see the God King.
Who doesn't want to see the God King? But unfortunately for you guys at home, you guys will have to wait till tomorrow to see the God King. Will he do something different? Will he come out with something new? Who knows? You guys have to find out tomorrow. But that is it here for day number 8 of ESL 1 Thailand. I'd like to thank everybody here for joining us for yet another day. You guys will have to find us tomorrow for that wonderful first series. So I'm just going to leave you guys with some quick highlights, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
until the day the world stops spinning. Oh, baby. The stars falls around us, entwining us. So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, spinning, until the day the world stops spinning. Just survive with you, I feel alive, now I'm feeling like her to the fine, will it stand the test of time? Right now I need a sign. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer, should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Whisper my name, say what you want, show me your thoughts. I do the same, my breath on your neck while I slowly caress. Feelings in gray, it's still the same. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we grow closer, should this be over? My heart for your mind, probably we should start over. Tell me if it's over, am I your lover? Are we going solo? Or is it polo? Her face is saying don't go. I'm acting like I don't know. Tell me if it's over, come a little closer. We should take our time to think this damn thing over. Should we go closer? Should this be last time? This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life, I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, used to want